Lord of the Mysteries 2, Audiobook, Part 26.
Chapter 626, Blatant Malice. Neighboritously? Lumion almost thought the ice-blue-eyed demon was jesting with him. However, he swiftly confirmed a crucial detail. When it came to matters concerning the love incantation, he had never uttered the name neighboritously. Not only did he fear that neighboritously and the ice-blue-eyed demon were adversaries, but he also adhered to Madam Magician's instructions to abstain from writing or speaking this name. If so, why did the ice-blue-eyed demon identify itself as neighboritously? Could it truly be the genuine neighboritously? Then, why did the repeated chanting of neighboritously summon a different demon and not the ice-blue-eyed one? Or were they equals? Was neighboritously scheming to manipulate someone else into killing me? Amidst Lumion's astonishment and confusion, a smile crept onto his face. I wouldn't dare utter that name. He was testing the demon with ice-blue eyes. The demon with ice-blue eyes turned towards Lumion. You've heard of neighboritously and are aware of the concealed perils of uttering this name? Yes, Lumion replied with a grin. From the demon's reaction, it seems unlikely to be the one propagating the love incantation. That's intriguing. Lumion pondered. Though this might unveil greater horrors and deeper secrets, as a hunter, fear and curiosity didn't contradict each other. It was akin to how everyone in the army feared death, yet it didn't deter them from banding together for combat. The demon with ice-blue eyes nodded slowly and spoke. Here, within Earth Mother's cathedral, you needn't fret about uttering the name neighboritously. That's evidently not the name you typically go by. Why don't you disclose your true name instead? Lumion didn't reply. Instead, he posed a query. He had a persistent feeling that the other party intended to harm him. Had he not encountered the love incantation and received guidance from Madam Magician, he might have inadvertently mentioned the concealed demon on Hanth Island, neighboritously, after leaving Earth Mother's cathedral today. That could have been troublesome. The demon with ice-blue eyes fell silent for a few moments before stating, the name I go by in human society holds no significance for you. Moreover, after learning the name neighboritously and uttering it at least 3 times outside the cathedral. At this juncture, the white-haired demon's visage twitched, and a pained expression surfaced. I will establish a connection with you. When I can no longer control myself, I may choose to end your life. Ending the life of an uninformed adventurer like you, seeking to uncover the truth of Hanth Island's legend, would bring me greater satisfaction than harming ordinary people. I won't feel as regretful or guilty. The ice-blue-eyed demon gazed at the sacred emblem of life once more, bowed its head, and expressed remorse. Oh, merciful Mother, I implore your mercy for my transgressions. I should not have harbored malevolent intentions. The corners of Lumion's mouth twitched, and his expression darkened. Did you genuinely intend to harm me? He couldn't afford to let his guard down for a moment when dealing with demons. Vigilance was paramount, even if it was a demon professing allegiance to Earth Mother. Moreover, a seemingly innocuous conversation could clandestinely plant a time bomb. Any other adventurer would have fallen victim to it. Truly befitting the criminal pathway, known for its high IQ crimes. Cold, calculating, and overtly malicious. After the ice-blue-eyed demon, self-identified as neighboritously, concluded its repentance, Lumion feigned a nonchalant smile and remarked, if you truly cannot control yourself and desire to take a life, target pirates. It aligns with a sense of justice. The ice-blue-eyed demon's expression darkened as it retorted, this is my prison. I cannot depart until I have atoned. If any pirates enter Port Hanth, I will make them vanish into the forest outside the city. Lumion nodded and redirected the conversation. The love incantation I mentioned earlier was the name you brought up. The demon who proposed a deal with me also identified itself with that name. The gray-haired, ice-blue-eyed demon remained silent, gazing at the sacred emblem of life for an extended period. Rather than detecting anger and animosity, Lumion sensed surprise and bewilderment. What? It can't pinpoint the demon's true identity either? Is there no direct connection between the two parties? Lumion pondered inwardly. After a while, the ice blue-eyed demon, self-dubbed Neighboritously, spoke. According to you, the love incantation has been clandestinely circulating for many years, yet I've never established a connection with anyone outside Hanth Island. I'm puzzled by that too. Could it be that someone can intercept the direction of the name? Is it conceivable to assume your identity in the future? Lumion feigned curiosity as an adventurer. He believed that, based on Madam Magician's words, Mr. Fool could accomplish such a feat. Amon was capable of it once too. Whether any demon could do it remained unknown for now. The ice blue-eyed demon fell silent once more. After a few seconds, it spoke with a deep voice. Foreigner, you've inquired enough. Let's conclude it here. Otherwise, you may meet your end unknowingly. Clad in a formal black suit, the demon self-dubbed Neighboritously slowly rose. It positioned its feet apart, raised its hands adorned with black leather gloves, and whispered, "Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Then, it turned around, picked up its cane, and shuffled towards the cathedral's door, bathed in the midday sun. Lumion scrutinized the ice blue-eyed demon, realizing it wasn't tall and appeared rather thin. It emitted a withered and feeble aura, resembling that of an elderly ordinary human. It hardly resembled a terrifying and mighty demon. Observing closely, Lumion sensed a dark, blatant malice expanding and contracting beneath the thin human skin and aged flesh. The demon struggled to maintain composure, refraining from tearing through its fragile facade. The frightening inner core sharply contrasted with its frail appearance, yet the overall aura seemed feeble and commonplace. This is reminiscent of Ludwig. One is a child concealing an unknown monster beneath the skin, while the other is a pitch-black demon concealed within an old man's body. Lumion exerted great effort to refrain from fixating on scrutinizing the ice blue-eyed demon's luck. The gray-haired elder in black leather gloves, wielding a cane, slowly departed from the cathedral. Lumion wasn't in a rush to return to the berries. He remained seated in the first row, contemplating the local demon legends, which had recently become clearer yet were shrouded in numerous mysteries. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a brown clergyman's uniform. This was the attire of a clergyman from the Church of Earth Mother. Lumion looked up and saw a middle-aged man with well-defined facial features and thick eyebrows. He noticed a pair of bloodshot, ice blue eyes filled with pain. Ice blue eyes? Damn it! Lumion's hair stood on end as he cursed inwardly. The ice blue-eyed clergyman sat beside Lumion, where the demon had been. He smiled warmly and said, "Don't provoke Boselli or attempt his suggestions. His self-control diminishes with age." Boselli? Are you referring to the old gentleman with ice blue eyes? Lumion feigned ignorance. Yes. The ice blue-eyed clergyman nodded slightly. Lumion pondered for a moment and grinned. What about you? How's your self-control? I'm much better than him. I lose control only once every few years, the ice blue-eyed clergyman replied candidly. Is he admitting that he's also a demon? I'm not an Earth Mother's cathedral, but a devil family's dining room. Lumion felt a chill and couldn't help but criticize. Maintaining a composed smile, he said, "Are you acquainted with him? Are you from the same family?" The ice blue-eyed clergyman reflected for a moment and replied, "We're all born in the Port Hanth cloister." Children born in a cloister? The description made Lumion uneasy. In other churches, having a child in a cloister was a grave matter, deviating from the teachings of the deity, a symptom of succumbing to carnal desires and blaspheming faith. Lumion pondered for a moment before reaching a realization. This was the Church of Earth Mother. The more nuns and monks had children in the cloister, the more aligned with the doctrine. He immediately understood why the ice blue-eyed clergyman and Boselli were born in the cloister. It would conceal their origins and identities well, preventing them from implicating ordinary families. This shattered Lumion's previous deductions about the local demons. Demons didn't need to vanish to conceal their corpses. The Church of Earth Mother would assist in concealing them. For instance, replacing genuine holy water with distilled water during a wake and later providing new identities and legal origins. My earlier deduction was based on the assumption that the Church of Earth Mother and the local demons weren't allies. No wonder there are so many errors. This is a factor I need to be mindful of when crafting conspiracies in the future. If I'm mistaken, any subsequent clever arrangements will lose their significance. It seems the Church of Earth Mother is directly offering protection to these ice blue-eyed demons, both resisting restrictions and cooperating to shield them. Lumion reflected on his investigations over the past 2 days. This introspection couldn't enable him to digest the potion completely, but he felt it was more beneficial than a complete digestion. Lumion gazed at the clergyman with ice blue eyes and inquired with a smile, "Could it be that you're also using the name Boselli mentioned just now?" The ice blue-eyed clergyman responded with a warm smile. "Yes, my name is also Neighboritisly." Without waiting for Lumion to probe further, it continued, "I don't know your background, but you can report Hanth Island to the other Orthodox churches. I believe they will advise you against delving into the truth of the demon legends. Just as Boselli mentioned, foreigner, let's conclude this here. Leave Hanth Island." Lumion nodded, stood up, and departed from the cathedral. Under the bright sunlight, he strolled along the street, his mind filled with pairs of icy blue eyes and the name Neighboritisly. He felt a little disoriented. Chapter 627, Treatment Plan? Lumion had initially theorized the presence of multiple demons on Hanth Island, specifically the sealed blood-colored demon and the ice blue-eyed demon. However, to his astonishment, he discovered various ice blue-eyed demons in the cathedral. How many demons inhabit this island? Are they all part of the same family with ice blue eyes? As expected of the mother of all things. Even a demon can be her child. A whole nest of them. As thoughts swirled in Lumion's mind, accompanied by those piercing ice blue eyes and the name Neighboritisly, he felt that his previous investigations and speculations were completely off course. The complexity and mystery surrounding the legend of the demons on Hanth Island surpassed his initial imagination. No, there are still gains and benefits. Speculation involves bold assumptions and careful confirmation. It's normal for initial assumptions to be overturned. The elimination method is a crucial deduction tool. How can there be unsolved cases that are guessed completely correct from the beginning? The crucial aspect lies in consistently refuting the incorrect path through falsification and integrating new information acquired during the investigation to uncover the right one. If I were to take the reader pathway, it should be relatively straightforward for me to act the role of a detective. Discerning a conspiracy stands out as one of the primary duties of a detective. Lumion reassured himself, disentangling from the impact of the 2 ice blue-eyed demons. He regained his clarity and rationality, no longer feeling befuddled and disoriented. Under the blistering sunlight, he swiftly identified an issue. In the scene I witnessed through the mystery-prying glasses, the blood-colored demon was pulled by an invisible force, but there was only one invisible force, and only a pair of ice blue eyes gazed at me. There's only one ice blue-eyed demon closely linked to the blood-colored demon, and that's the elder Boselli who repented before the sacred emblem of life. The others, including the ice blue-eyed clergyman, are its descendants. Could they be the offspring it left behind with the nuns when it used the Hanth Island's cloister to restore its youth and obtain a new identity? However, when the ice blue-eyed clergyman mentioned Boselli, it didn't sound like it was referring to its father, grandfather, or ancestor. It was as if it was discussing a friend with whom it didn't share an amicable relationship. Moreover, it also identifies itself as Neighboritisly. Could this be a family name? A significant family name among the Abyss demons? Puzzled, Lumion boarded the berries and returned to his first-class suite. At that moment, Lugano and Ludwig were relishing a lavish lunch. Upon spotting Lumion, the doctor grinned sheepishly and said, "I thought you'd be indulging in the local delights on the island, so I didn't wait for you." Lumion sat down and grabbed a wheat-flavored bun. As he chewed, he asked thoughtfully, "What do you know about the abilities of the plantar pathway?" Lugano hesitated for a moment before truthfully responding, "Sequence 9 plantar significantly boosts my strength. I can predict the weather to a certain extent by observing clouds, wind, and other natural phenomena. I'm adept at identifying seeds and nurturing them. Farming tools suit me more than knives and guns. Sequence 8 Doctors' primary abilities revolve around healing. They can discern the patient's specific situation through spirit vision. They possess outstanding surgical skills, such as suturing severed limbs and transplanting internal organs. Additionally, we gain beyonder abilities like evil ailment treatment, trauma treatment, soul suture, and life-giving. As far as I know, the next sequence is called Harvest Priest. It mainly focuses on promoting the reproduction and growth of creatures and bringing about a bumper harvest with beyonder powers. Upon hearing this, Lumion suddenly interrupted Lugano. Soul suture? How is this implemented? Lugano grinned sheepishly and said, I haven't really used this ability yet. It's used to treat soul injuries. As you know, some superpowers can attack the soul, making it difficult for it to heal on its own. At this moment, as long as the injured let go of their bodies and minds and don't resist, I can carry out a soul-level surgery to stitch up the corresponding wound. Lumion's concern wasn't about stitching up a soul, it was another matter that provided him with a fresh perspective on the demon legends of Hanth Island. He downed the pre-meal bun and took a sip of the golden liqueur. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, since you can suture souls, from a different standpoint, can you also sever souls? Lugano fell silent. After 10 to 20 seconds, he responded, theoretically, yes, but it requires the corresponding person to completely open up their body and mind, leaving their soul unprotected. It would be even more effective if their physical body doesn't exist. The doctor hesitated for a moment before adding, this can serve as an attack on the soul, but it could also be a treatment method. If a patient's soul is corrupted by a curse, they can address it by severing the depravity and allowing their soul to gradually heal. Upon hearing this, Lumion smiled and applauded softly. Well said. Well said. Lugano, being thick-skinned, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by the praise. He blurted out, that's just my speculation. I haven't tested it yet. Lumion ignored him and proceeded to emulate what Ludwig had done. He forked a lamb chop onto his plate and began cutting with determination. Simultaneously, the initial sensations when he faced the onslaught of the ice-blue-eyed demon resurfaced in Lumion's mind. He witnessed diverse versions of himself, a version brimming with hatred, another immersed in pain, one engrossed in lust, and another consumed by various desires and emotions. As Lugano detailed the process of suturing and soul severing, an idea sparked in Lumion's mind. What if the high-sequence abilities of the plantar pathway were employed to excise different aspects of the soul corresponding to various desires? Could there truly be just one ice-blue-eyed demon on Hanth Island, but its soul had been partitioned by the saints and even angels of the Church of Earth Mother, each becoming an individual? On a mystical level, they remain a single entity. Hence, is there only one invisible force closely tied to the blood-colored demon? The question now is, why would the Church of Earth Mother undertake such an action? Imposing restrictions or offering protection? Perhaps both? Lumion swiftly linked this with the state of the blood-colored demon. It consistently descended into the pitch-black sewage before being hoisted up by an unseen force. Splitting the soul acted as a shield for the ice-blue demon, preventing corruption from the power of the pitch-black sewage? Wait, could the ice-blue-eyed demon be the untainted segment of the blood-colored demon's soul? Is the Church of Earth Mother's approach based on deeming the entire body beyond salvation, but parts are still considered healthy? Is that why a healthy soul needs to be severed into different desires? The forest sealing off the mysterious valley, pitch-black sewage, and the blood-colored demon displayed characteristics of rebirth, growth, depravity, death, and rebirth again. The soul fragments of the blood-colored demon were given new life, enabling them to utilize the cycle of rebirth, growth, aging, death, and rebirth again to resist the corruption spreading from their true bodies. Simultaneously, relying on the existence of the healthy parts prevented the blood-colored demon from sinking entirely. Aging soul fragments are inherently more vulnerable to corruption from the main body, and newborns are the healthiest. This explains why the old Boselli and the ice-blue-eyed clergyman are in different states. Such a newborn possesses a demon's potent soul, but its human body is exceedingly frail. Yes, it aligns with my observations of Boselli. Its feeble and aged body encases a potent soul teeming with malevolence. This method of sealing and rescuing aligns with the Church of Earth Mother's unique abilities. With these revelations, Lumion felt enlightened. Only then did he realize that he had been continuously cutting the lamb chop's bones, producing a grinding sound. Lugano pretended not to notice or hear anything, focusing on enjoying his meal. Ludwig paid no attention to such trivial matters, wholly absorbed in the delicacies. Lumion withdrew his gaze and happily poured himself a glass of Paja red wine. The confusion, disorder, loss, and disappointment he had previously experienced dissipated significantly. As he drank, he leisurely pondered, this hypothesis aligns most with the current details. Unfortunately, it can't be verified, nor do I dare to. And without verification and results, there's no feedback for the potion's digestion. Forget it. The experience and lessons I gain this time are much more important than the digestion I can still attempt in the future. Why does the Church of Earth Mother want to protect the blood-colored demon? Moreover, since a healthy soul has been separated and given new life, why not completely destroy and purify the corrupted true form to eliminate any hidden dangers? There's a high chance that this involves the world's deep secrets. Is that blood-colored demon the true and largest Neighboritusly? Was the one seeking a deal to slay Hanth Island's demon descendant it? Can it, in turn, affect a few soul fragments, allowing me in a mid-sequence beyonder like Franca to slay a true demon? The more Lumion contemplated, the more curious he became about the truth. However, he eventually restrained himself. For beyonders at his level, this matter was concluded. After leaving Hanth Island, he would report his gains and speculations to Madame Magician and consult the Tarot Club's major arcana card holders. Lumion, putting aside his investigative thoughts, felt a sense of relief. He spent the rest of his time leisurely strolling through Port Hanth. To his surprise, he realized that the Berserk Sea Island city, far from the Phaenopotter kingdom, didn't have a genuine casino. There were no criminal industries like human trafficking. It was as clean as if it had been purified by the eternal blazing sun church. After engaging in fighting evil and other card games throughout the afternoon, Lumion, with wins and losses not exceeding 1 gold rizit, finally grasped the reason. Unable to control themselves, the ice blue-eyed demons prioritized the malevolent wrongdoers, making them vanish into the forest outside the city. As time, a century or two, elapsed, Port Hanth could be deemed a city bathed in sunlight. Certainly, there were innocents among them, like Antonio Elias. Late at night, in the first-class cabin suite of the Berries. In his slumber, Lumion vaguely witnessed the land shrouded in sulphurous flames, and the blood-colored demon sprawled within the pitch-black liquid. Chapter 628, Terrifying Dream. Lumion vaguely noticed bubbles emerging from the pitch-black liquid enveloping most of the blood-colored demon's body. The brownish-green hue of the bubbles resembled tree warts. In an instant, the bubbles burst, reflecting brilliant colors as they merged with the pitch-black liquid. For some reason, Lumion sensed that something was wrong. He wished to shut his eyes and avoid these details, but trapped in a dream, he had no control. In the depths of the pitch-black liquid, a figure lurked. It raised its head slightly, gazing at the blood-colored demon. Moist brownish-green or light brown tree warts protruded from the figure's body, reminding Lumion of Susanna Mattis in her fallen tree spirit state. The distinction lay in Susanna Mattis' tree warts, branches, and flower buds growing from her body, melding with her original form. The figure's tree warts, however, seemed to pierce out flamboyantly from the flesh and internal organs, tainted with blood. In his dream, Lumion instinctively raised his right hand, wiping the corners of his eyes. The back of his hand was stained red. At some point, blood had flowed from his eyes, turning his vision a blurry red. The figure's overall outline appeared in the blur. As if grown on a brownish-green tree, pierced by branches, overrun by tree warts, and covered in flower buds, dripping with a viscous liquid. A burning sensation engulfed Lumien's chest, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes in the dream. Yet, he was a step too slow. Bang! Lumien's eyes exploded, flooding his mind with searing pain. He jolted awake, curling up in agony. His hands instinctively reached for his eyes, encountering a flat, sticky, and moist substance. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air. As an ascetic accustomed to severe injuries, Lumien took several minutes to overcome the pain that threatened to render him unconscious. Struggling to sit up, he opened his eyes, only to be met with absolute darkness. No crimson moonlight, no outlines of furniture in the bedroom, he couldn't see a thing. Lumien raised his hand once more, gently touching his eye sockets. Both eyeballs had deflated, shattered beyond repair. Is it because I glimpsed something I shouldn't have? Lumien chuckled in self-deprecation. It was a vision from a dream, something he never wished to witness. Upon reflection, he realized that if Mr. Fool's seal hadn't triggered or Termoboros hadn't activated it, his eyes might not have been the only casualties. Wiping the tip of his nose, Lumien felt moistness and caught the unmistakable scent of rust. In a surprisingly good mood, he quipped, "Luckily, it seems what's flowing down is blood, not brain matter." He rejoiced in surviving the ordeal. Despite the tragic state of his head, Lumien's body remained relatively unharmed, albeit a bit drained. Gripping the edge of the bed, Lumien pulled himself up. In a state of blindness and impaired smell, he relied on the hunter's instinct, navigating through his turf with a mental map. Bypassing furniture, he reached the living room and knocked on the servant's door. "Yes, what's the matter?" Startled, Lugano hastily opened the door, dressed in a cotton shirt and underpants that served as makeshift pajamas, fearing a repeat of the terrifying encounter with Father Montserrat. Under the crimson moonlight, he saw Lumien's blood-streaked face and empty blood-red eyes filled with shattered fragments. What happened?" Lugano stammered, bewildered. Who had beaten his employer to such a state? Who could inflict such harm upon his employer? Why not teleport away from this perilous situation? Lumien calmly pointed at his eyes. "Treat them." "All right," Lugano responded subconsciously, then added awkwardly, "with the eyeballs in such a state, there's no way of treatment. We can only find a suitable transplant." Lumien, enduring the pain, calmly stated, "No need. Just stop the bleeding and ease the pain." "All right." Lugano didn't dare argue, following his employer's instructions. He extended his shimmering left palm. Upon contact and a simple use of a scalpel, Lumien felt a refreshing sensation in his eyes. The pain became more bearable, though his vision remained absent. "You can go back to sleep," Lumien waved dismissively, as if his loss of vision was inconsequential. With one hand in his pocket, he strolled past the Dutanese textbook on the carpet, settled into a recliner, and rocked it gently. Lugano watched in confusion and anxiety for a while before attempting to return to bed, unable to fall asleep. When the morning sun bathed the sea's edge, the doctor abruptly rose from his bed, deciding to grab a cup of coffee for a pick-me-up. Upon leaving the room, he witnessed his employer in motion. Lumien's green eyes sparkled, showing no signs of injury. You're all right?" Lugano was bewildered. Lumien responded with a radiant smile, "That's right." Lugano was momentarily speechless. How did my employer regenerate his eyeballs? What kind of monster is this? Is my role as his doctor merely to stop the bleeding and relieve the pain? Lumien paid no heed to the servant's psychological turmoil. He returned to the master bedroom, drew back the curtains, laid out the paper, and picked up a dark black fountain pen. "I'm still not cautious enough." He sighed suddenly. After heeding the ice-blue-eyed demon's warning and preparing to depart Hanth Island with the berries, Lumien refrained from promptly writing to Madame Magician. He intended to observe the aftermath and wait until they were safely away from the port. Unexpectedly, he had experienced such a terrifying and dangerous dream last night. Initially suspecting that a demon with ice-blue eyes had lost control and covertly influenced him, Lumion later speculated that he might have been subtly corrupted when he observed the blood-colored demon and the pitch-black liquid through the mystery-prying glasses. The corruption lay dormant until he slept, manifesting fully in his dream. Focusing his thoughts, he detailed everything witnessed and heard on Hanth Island. He replaced the name laboriously with the term love incantation. Concluding the letter, Lumion wrote sincerely, "Perhaps I've encountered too many demons recently. I feel like I've accumulated too much corruption and want to undergo treatment." Following that, Lumion conducted a ritual, summoning the doll messenger, and handed over the folded letter. Accepting the letter with its right hand, the doll messenger covered its nose with its left palm and exclaimed, "You stepped on the world's stinkiest thing. It stinks. It stinks. So dirty, so dirty." Swiftly grasping the letter between two fingers, the doll messenger vanished from the room. Lumion waited briefly, but with no immediate response from Madame Magician, he decided to seek treatment elsewhere. His destination was the Cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Port Hanth, where he had visited the day before. In the early morning, before the commencement of work, numerous believers gathered to listen to the preaching. The preacher, the ice-blue-eyed clergyman from yesterday, expounded on a specific doctrine from the Holy Scripture. The concept that good and evil emanated from the same source, making them inseparable, was discussed. The sermon emphasized promoting good and suppressing evil. "Isn't it a little ironic to have this coming from a demon like you?" Lumion criticized and sat in the first row, listening casually. He soon sensed the cathedral's vibrant vitality. Vegetation flourished, and mushrooms quietly sprouted. The scent of wheat and milk provided a calming atmosphere. Unconsciously, Lumion realized that his life had gained intensity. Each of the Orthodox churches has its own merits. He sighed silently. After 5 to 6 minutes, the ice-blue-eyed clergyman concluded his preaching and approached Lumion with a warm smile. "Young people who are willing to listen to advice always have a bright future. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Lumion observed the ice-blue-eyed clergyman retracting his raised hands. "Is he hinting that it's satisfied that I stopped inquiring, exploring the forest, and searching for someone with ice-blue eyes since noon yesterday?" Lumion considered, then looked at the clergyman before speaking. "However, I had a terrifying dream last night and nearly died from it." "What dream?" the ice-blue-eyed clergyman inquired warmly. "Bishop, how should I address you?" Lumion asked, deferring from providing an immediate answer. "Newman," the ice-blue-eyed clergyman announced its name in human society. Lumion briefly recounted the blood-colored demon in his dream, the pitch-black liquid, the blurry figure, and the branches and tree warts. He didn't delve into the final injuries he had suffered. Bishop Newman listened quietly, gazing at Lumion for a few seconds. "Are you willing to listen to my preaching?" "Sure," Lumion agreed, curious about what the ice-blue-eyed demon had to say. Newman flipped open the Holy Bible in his arms and spoke in a magnetic voice. "There are 2 abysses. One is material, and the entrance is somewhere in the real world. The other is spiritual, and the entrance is deep in everyone's hearts. Sometimes, these 2 abysses are separated, but most of the time, they're one. Good intentions and evil intentions come from the same source. It's inevitable for us to harbor evil thoughts like jealousy, hatred, destruction, greed, harm, and arrogance. This is normal, not sinful. However, if we act on jealousy, hatred, greed, and arrogance, killing someone, our souls will gradually sink into the abyss. When the time comes, one can only repent to the Mother, just like this. Merciful Mother, I have fallen into the abyss of evil." Lumion listened quietly, grasping the essence of Bishop Newman's words. He acknowledged his mistake rooted in arrogance. His earlier ventures, marked by a proactive approach and a lack of major problems, had led him to underestimate the concealed perils of high-level matters. Standing up, Lumion raised his hands. "I understand. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Newman nodded in satisfaction. Returning to the berries, Lumion read the reply, neatly folded into a square. The letter contained spirit world coordinates and a concise directive: put an end to the matter on Hanth Island. Find time to seek treatment here. Chapter 629, Corruption Removal. Madam Magician had not confirmed Lumien's speculation or delved into the deeper truth of Hanth Island's demon legends. Lumien realized that this likely involved something he shouldn't pry into at the moment, or perhaps it was best not to understand until the accumulated corruption was eliminated. Does find time imply that I can go whenever I want, disregarding the healer's schedule? Has Madam Magician foreseen that there won't be any issues? Lumien clutched the paper with the spirit world's coordinates and activated the black mark on his right shoulder. His figure vanished from the berries, navigating through the swirling chaos of colors. Occasionally, he felt inexplicable gazes and caught glimpses of indescribable forms. After an unknown period, Lumien arrived at the location corresponding to the spirit world's coordinates and stepped out. Before him stood a towering dome, illuminated by bright glass windows, with a mural depicting an epic scene. In the midst of the hall, Lumien noticed a ball of sunlight. Realization struck, prompting him to approach. As he walked, the sunlight seemed to spread over, banishing shadows and darkness wherever it touched. Soon, Lumien found himself enveloped in the sunlight. Suddenly, it felt as if pure sunlight pierced through his skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs, exposing his soul. Bits of illusory black gas were expelled from his soul by the sunlight, portraying various of Lumien's expressions: ferocious, pained, pleading, or intimidating. Within seconds, the black gas dissipated under the purifying sunlight. Simultaneously, Lumien felt his heart throb, and his left chest burned. The blazing sunlight appeared to expel and purify everything in its path. Amidst the agonizing heartache, Lumien sensed a change in the seal on his left chest, as if it was concealing itself, synchronizing with the sunlight. However, before the attempt could fully succeed, the sunlight took the initiative to stop, receding like a tide into the depths of the hall. Lumien swiftly returned to his usual state. Aside from the lingering discomfort in his heart, he felt significantly more at ease, as if he had suddenly caught the morning breeze and glimpsed the sunrise after an extended period of oppressive darkness. His attention was drawn to a tall man in a simple white robe standing in the depths of the hall. Observing the man, Lumien estimated him to be around 22 or 23 years old, towering at over 2 meters with an imposing aura. Despite his height, he exuded a calm temperament, and his brownish-yellow hair was neatly styled. "The residual corruption on you has been cleared," the tall man spoke in ancient Fasak. Lumien had a suspicion and inquired, "Are you Mr. Sun?" "Yes," the young and tall man responded politely, devoid of arrogance or impatience. "He's actually so young, but one can't judge his age from his appearance." Lumien expressed his gratitude without delving into further questions. Indicating towards the hall's exit, Lumien asked, "Can I go out for a walk?" Though unaware of his location, the mural suggested it was an essential cathedral of the Church of the Fool. Lumien deduced that the major arcana card holder, the Sun, held a prominent position in the church, or perhaps even the top position. "Sure." Major Arcana, the Sun nodded. Observing the Church of the Fool's etiquette, Lumien pressed his hand to his chest and bowed before turning to exit the hall. Once outside, the world teemed with life. Voices and figures surrounded him. His initial thought, did I accidentally step into a land of giants? The shortest individuals on the street were at least 1.89 meters tall, with occasional figures reaching 3 to 4 meters. Clad in white shirts, black trench coats, and half-top hats, the men carried canes resembling spears, emitting an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Even the ladies matched the towering height, mostly opting for flexibility in long pants rather than skirts. Lumien surveyed the area, his gaze traversing doors exceeding 4 meters in height. For a moment, he fell silent, feeling like a newborn in this peculiar environment. However, this realization only briefly dampened his mood for exploration. Of course, it was only a brief moment. Trier, Trocadero, at the entrance of a great manor. Franca clarified to the valet that her purpose was to visit Madame Clarice, and he stepped aside without guiding her. His stance implied that she knew the way and could proceed independently. Undeterred, Franca followed the path ingrained in her memory, arriving at the circular pavilion nestled among the grape trees. Demoness of Black Clarice, adorned in a black court dress, was seated there. "Good morning, Your Excellency Clarice," Franca greeted warmly, openly admiring her beautiful face and slightly sorrowful demeanor. Demoness of Black Clarice nodded slightly and inquired, "Has there been progress in the Mirror People investigation?" Franca, not in a rush to respond, met Clarice's dark gray eyes and remarked, "Is Brown's not present?" "She's not my lady's maid. She attends to her own matters," Demoness of Black Clarice replied succinctly. "Not at the Red House Cafe or the hunting ground beside the forest either." Franca observed the air's fragrance and chose to engage in conversation with the Demoness of Black. "She has other matters to attend to," Clarice evaded delving into Brown's affairs. Reluctantly, Franca recounted the details of the Minister of Industry, Maureen Avigny's situation, from the initial sensing of the mirror world fragment's tremors after the play, substituting herself as the person involved. Clarice remained silent, her eyes lowered in contemplation. Franca didn't rush the Demoness of Black. Her gaze flickered between the deep gray of her eyes, the fairness of her delicate skin, the curves that stirred the soul, and the unnaturally alluring red lips. She knew this wasn't a good idea, but she couldn't rein in her impulses. Her heart gradually heated up, and her thoughts got a bit muddled. Her mouth dried, forcing her to purse her lips intermittently. "Damn it. Why am I feeling this way right now?" While humans as animals can be susceptible to instincts, I've always maintained composure during serious discussions and encounters with high-ranking figures. At most, I've held admiration. Could it be that the Demoness of Black is intentionally radiating her charm to draw me in? Or is there another explanation? Yes, the lingering corruption from the demon incident must be affecting me. Though it's subtle and doesn't manifest in my daily life, it's making it difficult for me to control my desires in the presence of a high-ranking demoness known for her feminine allure. As a result, I find myself slipping into an aroused state. Franca gritted her teeth, refusing to succumb to the temptations of desire. Clarice looked up at her. "Has it been too long since you've experienced pleasure?" "Not since my last lover passed away," Franca replied truthfully, aware that the Demoness of Black referred to a specific kind of pleasure. She explained, "As I mentioned earlier, to get close to Maureen Avigny's illegitimate daughter, I used a mystical item. Unfortunately, it had a side effect, leading to encounters with demons and other evil entities for a transaction. I was somewhat affected." Clarice's voice turned icy. "Endurance is not a sustainable solution. Indulge yourself. Otherwise, the demon pathway will become your nemesis." The Demoness of Black's aura instantly shifted to a holy and dignified state, becoming inviolable. Franca also sensed that she couldn't entertain lascivious thoughts about such a captivating beauty. Her desires gradually subsided, and her mind cleared, breaking free from her aroused state. Clarice redirected the conversation. "You aim to deal with Maureen Avigny? He should be a crucial mirror person. If we can capture him or channel his spirit, we should uncover most of the mirror people hidden in Trier." "Madam, I seek your assistance," Franca stated, laying out her thoughts. She avoided mentioning that Maureen Avigny shared Clarice's dark gray eyes and instead presented a color photo. Clarice nodded slightly and said, "You can now strategize your operation. I'll assist during crucial moments, but for most scenarios, you must rely on yourself and the factions under your control." "No problem." Franca didn't conceal her excitement. As she exited the vine-surrounded circular pavilion, Demoness of Black Clarice's dark gray eyes turned cold as she rose slowly. In a brightly lit bar, Lumion clinked a beer glass, larger than his head, against the nearly 3-meter-tall giant opposite him and gulped down the golden liquor. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he chuckled. "So, this is the new city of silver in the Bible." From the sermons he had heard, Lumion knew that the new city of silver served as the headquarters of the Church of the Fool, situated in the Sonia Sea. It had been established by the surviving humans rescued by Gehrman Sparrow from the cursed continent of the forsaken land of the gods. Unexpectedly, the surviving humans were towering figures, almost like giants. That's right. All the warriors here are ready to defend Mr. Fool's church at all times, the nearly 3-meter-tall giant expressed with satisfaction. You're not bad. You worship the angel of redemption and believe in Mr. Fool. Just these 2 points alone makes us brothers. He extended his right palm and slapped Lumion, nearly toppling him. It felt like a child encountering a brown bear's paw. Lumion forced a smile and inquired, "Can you share more about the angel of redemption's deeds in the forsaken land of the gods?" Chapter 630, Day Tour. The nearly 3-meter-tall giant expressed regret. The 6-member council mandates that we can't discuss matters not mentioned in the Holy Bible. As a believer of Mr. Fool, you must be familiar with the sermons and official statements. I can't share anything beyond that, just as I can't claim to have personally seen the angel of redemption and received his assistance. Attempting to tap Lumion on the shoulder, the giant found Lumion deftly dodging the gesture. "How should I address you?" Lumion, feigning reverence, inquired, not fully convinced. The giant responded, lively. "A toast to the newborn of the city of silver." Lumion raised his massive beer glass, clinking it against the other party's. Then, he downed the remaining golden liquid. Rubbing his bulging stomach, he gestured towards the washroom, indicating his need to relieve himself. The beer in the new city of silver wasn't extraordinary, but the cups were simply too large. After 2 glasses, Lumion's physique and alcohol tolerance reached their limit. He wasn't drunk, he was just stuffed. Entering the washroom, Lumion stood before one of the urinals, unbuckling his belt and narrowing his eyes. Amidst the splashing sounds, a giant more than 3 meters tall entered and chose the urinal beside him. Lumion subconsciously turned his head before slowly retracting his gaze. Dazed, he stared at the wall in front of him until the pressure in his abdomen completely subsided. Only then did he leave the washroom, returning to his usual seat at the bar counter. Lively had already ordered a new glass of beer for Lumion. It was dark black but not murky. Swirling in the mug, it revealed a hint of brown. "Try it. It's a specialty of the new city of silver, black-faced beer," the giant, firmly believing himself to be human, introduced enthusiastically. "Black-faced beer?" Lumion, holding the beer glass larger than his head, asked in puzzlement. Lively suddenly felt a pang of sadness. The forsaken land of the gods lacked the sun and fertile soil. Only black-faced grass grew. It was our staple, sustaining generations of City of Silver residents. Though always insufficient, it was better than nothing. Back then, brewing alcohol from black-faced grass was impossible. It was too extravagant. Heh, now with food, meat, and milk in abundance, I've grown taller again. I'm 30 centimeters taller than before. Can black-faced grass still be planted in the new city of silver? Grown underground? Although Lumion wasn't a planter, having grown up in the countryside, he knew that in extreme environments, those plants might not survive under normal circumstances. Lively smiled. It can be planted. It can grow in any environment. Of course, we've had someone modify the black-faced grass seeds to make them more suitable for the current conditions. Its texture is actually quite different from before. Even more flavorful. Give it a try. You won't find this beer elsewhere. We don't grow much ourselves. It's mainly to remember the past. Lumion raised the beer glass to his lips with interest, taking a large gulp. The first thing he tasted was the normal, faint fragrance of wheat. Then, he experienced a refreshing grass-like stimulation in the sweet alcohol. Finally, a subtle milky taste filled his mouth. Not bad. It's a special and wonderful experience. Lumion was generous with his praise. Curious, he inquired, "Do you have any liquor brewed from black-faced grass?" Lively's expression darkened as he shook his head. "We in the new city of silver consider alcoholism debased, indulgent, and a waste of food. That's why we reject liquor." At this point, he paused. "Besides, black-faced grass doesn't seem suitable for brewing." Even if it's made into beer, drinking too much will cause hallucinations. I can only handle 3 glasses at a time. Minor toxicity? In the forsaken land of the gods, people from the new city of Silver relied on eating this plant to survive generation after generation. It wasn't easy. Lumion recalled his sister's occasional jokes and smirked. If you drink too much, will you see a group of little people dancing? Lively pondered for a moment and replied, no, hallucinations are usually different. Some see their wives slapping them, some hear the cries of their deceased relatives, and some find a baby lying by the roadside wailing. Lumion couldn't bear to hear about matters involving babies crying, so he lost interest and focused on the taste of the black-faced beer. After finishing the glass, he made another trip to the washroom before leaving the bar. He planned to take advantage of the afternoon sun to stroll around New Silver City and teleport back to the berries docked at Port Hanth in the evening. In the sparsely populated yet unusually towering buildings, half-giants roamed. Every now and then, 1 or 2 giants standing over 3 meters tall could be spotted. Those below 1.8 meters were a rarity, except for those with childlike faces. Lumion's stature barely met the criteria, and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. He observed turquoise vines snaking up the outer walls of certain houses. On these vines, numerous soft, large, white, and plump mushrooms thrived. Mushrooms? Since when did vines yield mushrooms? Lumion furrowed his brow, questioning his botanical knowledge. It occurred to him that this might be a unique plant brought from the forsaken land of the gods by the new city of Silver, bringing a sense of relief. He approached a roadside stall and glanced up. You're selling milk. Why don't I see a bucket of milk? The vendor, standing at 2.56 meters with slightly grayish-blue skin, smiled genuinely and replied, the house behind me is mine. Want some milk? I'll take a glass. Lumion, having already inquired, had no qualms about purchasing a glass of milk. Money was not an issue. Though Vril d'Or and gold rizet weren't official currency in the new city of Silver, gold held value universally. The vendor cheerfully grabbed a cup, turned around, and headed to his 2-story house. He reached out and plucked a soft, white mushroom. He aimed the mushroom at the cup and squeezed it. Milk-white liquid gushed out, rapidly filling the cup. Lumion's jaw dropped, confusion once again clouding his eyes. This is what you guys call milk? It's ready. The half-giant vendor handed the milk to Lumion. Lumion instinctively took it and asked in bewilderment, are those mushrooms? Yes, milk mushrooms, the half-giant vendor replied earnestly. You call that mushrooms? Lumion paid in a daze and left the stall with a cup in hand. He couldn't recall how much he paid or even why he started the conversation about buying milk. After walking more than 10 meters, he brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. It tasted like milk. Lumion finished the glass with a frown, finding nothing peculiar. Yet, the liquid came from mushrooms. Just consider it a unique plant. Just consider it a unique plant. Lumion muttered, deciding not to try it again. He feared that drinking too much might turn him into a milk producer himself. He continued to wander aimlessly along streets twice as wide as those in Port Hanth. Suddenly, another half-giant with slightly grayish-blue skin approached, holding a thick book and speaking with unusual enthusiasm. My friend, would you be interested in hearing me introduce our beacon and savior? Lumion smiled, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. Praise the fool! Ah, a brother! The half-giant was both disappointed and delighted. The two of them conversed in ancient Faesac, but Lumion had overheard New City of Silver residents occasionally speaking Jotun, a language that could stir supernatural powers. Are there usually foreigners here? Lumion asked casually. The half-giant smiled and replied, we often have foreigners visiting, exploring, and sightseeing. In the early years, some chose to settle here, but most eventually moved away. Living with us proved challenging for them. Heh, we're too tall and not well versed in the pleasures of life. With that, the half-giant took something from his pocket and handed it to Lumion. I'm pleased to have you as a guest in the new city of Silver. Try our locally made candy. It was a candy wrapped in thin blue-white paper. Lumion didn't hesitate. He took it, tore off the wrapping, and popped the white candy into his mouth. The rich milky aroma and smooth sweetness quickly unfolded on his tongue, creating a delightful experience. Milk flavor. Lumion's curiosity sparked as he inquired with a peculiar expression, "Is this milk candy?" "Yes," the proselytizing half-giant replied with a smile. "What kind of milk did you use?" Lumion hadn't anticipated ever asking such a question. The half-giant replied naturally, "Milk from the milk mushrooms." Lumion held the milk candy in his mouth, torn between spitting it out or swallowing it. He sensed the genuine warmth and enthusiasm when the other party shared the milk candy. As time passed, Lumion witnessed mushrooms with a cooked meat fragrance, mushrooms smelling like fish, and various peculiar mushrooms. His gaze turned lost as he observed the half-giants and giants joyfully sharing their food. Unconsciously, he arrived at a corner of the new city of Silver. A towering building stood there. It was split into two sections. On the left, a spire tower, on the right, a domed tower. The outer wall, standing 30 to 40 meters tall, was a grayish-white hue. The Twin Towers? According to Lively, the spire houses the library and other public facilities, while the domed tower serves as the council office for the ruling 6-member council of the new city of Silver. There must be sealed artifacts and formidable individuals in such a place. Lumion stood nearby, examining the imposing structure before him. His eyes moved across the domed tower and noticed black plants resembling hair growing from the cracks near the ground. They hung there, swaying occasionally in the wind. Lumion diverted his attention and headed towards the spire, eager to explore the books passed down in the new city of Silver, a human settlement existing in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years. Chapter 631, Devilogy. The steeple's base was paved with black stone bricks, and a colossal pillar rose proudly. Lumion felt like a visitor in a giant's kingdom as he strode through the expansive and dimly lit space. The occasional tall residents who effortlessly towered over him only heightened this impression. Guided by the signs on the wall, he ascended to the 3rd floor, revealing rows of imposing bookshelves. The custodian of the library, an elderly man draped in a linen robe, oversaw the space. Even seated, he matched Lumion's height, and his slightly gray skin bore the marks of age. Engrossed in a goatskin-bound book, the library administrator paid no heed to Lumion's entrance, his gaze firmly fixed on the text. Lumion, not rushing to seek permission for his exploration, entered the library and followed the guidelines posted on each row of bookshelves leading to the section housing mythical books. He ran his finger over the weathered leather-bound book and another with freshly copied pages, choosing a tome that chronicled creation myths. Before the bookshelf, Lumion casually flipped through its pages, only to stuff the book back. He couldn't comprehend it. The words were in Jotun. This ancient language, associated with the Beyonder race of giants, possessed the ability to manipulate the forces of nature. Ranked alongside Dragonese, Elvish, and ancient Hermes, Jotun held significant importance in mysticism. Although Lumion had mastered ancient Hermes and Hermes, Jotun remained a language he recognized but hadn't fully mastered. He could barely decipher the title of the ancient book but couldn't comprehend its contents. A sweep of his gaze revealed a corresponding copy of the ancient book, this time written in ancient Fasak, a human language devoid of supernatural influence. Joy surged within Lumion as he retrieved the soft-covered book and settled into the reading area near the window. Throughout the entire process, no one intervened or issued a warning. This library is entirely open to everyone. Even those not residing in the new city of Silver can peruse its contents, but borrowing seems to be off the table? Or perhaps, the knowledge on this level isn't deemed confidential, Lumion mused, maintaining a steady pace. He strolled past the section dedicated to Beyonder creatures, and his keen eyes snagged a book titled Devilogy. Devilogy. Recalling recent encounters, Lumion snagged the corresponding copy. In the reading area, he chose a spot shielded from direct sunlight yet bathed in ample illumination. Seated, he delved into the pages of Devilogy. As he read, Lumien's eyes widened, and his mouth hung slightly ajar. He murmured to himself, "Is it really acceptable to have this kind of knowledge available to the public?" Each piece of information was invaluable. The Devilogy book meticulously outlined the traits and behaviors of creatures from various species after transforming into devils. It also provided detailed analyses of devils with distinct personalities within the same species. For those potentially facing Beyonders of the Devil pathway in combat, the value of this book rivaled that of a potent Grade 2 sealed artifact or its corresponding mystical item. Moreover, how did the new City of Silver come by such knowledge? It's improbable they could compile creature illustrations without dispatching hundreds of devils. Could it be that the half-giants and giants here are devil hunters? Perhaps, in ancient times, when devils were more active, they shared information with other factions. Lumien grew more alarmed as he read on. Midway through, he massaged his throbbing temples, sensing a rapid depletion of his spirituality. Lumien temporarily closed Devilogy, intending to explore the creation myths of the new City of Silver and take a well-deserved break. From the very outset, the creation myth read, "The omnipotent and omniscient God created everything before slipping into a profound slumber." Among the mythical races he brought into being, Giant King Ormer, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, Elf King Saniathrim, Vampire Ancestor Lilith, Devil King Farbody, Phoenix Ancestor Greg Race, Mutant King Faster, and King of Demonic Wolves Fleegria emerged as potent and crazy beings. They partitioned the authority left by the Lord, transforming into ancient deities governing the sky, land, sea, reality, the spirit world, and the astral realm. Abruptly, a dull-skinned, slightly gray finger tapped a specific spot on the page. An aged, raspy voice echoed, "Do not utter this name in any Beyonder language." Lumien looked up, surprised to find the library administrator, previously immersed in his books, standing beside him seemingly out of nowhere. As a hunter, Lumien remained oblivious. Partly due to the lingering dizziness from reading Devilogy, it showcased the library administrator's proficiency in concealing both breath and movement, given his towering stature of more than 3 meters. Lumien redirected his attention to the name indicated by the library administrator. Devil Monarch Farbody. Without awaiting Lumien's inquiry, the library administrator, bearing giant-like traits, shifted his finger a few centimeters and remarked, "It's advisable to avoid pronouncing this name in any Beyonder language as well." Lumien followed the motion of the finger, silently noting the corresponding name in his mind. Vampire Ancestor Lilith. Why am I not allowed to read about it? Lumien expressed his ignorance without reservation. The library administrator spoke in a deep voice, "The Devil Monarch is still alive. This formidable ancient deity remains among the living. And the vampire ancestor is suspected to be alive as well." In recent times, an individual in the city experienced disturbances after uttering the name Lilith in Jotun. Although their life wasn't at risk, they endured prolonged suffering. Ancient deities? Entities that once governed the world before the ancient sun god's era? Lumien recalled fragments of his limited knowledge and inquired thoughtfully, did the ancient sun god rescue humanity from the dominion of these ancient deities? The library administrator, towering at more than 3 meters, turned to the last page and pointed. Lumien read the description, "The omnipotent and omniscient God stirred from slumber, rising from the earth to vanquish the ancient deities and reclaim his authorities." Note, in the present era, the omnipotent and omniscient God is also known as the ancient sun god. Indeed. Among the 8 ancient deities, Devil Monarch Farbody is still alive, Vampire Ancestor Lilith is suspected to be alive, and the rest have perished? Giant King Ormer. Why does that name sound familiar? Ah, the provincial capital renowned for its red wine and champagne. What ties does it share with the Giant King? Lumien cautiously inquired, can these 2 names be pronounced in ordinary human language? The vampire ancestors is acceptable, but it's advisable to refrain from attempting the devil monarchs. You must exercise caution even in writing it, responded the colossal library administrator. We are uncertain if the Devil Monarch possesses any special abilities. Exercise caution even in writing. Are all demons like this? Yes, the deity of the Devil Pathway remains alive, an ancient being since the Second Epoch. Lumion murmured, his heart stirred. He retrieved a note with the love incantation from his traveler's bag. Have you encountered this name before? I came across a demon who identified itself as this. Much like the others, it cannot be spoken or written, only thought. The library administrator accepted the note with a hand capable of engulfing Lumion's head. His gaze swept over the name laboriously. He lapsed into deep contemplation. After a minute or two, he silently retrieved a copy from a concealed location within the bookshelf. The book's title read, A Summary of Rumors and Hearsay Before the Cataclysm. 1. What a simple name. Lumion observed as the library administrator opened the newly acquired book, pointing at a particular line of text. As anticipated, it's right here. Lumion fixed his gaze and read silently. After the Devil Monarch Farbody led the devils back to the abyss, occasional rumors persisted of demons enticing humans. The demons operated under the following names: Beelbubbly, Almas, Samel, Lilatan, and Naboritusly. A high-ranking demon hunter speculated that these names conceal the aliases of Devil Monarch Farbody. The Devil Monarch Farbody's alias? Lumion felt a jolt as a thin layer of sweat coated his back. Could Naboritusly be the Devil Monarch? The sealed blood-colored demon was the Devil Monarch? No, it doesn't seem likely. If it were a genuine ancient deity, catching just a glimpse of his form wouldn't have resulted in my eyes exploding in a dream. I would have lost control immediately. Yes, perhaps Farbody's pseudonym is among these names, but it doesn't necessarily mean Naboritusly is him. Lumion wiped his forehead with his right hand, forcing a smile as he addressed the library administrator. As a foreigner, am I truly allowed to read these books? The knowledge they contain is exceedingly precious. The library administrator responded calmly, the chief has already informed us that you are Mr. Fool's blessed. Very well. Lumion found it amusing. Apparently, not every foreigner could access this library. The library administrator offered no further warnings. He took the book chronicling pre-cataclysm rumors and departed from Lumion's vicinity. Lumion continued to alternate between reading Devilogy and creation tales, taking breaks as needed. As evening approached, he barely concluded both books and departed from the Twin Towers. Releasing his compressed spirituality, Lumion teleported back to the berries in Port Hanth. Surveying the still bright sky, Lumion confirmed that the investigation into Hanth Island's demon legends had reached its conclusion. The matter delved into complexities beyond his reach. He no longer hesitated about his next steps and plans. Since he hadn't fully digested the Conspirer potion, he resolved to head to West Balam and seek out Hisoka. There, he would hunt to digest the potion and complete the advancement ritual. Chapter 632, Conspiracy. Late at night, in Trier, Angoulême de François sat in front of a small analyzer and a radio transceiver, attentively listening to the clicks and observing as a translated telegram was produced by a mechanical typewriter. The signature above simply read Hidden Blade. Having exchanged a few messages, Angoulême remained composed. He picked up the telegram and swiftly skimmed through its contents. When you're protecting high-ranking government officials and members of parliament daily, do you tail them even during personal moments like affairs or trips to the washroom? A wry smile formed on Angoulême's face. He contemplated responding the Hidden Blade with, "What occupies your thoughts all day?" However, in the blink of an eye, his eyes narrowed as he tapped away on the mechanical typewriter. "Tell me, what crime do you intend to commit? Which high-ranking government official or member of parliament is your target for assassination? Damn it." Franca, seated in the master bedroom of her apartment, squirmed uncomfortably. Why did it feel like she was undergoing police interrogation? She dryly chuckled to herself and replied on the mechanical typewriter. "I'm just curious. Following them would be awkward, and not doing so might expose a security vulnerability easily exploitable by others. She refused to acknowledge any plans involving the Minister of Industry in the current government. After a while, 007 sent a new telegram. I rarely undertake such missions. Initially, I dealt with Beyonder incidents and battled cultists. Later, I got promoted and no longer had to participate in daily protection operations. Based on my knowledge and limited experience, we have to follow the protectee wherever they go. If they choose to have an affair, at least one of us will discreetly stand by the coat rack, keeping a watchful eye. If time allows, we'll investigate and confirm the identity and background of the target in advance. If the protectee enters the washroom, one of us waits by their side, guarding against potential threats from sewers, ventilation pipes, and shadows. However, there's an exception. If the protectee strongly requests and writes an exemption, we can respect their privacy. After all, we're not their parents obligated to protect their every move. If they perish, someone else will take their place. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad, but those aspiring to be high-ranking government officials and members of parliament can fill Avenue du Boulevard. Moreover, such officials and MPs don't often possess exceptional foresight and wisdom. What matters is the position they hold, not the individual. Very few high-ranking officials and MPs choose to write exemptions for privacy, but they tend to do so when discussing confidential matters with their team. 007, did you work overtime so much that you harbor resentment? Franca chuckled inwardly. She felt that 007 wasn't as laid back as she would have liked. If it were the two members from Lowen, they would likely say, it's fine if most high-ranking officials who don't deal with real matters or MPs who only give speeches are dead. Even curly-haired baboons in their positions would perform better. At least the baboons wouldn't smack their heads to formulate policies or work for personal gain. They wouldn't boast about their wisdom and desire to show off. They'd simply enjoy bananas and play happily. That's the least harmful thing for the entire country. Franca read 007's telegram again and turned to Jenna, who was sitting by the bed. The protective measures are tight, and there are no loopholes to exploit. Yes, that's the case with the purifiers. The machinery Hivemind and Bureau 8 should be similar. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had been gathering information for a while and had devised several plans, but they still found it unsafe and uncertain. Hence, they consulted 007, seeking clarification on the security situation around Morinavigny. Being a cabinet minister of a country, Morinavigny was not an easy target for assassination. Moreover, Franca and the others' primary goal wasn't assassination. Even if they considered it, they had to factor in the time required for spirit channeling, making it even more troublesome. Listening to Franca's summary of 007's response, Jenna pondered for a moment and said, if it were any other demoness, they might choose to sacrifice their established legitimate identity by seducing Morinavigny and pretending to be shy to make the minister get an exemption from the protectors. However, I don't think that's feasible. Morinavigny is likely a mirror person, and mirror people have a close relationship with the demoness pathway. They might be especially wary of a demoness approaching them. Franca had initially hesitated to involve Jenna in the operation against Morinavigny because the demoness of Black Clarice would secretly monitor and provide assistance at critical moments. It would be risky if she discovered Jenna using the demoness pathway's abilities. However, Jenna insisted on participating. Her reasoning was, after Franca admitted to Clarice that she hadn't experienced pleasure for a long time, the demoness of Black would likely suspect her relationship with Franca. After all, Franca had approached Brown Sauron under the guise of attending a female orgy. Therefore, Jenna wanted to showcase a vampire's abilities and combat style in front of the demoness of Black. The mystical item she currently possessed would allow her to disguise herself effectively and maintain sufficient combat strength. The prerequisite was that she had to conceal the arrow of the bloodthirsty well and hide it under her clothes. As for mirror substitution, she could explain it away with Franca since Anthony had one too. Franca had muttered, demonesses can also have pure love, but as she finished speaking, she awkwardly changed the topic and tacitly allowed Jenna to participate. Franca, sitting cross-legged, nodded slightly and said, Inevitability's strength is unknown. He might be very formidable. If we attempt to seduce him, we risk becoming his prey if he's vigilant, possibly even losing our lives. Sigh, I'd better write to Lumion and see what he thinks. Franca chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ever since he left Trier, my brain seems to have gone on vacation. She was mocking her past laziness, acknowledging that she often delegated the primary responsibility of thinking to Lumion while playing a supporting role. Jenna chuckled and said, "You're really good at self-deprecating. That's what I admire most about you. You're open-minded and cheerful." Franca chuckled. Teasing can liven up the atmosphere and foster closer relationships, but sometimes, if you can't gauge others' acceptance, teasing can easily turn into mockery. It's safer to make a self-deprecating remark. As the two demonesses conversed, a telegram clattered in. It was still from 007. Franca's eyes lit up as she read the telegram. The telegram read, "Hidden Blade, if you disclose your target and provide sufficient reason, I might be able to offer assistance and discreetly cooperate with your actions." Wow, what a bro! Franca praised inwardly as her fingers swiftly moved over the mechanical typewriter. Here's the deal. I currently possess ample evidence to believe that the Minister of Industry, Inevitability, is a mirror person who has infiltrated Trier and assumed the original owner's identity for decades. Haha, I didn't reveal this earlier because I needed to acquire crucial information from Inevitability. If he's captured by you, I can't guarantee that you'll gain access to pertinent information, so I plan to take action myself. Phew. There's hope. Franca turned around and joyfully raised her right index and middle fingers to Jenna. Before long, 007 responded, "Gather the results of your previous investigations and Inevitability's information promptly and place it at the designated contact point. I'll verify it first and find an opportune moment. Await my further instructions." Franca's face lit up with joy. She pursed her lips and sent a brief telegram. "It's highly likely that a demigod of the demonist sect will be involved in this operation. Exercise caution." Jenna read it quietly and asked thoughtfully, "Are we still seeking Lumion's opinion?" "Yes," Franca replied without hesitation. "As the saying goes, 3 smelly cobblers are as good as Roselle. With more people brainstorming, we may uncover better solutions." "What kind of proverb is that? Why haven't I heard it before?" Jenna suspected that Franca was making it up. The crimson moon remained unseen, with only the stars casting a faint glow. Seated in the Barry's first-class suite, Lumion perused Dutton's textbooks when his messenger, penitent Banefell, abruptly materialized before him. Banefell, draped in a black clergyman's robe, resembling a charred corpse, handed over the letter. Lumion caught it, inhaling the lingering fragrance on the paper. Franca's letter. Jenna even held and read it. Lumion made a casual judgment as he observed his messenger curiously. He had a persistent feeling that penitent Banefell harbored many untold stories, but every attempt to engage in conversation was met with stoic silence. After Banefell traversed into the spirit world, Lumion unfolded the letter, reclined in his chair, and leisurely read. With 007's help, this shouldn't be difficult. Lumion smiled suddenly and whispered to himself, "If it doesn't work out, they can force the bait. Focus on the mirror person's wariness of demonesses and the potential strength they possess to lure him." When Inevitability believes the target is a bait from the demonist sect, with a demigod hiding behind her, planning to take the poison pill and retreat to deliver a bomb, he'll find himself facing 1 or 2 angels, 3 to 5 demigods. However, this way, Franca's demonist sect mission will be finished. Lumion's thoughts raced as he crafted and discarded one plan after another. Tomorrow, the Barrys would depart from the Berserk Sea, sailing into the southern continent's waters. When the time came, the ship wouldn't need to navigate complex twists and turns to avoid storms, maelstroms, and mystical phenomena. It could head directly for its destination port in West Balam. Suddenly, Lumion sensed something and stood up. Approaching the window, he peered out. In the darkness not far away, an ancient 3-masted sailboat sailed silently. There were no lights on the ship, and no one strolled on the deck. Chapter 633, West Balam. Lumion had heard from Lugano that ships deviating from the safe sea route might mysteriously disappear. In a few years, they would occasionally appear at night, with no lights or people. This seemed to be the case now. In the past, Lumion might have teleported over out of curiosity, taking advantage of the three-masted sailboat's re-entry into a safe sea route to assess its internal condition. However, after encountering the demon legends on Hamp Island, he felt that less curiosity was better. As long as the uninhabited ship traveling in the darkness didn't exhibit signs of attack or an imminent danger, he could treat it as a unique spectacle of the Berserk Sea and simply observe. The brown ship gradually distanced itself, leaving only the billowing sails in its wake. Abruptly, Lumion, utilizing his exceptional vision, spotted a face silently staring out of an open hole in the cabin's uppermost window. The face, shriveled and pale white, clung tightly to the bones, devoid of flesh and blood. Flaxen-colored hair cascaded like withered weeds. The eyeballs were absent, leaving only a void of deep darkness. It resembled the head of a desiccated corpse, yet its lips were surprisingly vibrant, as if recently adorned with lipstick. Lumion instinctively sensed the face belonged to a woman. At least, she had been a woman when alive. He refrained from raising his right hand for a warm greeting. Instead, he quietly observed as the ancient three-masted sailboat sailed beyond the safe sea route and into the dark night. The desiccated face, with blood-red lips and pitch-black eyes, blended into the darkness. Only then did Lumion wave his hand and offer a faint smile. "Goodbye. You won't be missed." He then helped Franca and the others to devise a plan to confront more Inevitability. Ultimately, he opted to await further information from 007 before finalizing their strategy. Conspirer wasn't a visionary, known for conjuring conspiracies out of thin air. They required substantial information as a foundation. When Lumion awoke at dawn, the berries emerged from the dense, death-carrying fog of the Berserk Sea. Before him stretched a clear blue sea, bathed in the intense sunlight of the high sky. The next day, the berries bypassed Barons Harbor at the northernmost tip of West Balam. Instead, they continued southwest, reaching Port Pilas by 4 p.m. Situated in Madani, the port was under the rule of Admiral Quirrell. Originally a colony of the Intis Republic, Port Pilas saw Intis colonists withdraw after the war a few years ago. Subsequently, various factions from the Phaenopoder Kingdom, maintaining a favorable relationship with Admiral Quirrell, took control. Lumion's target, Hisoka, was yet to surface in Port Pilas, but Lumion knew that the two pranks he had engaged in were in Madani. One occurred in Tizimo town, at the outskirts of Port Pilas, closest to the forest, and the other in Devise, the southernmost gold mine city in Madani. As Lumion unbuttoned the second button on his linen shirt, he remarked to Lugano in a self-deprecating tone, "I feel like I'm shunned by winter and have been living in a scorching environment." Having arrived in Port Santa during late autumn, which was relatively hot and sunny, Lumion moved on to Port Kala as Port Santa began to cool. His journey continued through what his sister called the tropics, devoid of winter and maintaining a temperature of at least around 20 degrees Celsius. While Trier was already in midwinter, the southern continent was experiencing the height of summer. This made Lumion's specially prepared black tweed coat and Gehrman-style trench coat impractical. "Because we've been traveling south all autumn," Lugano declared authoritatively on matters of weather and seasons. Lumion donned a golden straw hat and strolled down the gangway to the port, hand in hand with Ludwig. He boldly embodied the traits of the adventurer Louis Barry. Initially, Lumion had contemplated altering his strategy, adopting a new identity to discreetly investigate the two pranks in Madani and uncover Hisoka without drawing attention. However, after Franca vividly detailed Hisoka's usual characteristics to Anthony Reed, the hypnotist's profiling revealed an exceptionally aggressive trait, ranking among the top. As a result, Lumion reconsidered and returned to his role of casting out bait. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that success was a slim possibility. The sea sacrificial ritual and Loki's survival had likely provided Ahsoka with a comprehensive understanding of the factions backing him. April Fools, with its former display of resources and energy, seemed ill-equipped to challenge the might of the Tarot Club. And Lumion wasn't solely relying on the Tarot Club for support. If he were in Ahsoka's shoes, Lumion would opt for patience. He'd wait a month or two, allowing the vengeful enemy to grow restless and make mistakes. When the formidable forces behind him could no longer guarantee protection, he'd launch a surprise attack. For now, let's not devise a plan. I'll consider it when I find clues, Lumion muttered to himself. Leaving the port alongside a throng of passengers, he reached the public carriage stop. Numerous rental carriages and pitch-black or vermilion coffins were parked nearby. Coffins? Despite having read many travelogue books on West Balam's customs, Lumion found it absurd to witness coffins lining the roadside. Before the invasion of the northern continent, before East and West Balam's division, the Balam Empire revered Death, the emperor of the underworld from the War of the Four Emperors. Thus, the locals valued and loved coffins, considering them objects that brought peace, tranquility, and the blessing of death. When traveling, they would lie inside, carried by people or pulled by horses and single-horned goats. Of course, this form of transportation was reserved for those of a certain wealth level. Ordinary people couldn't even afford lying in a coffin. After a momentary daze, Lumion addressed Lugano and Ludwig with interest. "Do you want to take the coffin?" "I plan to give it a try." I'll pass," Lugano replied, finding the idea of lying in a coffin unsettling. Ludwig shifted his attention to the nearby street vendors. The aroma of corn and potatoes intertwined, enticing every passerby and prompting increased saliva production. "How lame," Lumion teased with a smile. Approaching the four locals with disheveled black hair and dark brown skin, he raised his right hand and pointed at the pitch-black coffin beneath the shade of a tree. "How much?" Lugano inquired in fluent Dutanese before Lumion could. "How much?" Lugano inquired in fluent Dutanese before Lumion could. His linguistic talent was evident. Less than a month had passed since their departure from Port Santa to their arrival at Port Pilas, and he could already communicate with people in Dutanese. Of course, his proficiency was limited to basic words and short sentences. A half-naked local in linen pants replied in Dutanese, "Nearby, 40 kopit, far away, 1 vril d'or." Recognizing the foreigner's inquiry, he refrained from quoting the price in the local currency, Delexi, the Intisian term for copper coins. Quite affordable. This coffin, carried by 4 people, should be considerably cheaper than the one carried by 8. Lumion mused, appreciating the direct use of vril d'or and kopit. It showcased the recent Intisian influence in the former colony, lost only a few years ago. Lumion's grasp of Dutanese surpassed Lugano's, thanks to the mid-level language comprehension charm he had used on the ship. Learning Dutanese in this manner proved more efficient. Regarding charm consumption, Lumion harbored no concerns. In his view, items served a purpose, and there was no concept of waste as long as they proved useful. He couldn't align with those miserly individuals who hoarded their wealth throughout life, only for it to benefit others after their demise. If he urgently needed language comprehension charms, he could acquire them from the curly-haired Baboons Research Society. If their gathering didn't align with his schedule, teleporting to various cities in Lenberg would allow him to purchase them from the Church of Knowledge. "Sure," Lumion nodded at Lugano and said, "Let's go to Hotel Orella." After Lugano paid 1 vril d'or, the local who had quoted the price lifted the thin coffin lid, revealing the interior covered with thick dark red cloth and a stiff neck pillow. Excitedly, Lumion removed his golden straw hat and lay down, immediately feeling a cooling sensation enveloping his body. In the hot season, the coffin effectively dispelled the humidity. Is it the coffin's wood or the sun-screening black paint, or perhaps the shade of the tree? It feels like stepping into a morgue in the summer, surprisingly comfortable. Lumion observed the thin coffin lid closing, witnessing the shadows rapidly expanding until they dominated his world. Outside, the voices became muffled in his ears. The coffin was lifted, swaying slightly as it moved forward. Within Lumion's view, Everything was dark, and his surroundings exuded a sinister, cold ambience. For some reason, it felt like he was walking toward death, touching it. Setting aside the psychological discomfort, it isn't bad. The only downside is the tendency to easily fall asleep. Lumian evaluated the mode of transportation in a good mood. It's unsuitable for mixed-gender rides, which could be more awkward. Heh, I wonder if the romantic Intisians have ever engaged in an affair under such circumstances. Nearly half an hour later, the coffin halted in front of Hotel Orella. Lumian stepped out, finding himself in front of a small, man-made valley. Rows of grayish-black stone rooms encircled the inner wall of the deep valley until reaching the bottom. This was Port Pilus's most renowned Hotel Orella. Originally belonging to a Balam royal family descendant, Orella Eggers, it had been constructed with the intent of approaching death. Later, it fell into the hands of Intis colonists. Upon the Phainopotarians' arrival, they perceived it as a symbol of entering the earth and returning to the land, prompting its transformation into a sizable hotel. Chapter 634, Fresh off the boat. In the well-lit lobby of Hotel Orella, above ground, Lugano effortlessly balanced Ludwig, munching on a burrito, in one hand and clutched his suitcase in the other. His eyes darted around uneasily. From his adventurous beginnings to trailing Lumian south, he'd never lodged in a place proudly declaring itself a hotel instead of a motel. He'd only encountered Trier's renowned Grand Champs-Élysées in newspapers and magazines, learning that its construction cost a whopping 21 million vril d'or. With 800 rooms and 65 functional halls, even the most basic accommodations demanded 12 vril d'or per day in the off-season. A stark contrast to Lugano's usual frugal 3.5 vril d'or weekly motel stays. The bustling metropolis of Trier had left an indelible mark on Lugano, urging him to rise above and recommend himself to Lumian. Accumulating wealth, obtaining potion ingredients, and advancing to doctor became his priorities. He aspired to join the ranks of high society. Only when he became a doctor did he grasp the vastness of the beyonder world. He had barely scratched its surface. The male receptionist, sporting curly black hair, dark brown skin, and a keen countenance, addressed Lugano in fluent Intisian. "Would you prefer a suite or a standard room? Are you inclined towards a coffin bed or a conventional one?" Lugano glanced at his employer. Lumian toyed with a caramel-colored East Balam cigarette wrapped in roasted tobacco leaves, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. He savored the blend of tobacco leaves, internal spices, and assorted herbs. The aroma was mildly invigorating and redolent, tempting one to inhale deeply. A suite. Standard, and closer to ground level. Lumian had sampled rental coffins for transportation and had no plans to continue sleeping in them. It wasn't a traumatic experience, but it did alter his perception of his surroundings. In case of an attack, it could impede his initial response. Lugano sighed in relief upon hearing Lumian's decision and conveyed the employer's request to the male receptionist. 8 vril d'or a day. 3 days' payment in advance, the native male receptionist stated the price. After Lugano completed the payment, the receptionist, with a nod to his colleagues, said obsequiously, "I'll escort you down." 3 mechanical elevators stood at the back of the hall. Lumian and his group entered the middle door, pulling the brass handle to B3. Chains tightened, gears clamped, and various metal parts started to operate with resonating sounds. In the distance, it resembled the roar of a boiler, and white steam billowed out. As the mechanical elevator descended, the native receptionist glanced at Ludwig and smiled at Lumian. "Settling down in Port Pilus, are you? If you need info on local grammar schools and rentals in different communities, feel free to approach me." In his view, anyone bringing a 7 or 8-year-old child to the southern continent was likely moving, not merely traveling. After all, the child was too young for perilous long-distance journeys. Moving meant finding a house, renting or buying, and choosing a good school. These were all opportunities to make money. At the mention of school, Ludwig, munching on a roasted corn cob, suddenly stopped chewing, as if the food had lost its fragrance. Lumion wasn't oblivious to the native receptionist's thoughts but didn't mind. Instead, he admired the man's shrewdness. He grinned and remarked, "I'll take a look first. We haven't confirmed if we would stay in Port Pilas." At that moment, the mechanical elevator halted at B3. Entering the room on the right, with a stone fence on one side and the Cold Valley aisle on the other, Lumion addressed the native receptionist, "Do you know Tizimo Town?" The native receptionist, aiding Lugano with the suitcase, slightly bent and led the way. "I do. Many gentlemen head to Tizimo on weekends for forest hunting. There are secret temples and mausoleums left behind by former nobles in the forest. If you want to have fun, don't venture too deep. The primitive tribes there are barbaric and savage." Lumion nodded, not probing further. Upon reaching Suite 7 and entering the living room, he casually tossed a Verldor silver coin to the native receptionist. "What's your name?" The receptionist, pleasantly surprised, responded, "You can call me Ron." Lumion chuckled. "I might have to trouble you often in the future. For example, what's the name of the nearest and better bars?" "Where is it?" Ron touched the silver coin and smiled. "It's my honor to assist you. Head to the Man-Eating Flower Bar. Intition is used for communication there. It's on the street behind our hotel." Lumion instructed Lugano and left the room with Ron, waiting for one of the mechanical elevators. Inside, a man with a deathly pale face and vacant eyes stood. The man's face was deathly pale and his eyes were vacant. He wore a wrinkled shirt and pants. Lumion glanced at him without a word. Amidst the tightening of the chain and the relatively stable elevation, the mechanical lift returned to the ground. Once the vacant-eyed man exited the lift and distanced himself from them, Ron leaned closer to Lumion and whispered, "I wanted to remind you to pretend not to see that customer." "Who is he?" Lumion asked casually. Ron glanced around and lowered his voice. "He resides in a suite at B18, a servant of Mr. Ivelgsta. That gentleman's servants don't seem normal." "Of course, it's not normal. They are walking corpses," Lumion criticized. He had already observed the servant and realized his fate was dark and that of a deceased. Lumion wasn't surprised to encounter such a situation in a country that once worshipped death. Having already seen the Blood Emperor's afterimage, encountering a zombie was hardly shocking. In the sweltering evening, Lumion bypassed the artificial deep valley where Hotel Orella stood and entered a street with an unpronounceable name. He spotted a bar adorned with an exaggerated man-eating flower. Donning a golden straw hat, he lit the East Balam cigarette purchased from the hotel lobby and placed it between his lips. Cough, cough, cough. Lumion quickly coughed, emitting white smoke from his nose. His intention was to showcase his experience as an experienced adventurer by smoking East Balam cigarettes, but he hadn't anticipated their potency. As someone who rarely smoked, he found it unbearable. In Cordu, various cheap alcohols abounded, but cigarettes were scarce. Lumion had only witnessed Pons Benet, Louis Lund, and a few others indulging in smoking. After extinguishing the East Balam cigarette and tossing it into the trash can, Lumion entered the bar and skillfully approached the counter. He pulled up a bar stool and settled in. Sensing the lingering smoke in his mouth, he opted for something milder. He tapped the counter and spoke in Intition, "A glass of Kilju, the regular kind." 10 licks, replied the bartender, a local man in a white shirt and black vest, his Intition tinged with a distinct accent. Lumion settled the bill and awaited the bartender's pour. He discreetly surveyed the area, noticing nobody paying him any heed except for a dozen wanted posters adorning the bar's wall. Thoughtfully accepting the amber-colored Kilju, he adjusted his golden straw hat and addressed the bartender with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" The bartender glanced at him and smiled back. Every now and then, a self-proclaimed renowned adventurer poses that question, but I'm sorry, I don't know you. From the looks of it, the adventurer Louis Barry's exploits in hunting the demon warlock are primarily known in the Fog Sea. My rising fame was tied to activities within the Church of Earth Mother's sphere of influence. Louis Barry's reputation waned upon entering the Berserk Sea, and few in West Balam are familiar with him. If Hisoka isn't stationed at the docks every day, he likely doesn't know about my arrival in Port Pilas. Lumion refrained from erupting in rage at the bartender's words. He sipped his killju, contemplating the situation. Noticing Lumion's silence, the bartender casually smiled and remarked, "You just arrived in the southern continent, right?" "Yes, I left the Berserk Sea this morning." Lumion seamlessly assumed the role of a regular at Old Tavern, recounting his story with a smile. Encountered a ghost ship in the Berserk Sea, danced with dried corpses under the moon, and repelled a demon's attack. Praise the mother of all things. You might never understand how magical and dangerous the Berserk Sea is. The bartender wiped the glass's inner wall and interrupted Lumion. "I know. After all, that's where death disappeared." "Where death disappeared?" Lumion asked in surprise. While he had speculated about the dangers of the Berserk Sea and abnormal weather being linked to a deity's demise, he hadn't expected such an easy answer. The bartender regarded Lumion with an expression that implied, "You're actually a rookie. Have you never heard of the legend of treasures at sea? At the top is Death's Key. It's said that at the end of the fourth epic, Death, who had lost the Pale White War, stirred violent waves to obstruct the returning enemy to Balam, creating insurmountable obstacles that severed the northern and southern continents. However, he ultimately didn't return to his throne and vanished. Only those with the special key can find him, discover the treasures he left behind, and gain his boon." The bartender's tone was complicated. Lumion fell silent. He had embarked on the sea seeking revenge and held little interest in treasure legends. He hadn't anticipated missing such crucial information. Just then, the heavy wooden door of the bar creaked open. The once noisy bar hushed in an instant. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Lumion turned his body, fixing his gaze upon the door. Chapter 635, Man-Eating Flower. At the entrance of the Man-Eating Flower bar, a figure strode in. A woman, neither towering nor petite, clad in a conservative, deep black dress, caught everyone's attention. Her eyebrows were meticulously drawn, her skin thickly powdered, and her cheeks adorned with noticeable blush. Her lips shone gorgeously, and the area around her eyes sparkled with gem-like hues. Despite the woman's excessive makeup and unconventional style, her captivating brown eyes, high-nose bridge, luscious lips, and curvaceous figure emitted a potent charm. Male patrons in the bar shifted their gazes to the door, momentarily silent. Only when the woman acknowledged a few customers with an aloof nod did the atmosphere spring to life. Some attempted conversation, while others raised their voices at their companions, trying to make an impression on her. Without lingering, the woman navigated through the crowd and settled on the opposite side of the bar counter. Unique. If Franco were here, she'd surely strike up a conversation. Lumion felt a twinge of regret for his companion and averted his gaze. He smiled at the bartender and commented, "That lady seems quite popular." The bartender wiped away the expression reserved for new adventurers and replied sternly, "She's my boss." "Boss?" Lumion suddenly recalled the bar's name and asked thoughtfully, "Man-Eating Flower?" "It's her." The bartender lowered his voice and approached the beautifully made-up woman of indeterminate age. He poured her a glass of some unknown brand of black rand. After the bartender returned, Lumion asked curiously, "Why does she have the nickname Man-Eating Flower?" "She seems very popular." The bartender instinctively turned his head, observing his boss as she focused on her drink and surveyed the patrons nearby. Leaning in, he whispered, "In Port Pilas, women of her caliber often relish the pursuit and adulation of men but keep them at arm's length. Our boss, however, is different. If she takes a liking to you, she'll extend an invitation for a memorable night. Sometimes, we can hear her passion echoing through the halls upstairs." The bartender paused, a mix of nostalgia and desire evident on his face. "Pleasure?" Lumion subtly frowned and inquired with a smile, "Have you ever been the object of her affections?" The bartender fell silent. For a moment, Lumion wondered if the other would smash his head with the cup in hand. Changing the subject, Lumian asked, "Aren't there brash men who try to force themselves on your boss?" The bartender sighed and replied, "Remember the name of our bar? Man-eating flower. Is that what it means?" Lumian grasped the meaning. The bartender elaborated, "Those who tried to force themselves on our boss ended up badly. Some were severely injured or thrown down the stairs. Others simply vanished. Even those who caught her eye would be pale the next day, legs unsteady. They couldn't walk properly. That's why she's called man-eating flower. She embraces it. Eventually, she named the bar after it. This is a departure from the demonesses of pleasure style. But each demoness has her own unique approach. Franca, a demoness of pleasure, stands out from the rest." Lumian's curiosity sated, he didn't delve further into the bar owner. Instead, he retrieved an ordinary deck of poker cards from his traveler's bag and asked, "Have you come across anyone using poker cards as a weapon recently?" According to Anthony Reid's analysis of Hisoka, a key member of April Fools, Hisoka had a strong inclination towards self-expression. After successfully creating the poker card with the ability to change its face, possessing frost and cut characteristics, it was clear he wouldn't limit its use to mere April Fool's pranks. When engaged in combat or carrying out acts of violence, he wouldn't hesitate to employ the mystical item to end his target's life. This information presented a promising lead for investigation. Regarding the two pranks orchestrated by Hisoka, they revolved around Madani and were linked to relatively confidential or significant local affairs. Individuals who weren't locals or lacked prolonged residence wouldn't spontaneously choose this area unless they also possessed ample information to support their actions. Lumian reasonably suspected that Hisoka's original sphere of activity centered on Madani and its neighboring regions. This rationale prompted his journey to Madani, despite believing that Hisoka had likely heeded Loki's warning and evaded capture, concealing himself. Understanding Hisoka's past was crucial to deciphering his present and ending his future. The native bartender scoffed at Lumian's inquiry. "Do you think I'd have that information? Consult the patrol team. Whether they choose to answer is another matter." Patrol team. Lumian didn't mind and nodded slightly. Established by Admiral Quirrell, the ruler of Madani, the Among Beyonders. In this state, following the withdrawal of most Intis colonial forces, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the Church of God of Steam and Machinery, and the new Cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother lacked official authority to enforce the law. While these churches maintained Beyonder teams in their cathedrals across different cities, their jurisdiction was limited to self-defense and safeguarding believers within the cathedral. They couldn't address matters akin to their usual spheres of influence or eliminate potential hidden dangers. Admiral Quirrell entrusted the corresponding authority to the newly formed patrol team. Some of the patrol team's Beyonders were veterans from Admiral Quirrell's army, while others were remnants of the former Balam Empire or former adventurers and bounty hunters. What a simple name. Lumian pondered for a moment as he glanced at the few wanted posters on the wall. Admiral Quirrell doesn't want adventurers turning Madani into a hunting paradise? He doesn't want them brawling on the streets under the guise of pursuing targets on wanted posters? The bartender shot Lumian a surprised look. "You're quite sharp for an adventurer. In Madani, the wanted status is earned through crimes committed here. No one cares about your actions elsewhere. As expected of one of the adventure paradises." Lumian lifted the killdew and finished it. Just as he was about to switch to a glass of West Balam-specific liquor to savor its distinct flavors, he felt a gaze upon him. It was the owner of the man-eating flower bar, the woman in the black dress with exquisite makeup. Lumian nodded calmly and shifted his focus back to the bartender. While this man-eating flower was undoubtedly attractive, she couldn't match a demoness in terms of feminine allure. Additionally, Lumian wasn't fond of heavy makeup. At that moment, the woman rose from her seat and sauntered over to Lumian. She curled her lips and remarked, "I can sense that you're like me, a living volcano, but it hasn't erupted yet. You're still enduring and waiting in pain. Tonight, are you willing to feel my passion?" Lumian raised his right hand and stroked his face. "You're taken with me just like that?" Come to think of it, I've been a hit with the ladies since my youth. Being a hunter, I've often found myself surrounded by all sorts of beauties. Could this be the subtle influence of the true men pathway? It doesn't add up. According to the Adventurer series and recent Sea Rumors, Mr. Fool's oracle, Danitz, is also from the hunter pathway, yet his romantic endeavors were fruitless, and he doesn't boast any notable female companions. Lumion muttered internally and stood up. He offered a smile and inquired, "How should I address you?" Belotia. The woman's smile relaxed, making Lumion feel that she might appear even more stunning without her heavy makeup. Lumion took off his golden straw hat, pressed it to his chest, and bowed slightly. "Madame Belotia, I appreciate your invitation, but there's someone else I hold dear." As he spoke, he disregarded Belotia's slightly stiffened expression and made his way past the man-eating flower, heading for the bar's entrance with composed demeanor. Belotia didn't stop him. Like numerous patrons in the bar, she observed as he swung open the sturdy wooden door and stepped out. As the wooden door thudded shut behind him, Lumion sneered and muttered to himself, "I can resist even the charm of a demoness of pleasure. Why take the risk with a woman of unknown origins? Using someone I like as an excuse is already preserving your dignity. If you still seek revenge, I won't hold back." Having left the bar early, Lumion wandered through the nearby streets, exploring secluded alleys in hopes of stumbling upon incidents or criminals to gather information. After turning a few corners, he suddenly heard a clanging sound emanating from a dark and deserted alley. Silently, Lumion approached and delved into the alley. There, he witnessed an intense battle between two men. One, with evident native characteristics, appeared in his 20s. His face was pallid, and he wielded a sharp but hefty dagger in his right hand. His left palm was slightly open, and a dark shadow hovered in it, creating a chilling atmosphere. The other, in his early 30s, had ordinary facial features and an expressionless demeanor. Short, black hair framed his face, and his dark green eyes were encircled by white. Clad in a plain white shirt and black pants, he wielded longer, sharper weapons resembling scalpels in each hand. At this moment, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their weapons clashing rapidly, resonating with metallic clangs. Observing the skirmish, Lumion recognized that these weren't ordinary individuals. They both bore beyonder characteristics. Halting his advance, Lumion nonchalantly stood with his hands in his pockets, his right foot propped up against the wall. He unabashedly observed the close-quarters combat between these beyonders. Chapter 636, Catharsis. In just over 10 seconds, the two beyonders locked in combat sensed an observer and instinctively distanced themselves, fixing their gaze on Lumion. Casually leaning against the alley wall, Lumion chuckled and remarked, "Go on, keep fighting. Don't mind me." With a heavy dagger in hand, the young native, his left palm slightly open, eyed the black-haired, green-eyed, handsome, golden straw hat-donning Lumion with vigilance. "Who is this? What is he up to?" The short-haired man, armed with two odd-shaped scalpels, was equally vigilant. He, too, eyed Lumion and the vigilant young native. Suddenly, he crouched, arms hanging loose, and black, sulphurous smoke enveloped him completely. Lumion's smile didn't waver, his right eyebrow arched in mild interest. Unfazed, the young native extended his slightly open left hand, releasing a shadow that expanded into a distorted black cloud. This black cloud merged with the sulphurous smoke, swiftly clearing the alley. The crimson moon once again illuminated the scene. However, the short-haired man, with dark green eyes and an emotionless expression, had vanished. Ran off? The young native was shocked, angry, and vexed. As he sought clues, he instinctively turned his head to where Lumion had been. No one stood before the wall. When did he leave? Why didn't I sense it at all? The young native, holding the heavy dagger, pondered in bewilderment, uncertain whether to pursue his target. Relying on his spell-like abilities, Bram skillfully escaped the alley, stowing away the two odd-shaped scalpels. He navigated the dark, unlit paths, frequently changing directions in an attempt to lose his imaginary pursuer. In the process, he pried open a shoemaker's shop on the street, donned a pair of ill-fitting leather shoes, and discreetly handled any signs of his intrusion. After circling 3 times, Bram returned to the alley, entering a simple apartment nearby, constructed from black stones and brown wood. Bram opened his room and entered, closing the wooden door behind him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he withdrew a transparent glass bottle from the grayish-white cloth bag hanging from his waist. The bottle held a nearly colorless liquid, faintly tinged with red. Suspended within, a blood-colored, well-defined mouth hung open, frozen in intense pain and fear. As if admiring a masterpiece, Bram stared entranced at the glass bottle in his grasp. After a moment, he averted his gaze, moved to the side of the room, and opened a cupboard. Within the cupboard, 7 or 8 similar glass bottles awaited, each containing a unique lip. The hues varied, some slightly upturned, others in a pouting stance. Bram positioned his newly acquired spoils in an empty spot, then used sticky blood-colored paint to draw an ominous symbol. With the task complete, his fingers gently explored different lips through the glass bottles, as if assessing each piece in an art exhibition. How twisted! A mocking sight suddenly resonated in Bram's ears. Startled, he whirled around, focusing on the source of the voice. A golden straw hat-donning young man with black hair and green eyes sat in an armchair by the table, the top 2 buttons of his white shirt now casually undone. Him? Bram's pupils dilated as he recognized the man who had witnessed his clash with the numinous episcopate member. The person who had witnessed his battle with the numinous episcopate member. When did he tail me? How did he pinpoint my location without detection? Lumion smiled and cordially responded to the other's unspoken queries. Hasn't anyone informed you that the preservative in those glass bottles is quite noticeable? Moreover, you reek of blood after killing someone. Bram's heart tightened. Are you a hunter? As he spoke, he moved slowly and quietly. You seem to know a lot, Lumion replied calmly. So, why collect those lips, preserve them, and carry them with you? That doesn't sound like the work of a seasoned serial killer. I get it. You have the urge and the necessity to gather trophies. Is it for your own satisfaction or part of a ritual? Heh, desire can be destructive. Even the most cold-blooded are prone to errors, despite their calculated demeanor, often wagering that they won't be caught if they overlook the details. Observing the twisted murderer summon black, sulfurous smoke, Lumion deduced that he was a Sequence 7 serial killer following the criminal pathway. In the Devilogy book of the New City of Silver, it was noted that upon reaching Sequence 8 cold-blooded, also known as the Unwinged Angel, individuals underwent inhuman changes, acquiring 2 or 3 devil spell-like abilities, varying from person to person. Some wielded poisonous flames, while others inflicted damaging curses. The creation of black smoke was one such ability. Combining the target's actions in battle, Lumion concluded he was merely a Sequence 7 serial killer. Bram's brow twitched at Lumion's mockery and sarcasm. Maintaining his cool, he advanced and murmured, "Did you come here just to converse? What is it you seek from me?" As soon as he finished speaking, dense black smoke billowed from the serial killer, carrying a pungent sulfuric aroma. Within the shroud of the dark smoke, Bram's eyes deepened as he unleashed another devil spell. His body morphed, adopting the color of a chameleon, seamlessly blending with the spreading smoke. Swift and silent, he approached the door, opened it with precision, and lunged outside. Bram's vision distorted, and amidst the lingering black smoke, he glimpsed the green-eyed man in the armchair, grinning at him. Suddenly, he found himself back in the room. Contrary to his previous orientation, he now faced away from the door. Bottle of fiction. Upon infiltrating the room, Lumion's initial action wasn't a pose but the creation of a bottle of fiction, one that prevented Beyonders from exiting. Unfazed by the sudden wave of disappointment and frustration, Bram darted to the side within the obscurity of the black smoke obscuring his vision. Rolling to the bedside, he retrieved a 6-barrel machine gun. Raising the machine gun, he aimed it at Lumion and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Amidst the rapid gunfire, Lumion disappeared from the armchair, the furniture torn apart by the storm of metal projectiles. Gone? As this realization hit Bram, he instinctively glanced upward and witnessed the man in the golden straw hat descending from the ceiling. Surrounding him were numerous crimson, almost white, flaming ravens. Swoosh! 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 Fire ravens assailed Bram before Lumien's arrival. Caught within the encirclement, Bram reluctantly abandoned the 6-barrel machine gun. Attempting to evade the impending explosion, he sought refuge under the bed. However, the crimson, nearly white fire ravens dissipated on their own. Lumien landed before him, adorned with a grayish-white lightning brooch. He smiled and said, "Didn't you just ask me what I wanted? What I want is simple. I haven't vented for too long. I'm in dire need of a humanoid sandbag." As he finished speaking, Lumien swung his fist at the retreating Bram. Instinctively, Bram raised his right arm to block. With a resounding bang, a silver-white bolt of lightning surged from Lumien's fist into Bram's arm, coursing through his entire body. Bram shuddered. Despite his inhuman transformation, a momentary paralysis gripped him. Lumien's other fist followed suit, crashing into Bram's side profile. Bang! The serial killer's head tilted, and a spray of teeth accompanied by blood scattered. Once more, silver-white lightning enveloped Bram's head. Bam! 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 Lumien unleashed a barrage of punches, turning the encounter into a tempest, making Bram feel like he was caught in a thunderstorm. The electric shocks made any form of retaliation or defense nearly impossible. Bang! 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 Lumien's expression remained icy as he relentlessly struck Bram's face, chest, arms, and head. The criminal pathway beyonder's chest caved, ribs cracked, face swelled, and skull fractured. Charred marks covered his upper body after the brutal assault. After the relentless beating, Lumien clenched his fists and raised his arm. He crashed into Bram's left shoulder. Bang! Bram's left shoulder crumpled entirely. Collapsed on the ground, twisted and gasping, Bram's breath weakened. "That's it? It's fine. I can get my servant to treat you before continuing," Lumien remarked, wearing a devilish smile that Bram recognized all too well. Without awaiting Bram's fearful response, Lumien removed the Fury of the Sea brooch, stowing it back into his traveler's bag. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Tell me, which family are you from?" Bram, undergoing the initial stages of dehumanization with a robust physique, realized Lumien had purposely avoided vital points in his attacks, leaving him far from unconsciousness. His mind still functioned, and thoughts raced before settling on Lumien's smile. After a momentary silence, Bram weakly replied, "I'm a member of the Anariel family." Chapter 637, Unexpected Information. Anariel, one of the 3 devil families. Lumien recognized the last name from Madame Magician and asked with a warm smile, "What brings you to Port Pilus?" If it weren't for the lineage running in devil families for generations, with descendants naturally inclined towards the criminal pathway, and the other option of the prisoner pathway seemingly trouble-free, Bram Anariel couldn't shake the suspicion that the man before him carried the last name Noise or Beria. Why did he exude more of a devil vibe than Bram himself? Struggling, he lifted his right hand, wiping his swollen and cracked face, cleaning up the blood and flinging it to the ground. With the task completed, Bram responded, "Firstly, it's to gather information about Madani for the family. Secondly, it's to find an opportunity to act as a serial killer." "Do you know what acting is?" He cooperated with Lumien by speaking in Intision. Lumien nonchalantly stood before Bram, who was curled up on the ground, and remarked with a smile, "Your acting is subpar. You don't seem to be a criminal with a high IQ. Why would the Anariel family gather information about Madani?" Bram had no intention of concealing the truth for the family. "We're cooperating with the Rose School of Thought. They want information on this place." "The Rose School of Thought setting its sights on Madani?" "That's right. Madani, seemingly detached from any northern continent nation, holds ties to the Phaenopotter kingdom, but their influence is lacking. With Admiral Quirrell's sway, even if the Rose School of Thought and the Anariel family dispatch only a handful of agents, resisting may prove challenging. Lumion perceived the stark contrast between the southern and northern continents. Whether in Trier, the Phaenopotter Kingdom, or the maritime colonies, Lumion encountered criminal acts and mystical disasters driven by the pursuit of strength and faith. Encroachments on factions or cities were rare, but West Balam presented a different scenario on his first day. If maritime disorder resulted from chaos, the southern continent teemed with factional conflicts, overt or covert, causing widespread chaos. Lumion, observing Bram's wound clotting, questioned further, what intel does the Rose School of Thought seek? Bram, reflecting, responded, they want all kinds of information, cathedral locations, military camp details, patrol team compositions, port throughput, daily prices, and the locals' lives. Are they preparing to rule this place in the future? Lumion inquired, puzzled. To whom will you hand over the information you gathered? Where? It will be written and placed in the study of an empty house at 17 Oleg Street. My uncle, Devilogy Anariel, will be responsible for retrieving it. We don't usually contact each other, and I don't know where he lives or under what identity, Bram explained in detail. After becoming a devil, his special ability is to completely skin humans and perform complicated processes to create beyonder items with usage or time limitations. No matter who it is, as long as he wears the human skin as clothes, he can transform into the other person and complete the corresponding disguise. As Bram spoke, he wiped the blood off his body and flung it to the ground, as if obsessed with cleanliness. This was mentioned in Devilogy. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. He pondered for a moment and asked, are there any traces of other devils in Madani? Perhaps Bram and his uncle weren't the only ones sent by the Rose School of Thought to gather information. Bram shook his head. Not recently. However, during my investigation, I stumbled upon a string of serial murders around Port Pilus about 4 years back. The victims lay dissected, the scene steeped in blood and marked by the aftermath of a fierce battle. Moreover, the 7 casualties were no ordinary individuals, they were beyonders, ranging from Sequence 7 to Sequence 8. Listening intently, Lumion felt a surge of intrigue. As per Franca's explanation, the name Hisoka stemmed from a literary work hailing from the original world of transmigrators like themselves. One of the character's defining traits was an insatiable appetite for combat and the thrill of extinguishing formidable adversaries, reveling in the ecstasy and carnage of claiming lives. If the target was sufficiently potent, he'd patiently await their growth, perhaps even offer a nudge. Hisoka, a key member in April Fools, adopted this moniker as his code name, driven by an unmistakable urge for self-expression, mirroring this characteristic. Hisoka is a beyonder of the devil pathway. Moreover, his targets are beyonders while he was at the serial killer stage. Unlike other serial killers, he doesn't prey on the weak or ordinary people. If he had been a serial killer 4 years ago, he would likely be at least a Sequence 6 by now. There's a strong chance he's a Sequence 5. Yes, he's concealed his identity very effectively. No one in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society knows his true pathway. Lumion listened attentively to Bram's account without interruption. He eagerly pondered the possibility that Hisoka was a devil or even a desire apostle in his mind. The curled-up Bram glanced up at him, propping his bloody palm on the ground, and straightening his body slightly. This seems like the work of a serial killer. Moreover, he's exceedingly confident in his strength and intellect, daring to target beyonders. However, I noticed some discrepancies. What discrepancies? Lumion concealed his joy behind a gentle smile. Bram shifted his palm to support himself. Serial killers' victims often exhibit degraded behaviors. For instance, those I've selected typically share a common trait: they enjoy inflicting verbal harm and curses upon others for extended periods. Thus, I'd remove their lips and preserve them. However, the 7 slain beyonders had varying identities, backgrounds, and behaviors, lacking the typical degeneracy. Perhaps he's merely a beyonder with a fascination for serial killing, not necessarily acting out the devil pathway. Lumion mused, masking his interest with a teasing tone. He added playfully, "Were you subjected to constant verbal violence as a child? And the cold-blooded and serial killer potions amplified corresponding resentments and psychological traumas?" Bram fell silent, his body gradually stretching out, no longer curled up. Only then did Lumion steer the conversation back to the serial murder case from 4 years ago. "Do you have detailed information about the 7 Beyonders who were killed? Did you identify any suspects during the initial investigation?" Bram shook his head slowly. "I only had read the summary provided by the patrol team, not the full investigation files. Most of the patrol team members were seasoned Beyonders who had encountered mutants and devils before. Their judgment should be reliable." Patrol team. Lumion grinned at Bram and remarked, "Is there any other information you deem crucial to share with me? If not, let's proceed." "Yes, of course." Bram straightened his back abruptly. In the next moment, he spat out foul words in a language Lumion had never heard before. Devil language. As the devil words reverberated, the bloodstains, and bloody handprints that Bram had left on the ground were enveloped in a faint light. A mystical connection seemed to form between them, linking them based on their location, creating sinister symbols and patterns. In the room's far cupboard, glass bottles filled with lips and colorless liquid trembled suddenly, as if rocked by an earthquake. This marked the initiation of a ritual to summon the projection of an abyssal devil. Serial killers executed serial murders not solely for the thrill but also to appease the abyssal devils. Once the killing spree concluded, serial killers could proceed to the final step of the ritual, summoning the projection of the corresponding abyssal devil. This granted them the assistance needed to fulfill their desires. Though Bram's string of murders wasn't entirely finished and fell short by a few targets, he had met the minimum threshold. It satisfied the basic quantitative requirements, allowing him to expedite the ritual. Understandably, this shortcut wouldn't yield the same effectiveness as the standard procedure. Yet, in the face of urgency and danger, Bram paid little heed. He cooperated willingly, divulging information to divert the enemy's focus from his subtle actions. For instance, allowing blood to drip onto the ground in a specific pattern and pressing his blood-stained palm in a particular location. These marks replaced conspicuous evil and degenerate symbols with subtler, blood-stained alternatives. With the preparations complete, Bram could utilize the devil language's activate to trigger the ritual, pleasing a high-level devil and summoning its projection to confront the enemy. Lumion silently observed Bram and Ariel's handiwork, feeling the room steeped in malevolence and tainted by corruption. He raised his right hand, snapping his fingers. Bram, coldly observing him while anticipating the ritual's protection, suddenly heard a rumbling emanate from within his body. In confusion, he lowered his head and scrutinized his form. Crimson flames erupted from within, inflicting the agony of violent waves tearing through his internal organs, bones, and flesh. Darkness gripped Bram's consciousness, accompanied by searing pain. The last sight before losing consciousness, a black-haired young man with green eyes, sporting a golden straw hat, curved his lips, maintaining a warm smile. It was as though he watched a clown diligently tumble into a trap. Rumble. The ritual concluded prematurely. An explosion originating from Bram's body tore him into multiple fragments. Fire infusion and delayed explosion. As Lumion adorned the fury of the sea brooch and ruthlessly assailed Bram, he not only released pent-up emotions but also covertly infused flames into Bram's body, triggering a delayed explosion. This precaution aimed to avert any mishaps. Moreover, there was no intention of granting forgiveness or negotiating a deal to spare Bram. Thus, there existed no psychological barrier to implanting a controlled time bomb within his body, ready to be activated. Rumble. Corpse fragments scattered across the room, some plastering the walls. Yet, this tumultuous event remained contained within the confines of the bottle of fiction. Chapter 638, Possible Enemy. My father bore the last name Anariel, cut down by a curse unleashed by a devil's projection during a ritual gone awry. Inheriting his mantle, I became a beyonder. My mother remains a mystery, perhaps just another name etched into my father's ledger of victims. Upon the murky surface of a dark mirror, Bram Andariel's blood-drained visage recounted his origins with an impassive mask. Franca, invited by Lumion, faced a full-body mirror, employing her unique magic mirror spirit channeling technique to delve into the Andariel family and the Rose School of Thought. Regrettably, Bram lingered on the fringes of the secret organization and his devilish family. His insights were scant. Moreover, to divert Lumion's scrutiny and covertly finalize the ritual preparations, he divulged truths without deceit. With spirit channeling reaching its threshold, Franca posed a final query. Who leads the Andariel family now? Bram's increasingly translucent and sinister countenance contorted abruptly. He's dead. He became a sacrifice. Sacrifice. Such theatricality. Before Franca could delve deeper, Bram's figure waned swiftly, dissipating into nothingness. As the demoness of pleasure concluded the ritual, she clicked her tongue and addressed Lumion. The Andariel family's state is dire. Even the patriarch can be offered as a sacrifice. Are they fully controlled by the Rose School of Thought? In light of the Temperance faction's alignment with the Church of the Fool within the Rose School of Thought, Franca glossed over distinctions between factions. After all, the Rose School likely teemed with adherents of indulgence. Lumion responded contemplatively, the situation in the abyss isn't quite right either. Whether Neighboritusly was the pseudonym of Devil Monarch Farbody or not, the plight of the blood-colored demon deep within Hanth Island mirrored the abyss's troubles to some extent. With a scoff, Lumion remarked, "We're accustomed to damning others to hell and the abyss. We believed it to be the worst place. Who knew the abyss itself could decay? It's falling into its own abyss." A hellish jest indeed. Franca glanced at the pristine night sky, less tainted by industrial pollution. The crimson moon of the southern continent appeared clearer and brighter. She steered the conversation back on track. If Hisoka truly is from the Devil pathway, his actions make sense. The research society was lax. Minimal filters or restrictions on its members. Franca and Lumion were aware that the curly-haired baboon's research society operated in a way that there were no Devil pathway beyonders, but nobody knew the truth. Membership didn't entail self-declaration of pathways or proof. Sequences were discerned through interactions at gatherings. Hisoka remained an enigma, his pathways and sequence elusive even to key April Fool's members. Hisoka has always been a loner. He rarely participates in other April Fool's pranks. Is he afraid of being discovered as a devil? Lumion contemplated, adding, he was most inclined to collaborate with Mad Lady, an unabashed lunatic who couldn't care less. She might even relish the prospect of testing if a devil's blood runs cold. I sense a subtle mockery, insinuating my penchant for experimentation. Yet, despite being a cold-blooded, the remnant blood of the serial killer Bram retained a hint of warmth. Does cold-blooded mainly denote emotional detachment rather than literal coldness? Or could it be the southern continent's summer, heating up the blood of cold-blooded creatures? Franca's musings drifted. Franca then cautioned Lumion, if Hisoka is truly a devil, he'll sense your malice the moment you uncover a key clue. He can decide whether to strike or flee, shifting to another country to hide. Damn it. Pursuing a devil is a real hassle. When we can't beat him, he strikes first. When we can, he's nowhere to be found. We could use a demon hunter in times like these, Lumion half-jokingly remarked. From Devilogy, Lumion knew that Sequence 4 of the Warrior Pathway was the demon hunter, an expert in hunting devils. They were natural adversaries to devils, desire apostles, and even demons. One of the demon hunter's crucial skills was concealing their actions and intentions, making it impossible for targets capable of sensing danger to detect them. Franca concurred succinctly, now I see why Madam Magician sent you the spirit world's coordinates, instructing you to visit the new city of Silver and find Mr. Sun to eliminate the remaining corruption. It's dominated by the warrior pathway and boasts many demon hunters. Though enlisting a demon hunter throughout the entire process might strain our resources. That was a genuine demigod. While dealing with Hisoka was Lumien's personal grudge, major Arcana card holders would also take notice, given Hisoka's potential alignment with that celestial worthy. Lumien chuckled. No need for a demon hunter to intervene directly. I wonder if they can craft charms, potions, or items concealing malice. If so, we can spend a hefty sum through the Tarot Club's connections to acquire them or engage in item exchange. Start inquiring soon, Franka advised. If Hisoka is a desire apostle, be cautious. You carry too many random items, and some mystical items have adverse effects on emotions and desires. He could detonate them, injuring you instantly. As she spoke, Franka's lips trembled before she sealed them shut. Lumien nodded solemnly, refraining from boasting about his ascetic abilities. Having recently endured an explosion of emotions and desires, he understood it was beyond the endurance of an ascetic, causing physical damage to the brain. Franka then said, the one chasing the serial killer was from the Numinous Episcopate, not a regular patrol member. The currents in Madani run deep. The Numinous Episcopate, a clandestine organization in the southern continent, was rumored to trace its origins to the former royal descendants of the Balam Empire and beyonders unwilling to forsake death as their faith. Their ultimate aim was to restore death to his throne, ruling East and West Balam once more. Lumien strolled to the window, gazing at the street. He grinned and commented, "This is the chaotic southern continent. Actually, what piques my interest is why the Rose School of Thought is collecting information about the daily lives of Port Pilus residents. It seems like they want to govern this place. That's not their usual style." Lumien had limited knowledge of the Rose School of Thought's past. All he knew was their recent spree of sacrifices, leaving bloodshed wherever they occupied. Running a city or port for extended periods didn't align with their usual behavior. Nothing is certain. Franka's mind was working overtime recently. After a moment's reflection, she added, regardless of the Rose School of Thought's motives, considering the sacrifices they've conducted in recent years, they should have gained substantial boons from the Mother Tree of Desire. Now, with Devil family members in the mix, encountering a significant Rose School of Thought member may mean dealing with a dual bearer of potions and boons. Perhaps a zombie recipient, Wraith Tree Spirit, or Sex Addict Apostle. Similar to a hunter monk like you. Franka, always more adept at nicknames and unconventional thoughts than Lumien, playfully referred to Beyonders who were both zombies and recipients as zombie recipients. Her primary intention was to caution Lumien that certain Rose School of Thought members might exploit abilities like those of the sex addict to provoke his desires. Later, in their desire apostle form, they could detonate those desires, providing end-to-end service. It would be a formidable challenge. In Lumien's condition, facing such Beyonders posed considerable danger. Lumien chuckled, somewhat self-deprecatingly. Why do I feel like a powder keg, ready to explode with the slightest touch? Nevertheless, I don't intend to meddle in the Rose School of Thought's affairs. I'll write to Madam Magician and report the traces of the Rose School of Thought in Port Pilus. Someone will investigate and handle it. Aren't Mr. Star and Mr. Moon among the major Arcana card holders overseeing the Rose School of Thought? My sole focus is Hisoka. At least, we can be sure that even if he's of the Devil pathway, he likely has no connection to the Anariel family. Otherwise, the Rose School of Thought wouldn't have dispatched Bram and company for reconnaissance. Bram wouldn't have been oblivious if a family member had been active here. Franka hesitated for a moment before adding, just be careful. Having escorted Franka back to Trier, Lumien stowed away Bram's serial killer Beyonder characteristic. It took the form of a sharp-edged, prismatic ice cube, enveloping faint wisps of thin black gas. Upon reaching Hotel Orella, Lumien approached the trio of mechanical elevators, pulled the handle, and stood patiently. With a creak, the double doors opened simultaneously. Lumien's silhouette, elongated by the crystal chandelier behind him, was mirrored in the mechanical lift. Beside him stood a slender human shadow. Chapter 639, Bribe. Lumien stood before the open mechanical elevator door, casting a glance at the slender shadow beside him. With raised eyebrows, he calmly turned his head, noting the sudden presence diagonally behind him. The figure appeared as a tall, thin man draped in a complex, layered black robe. His face bore a pale white complexion, as though untouched by sunlight for an extended period. Atop his black hair sat a fluffy black hat, its edge adorned with a gently swaying white feather. Lumion retracted his gaze and entered the mechanical elevator. The tall, thin man with dark brown eyes following suit in silence. Gripping the brass handle within with his right hand, Lumion selected the desired floor, pressing it down to B3, a definitive click echoing in response. After Lumion selected his intended floor, the lanky man mimicked his action, opting for B18. As they awaited descent, the distant sound of steam hissing reached their ears. Gears whirred to life, chains tightened, and the luxurious mechanical elevator began its gradual descent. Throughout the journey, both remained eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Upon arrival at B3, Lumion departed without a backward glance, heading towards Suite 7 with purpose. As the metal chains continued their retreat behind him, Lumion muttered thoughtfully to himself, Monsieur Ivelgsta? Ivelgsta, residing in B18, harbored lifeless servants. The peculiar appearance of Ivelgsta and the condition of his servants led Lumion to suspect his association with a wraith, a Sequence 5 wraith of the Prisoner Pathway. The Prisoner Pathway, controlled by the Rose School of Thought, held sway over temperance and indulgence factions, both intertwined with the secret organization. It seemed unlikely for a wraith not to be affiliated with the Rose School of Thought. Could it be a rare rogue wraith, or perhaps the vanguard of the Rose School of Thought targeting Port Pilus? Lumion couldn't discount the possibility of a temperance faction member. Yet, in the past few minutes, he discerned no evidence of Ivelgsta's protracted indulgence. Lumion resolved to detail his observations in Madame Magician's letter. Whether something was good or bad would be determined by professionals. Returning to Suite 7, Lumion noticed Ludwig seated at the dining table, indulging in a feast from a ceramic soup pot with a silver spoon. Atop the dish, a layer of cheese infused with egg juice charred in spots. Through the substantial hole Ludwig had carved, Lumion glimpsed a medley of pork, beef, fish, shrimp, shells, potatoes, and tomatoes stewed together. The rich aroma of spices mingled with the meat's essence permeated the living and dining rooms, casting a spell that stirred his appetite. Ludwig continued to eat in silence as Lugano stood up and asked, "Would you like some?" This is the local Ezio. Different chefs choose different ingredients, and the taste will vary. Ludwig, without uttering a word, simply turned his head at Lugano before resuming his meal, quickening his pace. Taking a seat beside Ludwig, Lumion smiled at the cheese-filled boy and said, "I was going to bring you a better supper, but I thought better of it." Confused, Lugano inquired, "What supper?" "You don't want to know," Lumion responded with a devil-like smile. The supper he alluded to was serial killer Bram's corpse. Originally intending to bring a few pieces back for Ludwig to sample and discern any nutrients and information, Lumion reconsidered, aware of Bram's limited knowledge about the Anariel family's peculiarities. Thus, he abandoned the idea of feeding Ludwig out of prudence. From Lumion's observations, Ludwig could derive some strength from eating, releasing the seal. However, consuming a Sequence 7 Beyonder corpse might trigger a significant change. Lumion feared his own strength might not suffice to manage potential complications. Ludwig could potentially turn the tables and consume him as a delicacy. Ludwig's silver spoon paused briefly before he remarked, "If you didn't bring it, why did you mention it?" "Oh, having a little tantrum?" Lumion chuckled inwardly and said, "It's to inform you that we've reached an adventurer's paradise, a land of chaos. You'll have ample opportunities for fine dining in the future." The implication was clear: do well, and I'll remember to reward you with delicacies. Ludwig, spooning a soft potato stew into his mouth, responded vaguely, "I'm not going to school." Does this mean that as long as he doesn't go to school, everything else is negotiable? Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to pay with enough delicacies. Satisfied, Lumion rose and made his way to the washroom adjoining the master bedroom, where he washed up. The brass faucet delivered warm water at a comfortable temperature. Lumian soaked a towel, relishing the refreshing steam that enveloped his face, invigorating him. Hotel Aurella's utilization of a steam engine to power its mechanical elevators and machinery ensured continuous hot water, a notable feature of its service. The following morning, Lumian, sporting a golden straw hat, appeared on Cania Street beside Port Pilus's Resurrection Square. Once the ruling center for Intis colonists in Madani, the area bore remnants of its history with road signs and shop names in the Intisian language. Lumian effortlessly traced the path beneath the Intis parasol trees, arriving at a 4-story beige house showcasing Intis's opulent architectural style. Signs adorned in Dutanese, Intisian, Highlander, Lowland, and Fasak languages marked the building, Port Pilus Patrol Team. Below the sign, 5 lines had the same meaning, only deals with paranormal events. Fully taking into account the needs of adventurers from different countries to report a case. Lumian playfully remarked as he entered the beige establishment. Within the hall, devoid of occupants, Lumian found a receptionist casually perusing the day's local tabloid from a lounging position. The native, in his 30s with dark brown skin and black hair, possessed a slender face and dark brown eyes. Approaching, Lumian addressed him in Intisian, "I want to report a case." The native glanced up, rising unsteadily. He opened a partition behind him, uttering a few incomprehensible words in Dutanese. Lumian could barely understand him speaking in Dutanese. Someone who understands Intisian or Highlander. This won't do. Since you don't understand foreign languages, don't waste time reading the newspaper. Study diligently. Maintaining a genial smile, he patiently awaited other patrol team members to appear. Within a mere minute or two, a young man with fluffy brown hair, appearing as if he had fallen asleep without washing his hair the night before, swung open the door from the depths of the hall. Dressed in a white shirt and an unbuttoned yellow vest, he strolled towards Lumian, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. In fluent Intisian, he inquired, "What case are you filing?" Lumian assessed the young man, unmistakably hailing from the northern continent, cigarette in hand, and brownish-yellow eyes. With a reserved smile, Lumian responded, "I found a killer." Amused, the well-defined young man gestured towards the door. "For killers, go to the police on the opposite street." Opposite the patrol team stood Port Pilus's police headquarters. Maintaining his composure, Lumian reiterated, "He's a serial killer." Serial killer. The young man with the cigarette muttered to himself, a shift in his demeanor indicating a sudden seriousness. "How do you know?" "I found many severed lips in his house, human lips," Lumian disclosed with a reserved smile. "Cut off lips?" The young man, yet to fasten his yellow vest, pressed with urgency, "Where's his home?" After a brief pause, Lumian replied, "I can't spell the street name, but I can take you to the scene. It's on a street near the man-eating flower bar." Forcing himself to calm down, the young man took a drag on his cigarette, asking, "What about the killer? Did you see his face?" "He's dead," Lumian truthfully responded. Taken aback for a moment, the brown-haired young man queried, "How did he die?" Lumian's reserved smile transformed into a more open one. "I killed him." The young man's expression froze in disbelief. He scrutinized Lumian for a few seconds before inquiring, "Are you an adventurer here to collect the bounty?" Bram's serial murders had prompted a local wanted poster issued by Admiral Quirrell. However, the poster lacked a corresponding name or appearance, featuring only a case description due to the suspect's unidentified status. Smiling, Lumian replied, "Sort of, but you can also claim it." The young man furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "The bounty can be yours," Lumian stated, making his intention to bribe clear. The young man cast a glance at Lumian. "What would you like in exchange?" "I want the dossier on a serial murder case from 4 years ago and the relevant items you gathered," Lumian disclosed openly. "There might be something among them that Ludwig could consume." The young man fell into contemplative silence, assessing the pros and cons. Eventually, he scratched his brown hair and said, "I can show you the case dossier and related items, but you can't take them away. You can only copy them. Also, I need to confirm if it's a serial killer at the scene. All right, Lumian agreed, extending his right hand with a smile. Happy working with you. The young man shook Lumian's hand. Nice working with you. You can call me Camus. What about you? Lumian smiled once more. Louis Barry. As Camus entered the door deep in the hall, preparing to gather two teammates, he pondered, Louis Barry. Why does this name sound familiar? Chapter 640, Commonality. On the street adorned with the words Chillicasco and Dutenese, Lumian led Camus and the rest of the patrol team into the apartment crafted from dark black stones and brown wood. The moment he swung open the door to Bram's room, a blend of charred scent and the tang of blood wafted through the air. Corpse fragments lay strewn across the floor, the walls tainted with a mixture of blood and flesh. Handprints, crimson and searing marks adorned every surface. Camus' eyes widened, as if thrust back into the midst of a serial killing. Yet, this was a level of devastation beyond even that. Turning to Lumian, Camus, despite already anticipating the grim answer, habitually inquired, "Where's that person's body?" Lumian gestured towards the scattered remains and minced meat, responding with a grim smile, "All of these." Camus fell into a momentary silence before signaling his two stunned teammates to examine the scene. He had promised to share a portion of the bounty with them, making them witnesses to his merits. Camus hadn't ventured alone, wary that this might be a trap set by Louis Barry, an assassination attempt by the Rose School of Thought, or other secret organizations targeting the patrol team. In the southern continent, vigilance was a necessity. Approaching a cupboard, Camus fixated his gaze on lips soaked in preservatives, the tragic fate of the victims replaying in his mind. After a moment of silence, Louis Barry spoke calmly, "Bram is a member of the Devil family, and Ariel. He was instructed by the Rose School of Thought to gather information in Port Pilas and carry out the serial murders. His uncle, Devilogy, was supposed to be his contact, but they never actually met. Instead, he left the information he collected in the study of an empty house at 17 Oleg Street. Camus and the others were initially startled, then deeply puzzled. How does Louis Barry possess such detailed knowledge? Camus couldn't help but glance at the scattered corpse pieces, the blood-soaked walls, the handprints on the ground, and the various charred marks. Eventually, his gaze settled on Lumian's face. Lumian responded with a warm smile curling his lips. Camus and his two companions exchanged glances, refraining from questioning whether Louis Barry obtained the information through spirit channeling, torture, or if he had discerned Bram's motives from the start. Louis's pursuit of the serial murderer wasn't solely due to a criminal act. This intel is crucial, Camus nodded, gesturing towards the severely damaged 6-barrel machine gun in the room. We need to secure Bram's weapon. No problem, Lumian replied casually. Being a pyromaniac, firearms held little appeal for him. Fireballs proved far more potent than the rapid fire of a 6-barrel machine gun, just not as swift. Beside Resurrection Square, on Cania Street, on the second floor of the patrol team's 4-story building. Camus placed the dossier and related items on the table in front of Lumian, emphasizing, "You can only read and record. Taking it away or damaging it is not an option." Lumian nodded subtly, taking one of the envelopes, unwinding the thread a few times, and carefully opening it. Rather than hastily perusing the contents, he first extracted the dossier, giving it a thorough read. The dense dossier meticulously outlined the identities, origins, possible pathways, sequences, locations of death, the scene's conditions, and the varied speculations and investigations conducted by the patrol team. It was clear the patrol team had been diligent in their investigations, especially when new victims kept emerging. Daily operations varied until the serial murders appeared to cease, leading to a slackening of efforts. They gradually reduced the frequency of case studies and large-scale visit trips. After 6 months, investigations reached a standstill, concluding the dossier. In the final report, the vice captain overseeing the matter concluded, "This is a classic serial murder case committed by the Devil Pathway. Those serial killers seldom target only 7 individuals, as more victims enhance the ritual's efficacy. This time, all victims are Beyonders, including mid-sequence Beyonders. Even with just 7 deaths, they are more favored by devils, pleasing them more than 14 or even 20 ordinary people. The main question in this mystic case is that, aside from being Beyonders, there's no common thread among the 7 victims. This sets it apart from previous serial murders. We hypothesize that the 7 victims were active Beyonders in West Balam, likely having committed some form of killing in the past. It can be seen as a manifestation of depravity. Lumian read it meticulously, concurring with the theory that 7 Beyonders surpassed 14 ordinary individuals in devil-pleasing rituals. This wasn't new information to him. After all, ordinary people were only the 3rd best sacrifice, while creatures with Beyonder characteristics ranked 2nd. Similar situations arose in specific acts, particularly those requiring feedback. It was akin to deciphering an angel's conspiracy, allowing Lumian to assimilate a potion more effectively than an ordinary person's intrigue. Having grasped a general understanding of the entire serial murder case, Lumian delved into gathering information about the 7 Beyonders. Synthesizing Anthony's psychological profile of Hisoka, Franca's archetype summary and her speculations about the actor, he scoured for potential commonalities. Among the Beyonders were both men and women, one under Admiral Quirrell, while another was a death believer residing in Port Pilas. Foreign adventurers, an Intis Republic spy stationed in Madani, a peripheral member of the Rose School of Thought, and a local clergyman of the God of Steam and Machinery Church were also among the list. Judging by their identities and backgrounds, they seemingly had nothing in common. Yet, for Lumian, who read with subjective conjectures, subtle details held significance. All 7 victims were young, with the oldest in his early 30s, widely praised for combat talent and outstanding intelligence. Lumian mused to himself, are the targets Beyonders who are young, filled with potential, and have already reached a certain level of maturity? Even the 2 who weren't particularly young bore the label of being famous, powerful, with limitless potential. Lumian gained a rough understanding of Hisoka's selection criteria. If Franca were present, she might have noted that it matched the characteristics of the original archetype. However, Lumian believed Hisoka would adhere to the archetype when it suited him, not letting it dictate his true motives. Mad Lady's evaluation of Hisoka as not being pure enough further supported Lumian's perspective. Considering the selection criteria, Lumian thought, Louis Berry fits Hisoka's homicidal fetish. He clicked his tongue and retrieved items related to the case from the official envelopes. Most were the victim's belongings, but there were also 7 thin aluminum foils stained with blackish-brown substances that didn't belong to this group. Described in the case file, they were wrappings for the local chocolate, left at each crime scene. It was suspected that the murderer would peel off the thin foil after success, indulging in a piece of chocolate before dissecting the corpse. As the murderer used a gloved hand to extract and consume the chocolate, no corresponding traces were left on the thin foil. Such chocolates were common in Madani, making tracking difficult. Lumian studied the thin aluminum foil before smiling at Camus, who supervised him. Can I take 2 or 3? Camus, with his brown hair, furrowed his brow. If you want to use divination or other Beyonder methods, you can do it here. Just 2. It won't hinder your future investigations, Lumian said enticingly. If you agree to help, I'll give you an additional reward. For example, a very useful summoning incantation for a spirit world creature. Camus fell silent briefly before agreeing, deal. More than 15 minutes later, Camus, having brought Lumian out to purchase chocolate-like items, observed with a bewildered expression as a rabbit-shaped spirit world creature adeptly copied the dossiers with a fountain pen. After nearly a minute, Camus shifted his gaze to Lumian, leisurely sitting on the side, peeling off the thin aluminum foil and savoring a piece of dark brown chocolate. He inquired in a deep voice, is this the very useful spirit world creature you mentioned? Lumian, chewing on the fragrant chocolate, responded with a smile, yes, it's one of the rabbits of knowledge. It can help you evade the labor of copying. What do I need such a copying tool for? Camus bellowed inwardly, but he restrained himself as he recalled the bounty for the serial murders and the grisly scene of Bram's demise. Lumion added with a smile, "When you prefer to keep the origin of your words hidden, summon the rabbit of knowledge for assistance. Moreover, this is a growth-oriented spirit world creature. It evolves based on the knowledge it receives. Of course, it's ideal if you can secure a contract with the spirit world creature. Otherwise, each summoned rabbit of knowledge might differ, making nurturing impossible." Growth-oriented. Camus echoed the term, his expression gradually softening. Back at Hotel Orella, Lumion retrieved the 2 old aluminum foils from his pocket and handed one to Ludwig. "Try eating these," he suggested with a smile. Chapter 641, Information from Eating. Lugano, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback when Lumion handed the thin aluminum foil to Ludwig and inquired if he wanted to eat it. Despite Ludwig's previous display of abnormal eating habits, including drinking a tube of human blood in front of Lugano, revealing all the corresponding information, Lugano still harbored reservations about feeding Ludwig just anything, especially something as unconventional as aluminum foil. After all, Ludwig was still a child. In the blink of an eye, Lugano witnessed Ludwig silently accepting the old, thin aluminum foil, stuffing it into his mouth, chewing, and swallowing. Lugano found himself in a daze. Once Ludwig finished consuming the aluminum foil, he calmly turned to Lumion and inquired, "Which details do you need? Information on the cocoa beans used, the precise quantity, additional ingredients, the origin of the aluminum foil ingredients, the production factories, or the individuals most in contact with it?" Lumion shook his head slowly. "No need. This information wouldn't help track down Hisoka." Hisoka had touched the thin aluminum foil while wearing gloves, leaving behind no corresponding personal details. The patrol team had already confirmed that the chocolate packaging was common in Port Pilus, and there was nothing distinctive about the taste. As Lumion responded, a mix of amusement and surprise washed over him. He can even extract such information from eating? As expected of a monster capable of recovering just by eating and gradually breaking free from the seal's constraints. Ludwig seemed to relish the delicacy. After a few moments, he remarked, "The residual chocolate has a hint of depravity." Depravity? Could it be that Hisoka had carried it for an extended period, corrupting it? That doesn't make sense. Unless one was a demigod, Beyonder auras couldn't reach such a level. The only possibility was that they were on the brink of losing control, deep in a state of depravity. However, such a Beyonder's body would undoubtedly display various abnormal details. They wouldn't be able to leave the house, stepping out would lead to discovery and pursuit by law enforcers. Could he rely on the human skin Bram mentioned for disguise? Lumion was initially puzzled, but then he asked with anticipation, "A decadent aura from the devil pathway?" Ludwig licked his lips, savoring the taste of the chocolate residue. "Yes, at least a demon's." Demons? Lumion was taken aback and couldn't help but frown. Having extensively studied Devilogy, he knew that sequence 4 of the devil pathway was known as demon, representing a demigod. If the chocolate slightly tainted with a decadent aura came from a demon, it clearly didn't belong to Hisoka. Lumion wasn't arrogantly dismissing Hisoka's potential to have advanced to sequence 4. Instead, the aluminum foil and chocolate marks represented a state 4 years ago. Hisoka couldn't have been a demon back then, unless he had become a desire apostle upon transmigration. If that were the case, his targets for the serial murders should have been sequence 6 or 5 Beyonders. Although Beyonders at this level were rare in Madani, Devilogy didn't specify that serial murders could only occur in one location. "Are you certain?" Lumion looked at Ludwig for confirmation. Ludwig replied earnestly, "A demon's decadent aura has a completely different texture from low to mid-sequence devils." Upon hearing his godson's response, an image suddenly surfaced in Lumion's mind. Hisoka standing within the wall of spirituality, engaged in a special ritual to establish a connection with a demon. Throughout this process, a few pieces of chocolate wrapped in thin aluminum foil remained in his pocket. They were slightly tainted by the decadent aura permeating the altar, subtly and silently transforming. Yes, when I perform a ritual, I don't remove all my belongings in advance and leave them outside the altar unless there's a specific mention in the ritual requirements that I should avoid. As a conspirer, Lumion quickly made a guess and asked Ludwig, "Can you tell which demon's decadent aura it belongs to?" Lumion's current idea was that if Hisoka couldn't be found in the future, he would exhaust his resources and seek the help of the new City of Silver's demon hunter experts. He would set up a ritual and summon the demon who had established a connection with Hisoka. He would have it beaten up before interrogating it for information about Hisoka. Ludwig shook his head. "I can't absorb such subtle information yet. All I know is that the decadent aura belongs to a family called Noise. Noise, one of the 3 devil families. The demon responding to Hisoka's special ritual is from the Noise family? That's peculiar. How can a demon respond to a ritual remotely? It has to be at sequence 3, or even at the angel level. According to Devilogy, serial killers can summon projections of abyss demons because those devils can use the special properties of the abyss to respond, not because they have reached the corresponding level. However, the Noise family is a devil family active in the real world and hasn't entered the abyss." Lumion made many connections from the Noise last name. He concluded by listing 3 possibilities. Firstly, the demon responding to the Hisoka ritual was none other than the Noise family's angel. Secondly, it had reached sequence 3 and was located in Port Pilus, near Hisoka. Thirdly, the Noise family had a close connection to the abyss. They could borrow the abyss's properties to some extent. Even a demon could respond to prayers from afar. Lumion pondered for a moment and asked Ludwig, "Any other information?" "No," Ludwig replied, disappointing Lumion. Lumion handed over the remaining piece of aluminum foil. "Try this one too." Ludwig didn't hesitate. Like many children drawn to the sweetness lingering on wrappers, he popped the thin foil stained with chocolate into his mouth and chewed. After a moment, while Lugano snapped back to reality, Ludwig looked at Lumion and remarked, "There's more to this one." "What kind of information?" Lumion knew that Ludwig's special mention had to be of some value. Ludwig responded with the air of a connoisseur. This thin aluminum foil rested on a table marked by old blood and a splash of coffee. The blood belonged to a deceased male. The spirituality was initially potent, and the coffee was Fermo blend, unsweetened, distinctly bitter yet fragrant. Upon hearing Ludwig's account, Lumion's mind painted another vivid scene. A few pieces of chocolate wrapped in thin aluminum foil lay nonchalantly on a table, soaked in old blood and spilled coffee. They seemed to share an intimate connection for an extended period. Then, a hand reached out, snatched them up, and swiftly pocketed them before making a hasty exit. Connecting the dots, Lumion strongly suspected that the table had served Hisoka in a dwelling he once occupied. "Do you have detailed information on the male deceased?" Lumion probed Ludwig for more insights. Ludwig shook his head once more. "No, unless I consume the blood directly." 1453 The bloodstains likely belonged to one of the victims. Lumion directly support the authors on web novel. Surmised. He pondered whether this information was documented in the case file or elsewhere. Was Hisoka using "no, unless I consume the blood directly"? The bloodstains likely belonged to one of the victims. Lumion the table as an autopsy platform or perhaps an altar? Lumion mused inwardly, a tinge of disappointment clouding his thoughts. Nevertheless, he refocused his attention on the Fermo coffee. He mumbled to himself, "Does this mean that Hisoka has a penchant for coffee, specifically the Fermo blend from the Paz Valley?" The Paz Valley, nestled in the southern continent, boasted the renowned Fermo coffee, comparable to Fainapotter's Highlander coffee in the southern continent's own version. It was a luxury enjoyed mainly by the middle class for extended periods. In Madani, where both East and West Balam produced high-quality coffee beans, such occurrences were rare. The locals had access to a plethora of excellent coffee beans. Those unfit for export were sold at affordable prices, favored by both colonists and natives. Lugano, now fully attentive, cautiously added, I've heard that those who frequent Fermo coffee appreciate its bitterness and fragrance. However, those who prefer it without sugar are a rare breed. In essence, Hisoka's unique taste in coffee is uncommon here. Lumion smiled at Ludwig and remarked, "Well done. If I apprehend the target in the future, I'll give him to you." When the time came, Lumion would likely be a sequence 5. Moreover, he wouldn't give Ludwig the Beyonder characteristic. Lumion could ease his grip on the boy. Give. The notion sent a chill down Lugano's spine, a hint that his imagination might have run too wild. To others, gifting a Beyonder of the Devil's Pathway might relegate the recipient to a life of servitude or worse, becoming an ingredient. However, with Ludwig, Lugano involuntarily shuddered. He didn't dare to think about it. Ludwig nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lumion turned to Lugano and said, "Don't you have a good grasp of Dudenese? Check Port Pilas this afternoon and find out which shops sell Fermo coffee. It's preferable if it's one that has been operating for 4 to 5 years or longer." "All right." Lugano suddenly felt a surge of usefulness. In the evening, he returned to Suite 7 at B3 and reported to Lumion, "There are only 3 shops selling Fermo coffee. One is on Cania Street in Resurrection Square." "You mentioned Cania Street in Resurrection Square?" Lumion interjected. "Yes, Unit 21 on that street. It's called Madani Import and Export Shop," Lugano confirmed. Lumion fell silent. "Isn't it close to Port Pilas's patrol team?" "In Port Pilas, on the 3rd floor of the building housing the patrol team." Camus received the bounty and gave a 5th to his 2 companions. He then entered the telegraph room and inquired of the telegrapher, "Do you have a telegram for me?" He had previously sent a telegram to inquire with certain friends if they had any information on Louis Berry, the adventurer. Since they were in collaboration, he needed to ascertain the other party's situation first. The female telegrapher, wearing a sweet smile, straightened up and responded, "Yes. From Ferrum." Chapter 642, Visit. Camus extended his thanks to the telegrapher, retrieved his telegram, and swiftly scanned its contents. Louis Berry, in Titian, hailed as the most renowned adventurer in the Fog Sea over the past 6 months. Sporting a distinctive golden straw hat, he successfully hunted down the demon warlock Berman, earning a hefty bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or. Furthermore, he collaborated with the Earth Mother Church in Port Santa to address the crisis surrounding the sea prayer ritual. However, the precise details remain elusive. Upon perusing the telegram, Camus released a silent sigh and remarked to himself, "He's truly a great adventurer. It's no surprise he managed to handle that serial killer." Camus couldn't gauge the demon warlock's true strength, but the substantial bounty spoke volumes. The sum of 600,000 Vril d'Or was a testament to the demon warlock's threat level. Even if Louis Berry's fame stemmed solely from his encounter with such a formidable adversary, he undeniably stood among the great adventurers. It wasn't lost on Camus that Bram, the perpetrator of numerous murders that had kept the patrol team occupied for nearly 2 weeks, only carried a bounty of 50,000 Vril d'Or. Such figures tempted Camus to consider collaboration with Louis Berry. Reflecting on the substantial 600,000 bounty and comprehending Louis Berry's generosity, Camus tucked away the telegram and graciously commended the female telegrapher with an exaggerated flying kiss. Running his fingers through his tousled brown hair, Camus descended to the hall below. The evening had descended, and it wasn't his night for duty. He could head home and take a break. Out of the blue, Camus' gaze focused as he spotted the handsome Louis Berry, sporting black hair, green eyes, and a laid-back demeanor, seated on the sofa, casually playing with a golden straw hat. Approaching cautiously, Camus inquired, "Is there anything else?" Lumion ceased twirling the straw hat, sat up straight, and grinned. "I've got something else to talk to you about." Realizing that one of the 3 shops that could buy Fermo coffee was on Cania Street, not far from the patrol team, Lumion's immediate thought was, could Hisoka be hiding within the patrol team, perhaps as one of its members? Is the most dangerous place the safest? After careful consideration, Lumion considered it a possibility, though not particularly likely. On the one hand, among the 7 Beyonders who were killed, including the death believer in Port Pilas, the Rose School of Thought's peripheral member, and the spy left behind in Madani by the Intis Republic, were secretive individuals, blending in with ordinary people. Without substantial information sources, it would be challenging for Hisoka to identify them as Beyonders and target them. This suggested that either Hisoka had a unique ability to discern Beyonders from ordinary people or possessed a mystical item granting him such insight, or he had control over an extensive information network. The patrol team, being intimately familiar with Madani and Port Pilas, might have already detected something amiss with the Death Believer, the Rose School of Thought's member, and the Intis spy and been conducting surveillance. Hisoka's membership in the patrol team would explain his ability to uncover a Beyonder's hidden identity and carry out the murders. On the other hand, if Hisoka, a Devil Pathway Beyonder, had joined the patrol team, suspicions would undoubtedly arise once the serial murders occurred, unless he concealed his true pathway from the start. However, the patrol team differed from the curly-haired baboons research society. Hisoka would need to use his abilities frequently during daily missions, making it difficult to conceal them for months or years. There was no room for mishaps. It wasn't feasible for him to meticulously prepare before each mission, adorning the corresponding mystical item solely to reveal his abilities in that specific situation, right? Even as a devil, he couldn't pull it off. Given that many missions had no specific target, devils couldn't foresee imminent danger. Driven by suspicion and uncertainty, Lumion took a special trip to the patrol team, visiting Camus to unearth new clues or gain inspiration to either confirm or eliminate the corresponding possibilities. What do you want to discuss? Camus furrowed his brow. Is this guy scheming to use the morning's bribe as leverage to threaten me? The dossier isn't particularly important. Even if I lose it, it's just a minor punishment. Wearing his golden straw hat, Lumion rose with a smile. Pointing at the door, he suggested, "How about a cup of coffee?" After a brief contemplation, Camus responded in a deep voice, "Fine." Exiting the patrol team's entrance, Lumion made his way toward the Madani import and export shop. In the fading dusk, he immediately spotted Port Pilas's police headquarters diagonally opposite the patrol team. Numerous individuals clad in dark blue police uniforms moved in and out, some holding cups of coffee. Lumion's heart stirred. Could Hisoka not be a member of the patrol team but a high-ranking police officer at the police headquarters? At a certain rank, the police collaborated with official Beyonders to access a wealth of information. Many official Beyonders' investigations were conducted through the police due to limited manpower. If Hisoka held a significant position at Port Pilas's police headquarters, it was plausible for him to identify the 3 concealed Beyonders. Additionally, there would be no risk of exposing his pathway during routine missions, and acquiring his favored Fermo coffee beans would be a breeze. On the other hand, it was precisely because the Madani import and export shop offered a variety of coffee beans that Hisoka fell in love with the pure, bitter, and fragrant Fermo coffee without sugar. However, this was just one possibility among Lumion's speculations. For instance, Hisoka, being a bold and self-assured individual, might have visited Kania Street specifically to buy Fermo coffee, relishing the incompetence and frustration of the patrol team. Alternatively, Hisoka might not be a Beyonder of the Devil Pathway but simply possessed the corresponding sealed artifact and had mastered a unique ritual to appease devils. There was also the chance that Lumion was mistaken. Hisoka might not be linked to the serial murders 4 years ago. With these thoughts in mind, Lumion contained his excitement and entered the Madani import and export shop alongside Camus. They reached the section where various coffee beans were on display and secured a seat in the attached coffee shop. Highlander coffee with milk and 2 cubes of sugar, Camus ordered from the waiter with a sense of familiarity. Lumion, on the other hand, opted for a cup of fragrant Intis coffee. While waiting, Lumion casually observed the coffee choices of other customers. Turning to Camus, he inquired, "Judging by the name, are you a Phainopatirian?" Camus hesitated briefly before truthfully responding, "My full name is Don Givra Camus Castilla." He was willing to share his full name as the telegram mentioned Louis Berry having a good working relationship with the Church of Earth Mother. Lumion chuckled. So, you're a noble lord. The name Castilla belonged to the royal family of the Fanapotter kingdom, and Don at the beginning of Camus' name signified honorable, representing his noble status. Camus smiled wryly and remarked, if I were truly a nobleman, why would I join a local patrol team in the southern continent? Our branch has long dwindled, but I can't deny that this last name and the Don prefix have provided me with advantages beyond those of ordinary people. I received a potion upon reaching adulthood, achieving sequence 9 Beyonder status. However, my subsequent advancements were the result of my own efforts. Accepting my 50,000 Vril bribe is part of your efforts? Lumion teased inwardly. He glanced at the 2 cups of coffee brought by the waiter, feigning casualness as he asked, don't you want to try some other coffees? Is Highlander coffee your only choice? Camus raised his cup and took a sip. I'm accustomed to its taste. Lumion removed his golden straw hat and took a sip, smiling as he replied, fair enough. Just like how I can never acclimate to Fermo coffee. It's too bitter with regular sugar, and too cloying with too much. Some people appreciate the bitterness and fragrance of Fermo coffee, opting for just a hint of sugar. Lumion anticipated Camus to respond with, yes, some even drink Fermo coffee without sugar. However, Camus' reply didn't align with his expectations. That's how it goes. What's on your mind? Internally exhaling, Lumion spoke openly, as you can tell, I'm deeply intrigued by the serial murder case from 4 years ago. It's my sole purpose in Port Pilus, a highly valuable assignment. Highly valuable? It's just a serial killer. Camus let out a sigh of relief upon realizing Louis Berry was interested in discussing this matter. Even if he were blind, he could tell Louis Berry's genuine concern about the serial murders 4 years prior. Lumion vaguely explained with a smile, this case holds secrets beyond your wildest imagination. For example, transmigrators, or that celestial worthy. Camus took another sip of his Highlander coffee and reflected. I arrived in Madani over 5 years ago. At that time, the Intasians had just departed, and the kingdom and the church's forces had completed their initial infiltration. I sensed numerous opportunities, thinking I could leverage my last name to secure a prominent position. Hence, I took a ship across the Fog Sea. The outcome differed from my expectations, but it was still acceptable. Camus, in his mid-20s, sighed as he recounted the past. He continued, when the case unfolded, I was merely a Sequence 8. Alongside a few teammates, I followed Vice Captain Riaza to investigate. He paused, offering Lumion a smile that seemed to convey, if you want more information, show more sincerity. In that moment, Lumion was contemplating another question. If Hisoka truly belongs to the Devil Pathway and has joined the patrol team, is there a way for him to conceal his identity? Putting himself in those shoes, Lumion realized that concealing the abilities of the Hunter Pathway wouldn't pose a problem. Most situations could be handled with the Ascetic Pathway's abilities and a couple of items. Of course, the usage of an Ascetic's abilities was suspicious. Could it be that Hisoka is indeed a bestowed individual who typically exhibits powers from the Boon Pathway? Lumion raised his cup and took a sip of coffee, avoiding delving into the details of the serial murders. He gazed at Camus thoughtfully and inquired, do you have members in the patrol team skilled in divination or decryption? Chapter 643, Target Suspect. Camus couldn't comprehend why Louis Berry had abruptly changed the topic and neglected to charge for the pertinent information. Recollecting, he mentioned, yes, there's a magician. He was initially an officer of the Admiral Guard but later got transferred to the patrol team. Later. Lumion frowned slightly. When did he transfer to the patrol team? Why do you ask? Last year, replied Camus. He had no clue about Louis Berry's inquiry, making it unclear what information was vital. Last year. It doesn't seem to be Hisoka, judging by appearances. Although possibilities can't be completely ruled out. Serving as an officer in Admiral Quirrell's guard provides opportunities for gathering intel. Perhaps he didn't purchase Fermo coffee from this import-export shop. It could be one of the other 2 cafes. Even so, there's a logical reason for buying it here. Yes, to relish watching the incompetence and frustration of the patrol team. Lumion temporarily placed the magician on his suspect list. He didn't dismiss the possibility that the other party was Ahsoka just because they were a Sequence 7. This was because the level of a boon might not be the same as the level brought about by potions. Furthermore, Lumion had vaguely perceived changes beneath Matani's surface from the magician's departure from Admiral Quirrell's guard to joining the patrol team. Beyonders of the Seer pathway either originated from the Church of the Fool or were associated with Intis's Bureau 8 or secret organizations supporting Bureau 8, like the Secret Order. While there were wild Beyonders, very few evolved into magicians. Coupled with Matani's history as an Intis colony, Lumion reasonably deduced that the magician had close ties to the Intis Republic, a fact well known to Admiral Quirrell. He retained the magician in the guards to maintain a specific connection with Intis and handle the new Phaenopotter kingdom. By achieving a balance of power, he could better sustain his rule. The magician's departure from the Admiral Guard last year might indicate that Admiral Quirrell had truly gauged the Phaenopotter kingdom's stance after years of collaboration and had sided with them. Lumion's speculation didn't eliminate the suspicion that the magician might be Ahsoka. Loki, from Intis and a Secret Order member, held a mid-management position in Bureau 8. It was entirely possible for him to use the proper channels to involve Ahsoka in Bureau 8's overseas section and recruit him into the Secret Order. After contemplating for a moment, Lumion inquired, "Does that magician have a fondness for Fermo coffee?" He didn't directly ask about the other party's name and characteristics. Camus shook his head. He doesn't appreciate coffee. His preference leans towards sweet drinks like Guader. Guader, a well-loved local beverage in West Balam, was crafted from locally grown berries and contained a certain amount of caffeine. It had the same impact as coffee in enhancing mental strength and combating fatigue. However, its hue was orange-yellow, with a hint of sweetness amidst the sourness. It served both to alleviate the sweltering heat and quench thirst. Prefers sweetness. Lumion felt a sense of disappointment. For years ago, Ahsoka had no inkling that he would confront a monster like Ludwig in the future. It was unlikely for him to deliberately splash some unsweetened Fermo coffee on the table with the chocolate. Lumion cautiously believed now that Ahsoka truly enjoyed bitter coffee. In that case, the magician, with a sweet tooth, probably wasn't Ahsoka. Unless Ahsoka meticulously maintained the traits of each identity, consistently playing the role of a magician who relished drinking water on a daily basis. He wasn't an actor who needed to meticulously perform every aspect of his daily life. Moreover, he had no reason to digest Faceless. As he contemplated, Lumion's heart skipped a beat. Actor. If Ahsoka is genuinely a Beyonder of the Devil pathway, apart from his belief in the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings due to transmigration, he might also be influenced by the Mother Tree of Desire in his daily life. Could it be that the boon of the Ahsoka pathway doesn't come from one of the celestial worthy's seer, apprentice, or marauder, but rather from the Mother Tree of Desire? The current celestial worthy desires the invasion of evil gods into the world within the barrier. It's not implausible for him to collaborate with the Mother Tree of Desire and tacitly permit Ahsoka to exploit the Mother Tree of Desire. With a fresh train of thought, Lumion observed the now silent Camus and took a sip of Intis coffee, offering a smile as he changed the subject. Any Beyonders from the prisoner pathway in the patrol team? He had long suspected that the Mother Tree of Desire was an evil deity at the pinnacle of the criminal, prisoner, and Scrooge pathways. The corresponding boons likely originated from one of them or were intertwined. Lumion refrained from asking about the existence of the Scrooge pathway because it was even more suspicious than the criminal pathway, also known as the Devil pathway. It didn't belong to the 22 paths of the divine. It was akin to a thief being apprehended by the police and asking in confusion, "I clearly disguised myself and left no traces. How did you quickly lock onto me?" only to receive the answer, "This isn't Trier." No ordinary person would disguise themselves as a turkey and hide in a secluded alley. Do you think there's a spy from the Rose School of Thought in the patrol team? Camus believed Louis Barry was casually raising the issue of the Rose School of Thought's interest in Port Pilas. No, definitely not. He adheres to temperance and doesn't indulge at all. Lumion smiled. In other words, there really is a beyonder from the prisoner pathway? Yes, a Sequence 6 zombie. Camus confirmed. Lumion interjected suddenly, don't disclose who he is, what he looks like, or his characteristics. Answer a few questions first. What questions? Camus, feeling a bit disoriented from the rapidly changing topics, planned to decide when to ask for benefits later. Lumion held a porcelain cup filled with Intis coffee and casually said, when did he join the patrol team? Half a year after me, Camus recalled. You arrived in Madani over 5 years ago and joined the patrol team shortly after. Half a year later means that the prisoner was already on the patrol team when the serial murder case occurred 4 years ago. Lumion's spirits lifted as he pondered for a moment. Did he face a catastrophe in the past and nearly died? No. Camus shook his head. At least, I don't know. Lumion maintained his smile, showing no signs of disappointment, and said, does he have a liking for Fermo coffee? Yes, he adores Fermo coffee and is the type who doesn't add sugar, replied Camus without much thought. Then, he remembered Louis Barry's inquiry about the magician's preference for Fermo coffee in the patrol team. He quickly formed a guess. Is there an issue with the ones enjoying Fermo coffee? Does the culprit of the serial murders 4 years ago have a taste for Fermo coffee? There are very few places in Port Pilas where you can get Fermo coffee. This is one of them. Even cafes selling Fermo coffee procure the beans from here. Are you suspecting that the murderer from 4 years ago is part of the patrol team? Impressive. You reacted swiftly and identified the core issue. Lumion inwardly praised Camus. Simultaneously, a surge of joy filled his heart. In Madani, Fermo coffee was a rare commodity, and those who preferred it without sugar were even rarer. Moreover, this individual was on the patrol team and seemingly from the prisoner pathway. With so many conditions aligning, Lumion felt like he had caught Hisoka by the tail. To avoid triggering any sense of malice and danger, Lumion refrained from asking about the patrol team member's name, appearance, identity, or characteristics. Feigning ignorance about the enemy, Lumion casually asked, is he from around here? Observing Camus' silence, Lumion added with a smile, I won't claim the official bounty. Camus' expression eased. He's a local of Port Pilas, born in Tizimo town, which is part of Port Pilas. Though the patrol team wasn't as stringent in member recruitment as the various churches and governments, they still gathered basic information and conducted verifications. Otherwise, Admiral Quirrell might have to worry about being assassinated by a patrol team member investigating a Beyonder case one day. Tizimo town. The location of one of Hisoka's pranks. It fits. Lumion controlled his excitement, preventing the corners of his mouth from curling up. Regrettably, he told Camus, unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the target. This was to prevent Camus from investigating the target. This could potentially alert the other party to the corresponding malice. All right. Camus shrugged. Curious, he inquired, how did you find out that the murderer from the serial killings 4 years ago liked Fermo coffee? I was already aware of such a person before starting the investigation, Lumion replied with a meaningful tone. He chose not to disclose that the information came from the thin aluminum foil wrapping of the chocolate. Revealing this might prompt Camus to believe he could uncover more clues and reignite the investigation, potentially drawing Hisoka's attention. With this realization, Lumion understood something. I should now be a target for Hisoka, but fishing has its benefits. Louis Barry, adorned with a golden straw hat, had bribed members of the patrol team to examine the files of the serial murder case from 4 years ago. Other team members paid little attention, but if the prisoner was indeed Hisoka, he would have detected Lumion, his adversary's investigation into the 4-year-old serial murder case. Hisoka refrained from taking action, likely because Lumian openly presented himself as Louis Berry, making no effort to hide his identity. This led to the suspicion that Lumian was fishing, making Hisoka cautious of stepping into a potential trap. There was no sense of malice or danger perceived, as Lumian didn't possess details about the suspect's identity. Lumian was merely preparing for a potential surprise attack from a devil or desire apostle. Before, I fished to catch fish, but now my fishing is a bluff. Lumian's thoughts clarified as he looked at Camus and said, "Keep an eye out for anyone at the police headquarters who enjoys Fermo coffee." "All right," Camus agreed, thinking that Louis Berry had identified the suspect as a member of the patrol team and the police through details he wasn't aware of. For now, the possibility of the patrol team members was tentatively ruled out. After finishing the remaining Intis coffee and settling the bill with the corresponding Vril d'Or, Lumian donned the golden straw hat and maintained his smile. He left the Madani import and export shop in Cania Street, step by step. Passing by Port Pilus's police headquarters, he deliberately cast a few glances. Chapter 644, Patrol Team. Camus stood at the entrance of the Madani import and export shop, casually smoking a cigarette as he observed the passing customers. Despite his watchful eyes, he didn't spot anyone purchasing Fermo coffee. As the gas street lamps gradually illuminated the surroundings, casting a dark blue hue across the sky, Camus extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can. He then made his way back to the beige 4-story building that housed the patrol team. Originally planning to indulge in an Intis feast in a neighborhood frequented by foreigners to celebrate his unexpected windfall of 40,000 Vril d'Or, his plans were disrupted by Louis Berry. By the time he returned, it was already late, and he couldn't be bothered to wait for a top chef to prepare something special. Instead, he decided to return to the patrol team, pool money with his close teammates, and order takeout from a nearby restaurant. After satisfying his hunger, he intended to relax at a bar or dance hall. While crossing the hall, Camus spotted a teammate with dark brown skin, thick lips, and a height exceeding 1.8 meters. Curious, he inquired, "Why did the guy in the straw hat come looking for you again?" "Heh, I heard you and the others caught a serial killer and got a bounty of 50,000 Vril d'Or." In Madani, the currency was commonly denoted in Vril d'Or and Delexi copper coins, a system ingrained during Intis colonization. Despite Admiral Quirrell's control, there were no significant changes in this aspect. The only difference was a partnership with the Phaenopotter Kingdom's bank that facilitated the free exchange of Vril d'Or and gold rizit. If he were one of the two teammates, either the magician or the zombie, whom Louis Berry had asked about, Camus would undoubtedly be on high alert. However, the person standing in front of him was Sao, a Sequence 8 pugilist of the warrior pathway. Sao had joined the patrol team as an adventurer just last year and was known for having a pleasant personality. Besides a bit of laziness and a love for enjoyment, there were no significant issues. Camus laughed and said, "That's my informant. Without him, I wouldn't have received that much bounty." Sao, with his single eyelids, had a realization. "Did he come to you just now to get his share?" Camus thought for a moment and replied, "That's one reason. The other reason is that he's still investigating the serial murders from 4 years ago and wanted to ask me for some details." He had kept the case dossier hidden from the captain and vice captains of the patrol team, but he couldn't keep it from his teammates. Therefore, he had no intention of concealing Louis Berry's investigation into the serial murders from 4 years ago. Moreover, he planned to monitor the police headquarters to identify anyone who enjoyed Fermo coffee and seemed suspicious. He would need his teammates' assistance to some extent. Any progress? Any chance of claiming the bounty? Sao, dressed in a pleated shirt and carrying a broadsword, displayed visible interest. Camus wasn't ready to provide detailed information at the moment. He vaguely responded, "He suspects that the murderer might be hiding at the police headquarters from 4 years ago. I plan to investigate discreetly." "Why do you think the murderer is a police officer?" Sao looked puzzled. Camus hadn't discussed this with Lumian earlier, so he pondered for a moment and explained, "Consider this. In the case 4 years ago, Only Beyonders were targeted. Several of them usually concealed their identities. How could the murderer accurately locate them and know that they were Beyonders? Only us or those from the police headquarters at a certain rank can access that kind of information. It's easier to verify if there are Beyonders of the Devil pathway on the patrol team. 4 years ago, during their investigation, Vice Captain Riaza had proposed this idea. However, he only suspected that the serial killer was hiding within the patrol team and hadn't considered the police headquarters or the Admiral Guard. Subsequently, the patrol team conducted an investigation and found no suspicious individuals, leading them to shift their focus. I see a glimmer of hope and smell the fragrance of Vril d'Or, Sao said with anticipation. If you need help, feel free to look for me. I heard that Colombo and the others just followed you to the scene and each got 5,000 Vril d'Or. No problem, Camus readily agreed. Then, he walked past Sao and along the corridor toward his office. At the door of his office, Colombo poked his head out, observing the conversation between Camus and So. Colombo, about the same age as Camus, in his mid-20s, had dark hair, azure eyes, and a slender figure. He held a pair of black sunglasses in his hand. He lowered his voice and said to Camus, "Stay away from Sao for the time being." "Why?" Camus asked, surprised. Observing So vanish through the door leading to the hall, Colombo averted his gaze and explained, "I have a feeling that something bad will happen if one interacts with him during this period." "Then why didn't you warn him?" Camus frowned in confusion. As a Sequence 8 robot of the monster pathway, Colombo possessed formidable spiritual perception and could vaguely sense certain things. "I warned him. He thinks everything's fine. I even reported it to the captain." Colombo shrugged. As he spoke, the thin Beyonder recalled something. "That adventurer, Louis Berry, is also dangerous. When I arrived at the scene this morning, I didn't dare to look directly at him. Occasionally, I would glance at him and see large amounts of blood, flames, and death. I didn't want to tell you at first. I felt that if I said it, fate would suffocate me. Phew, it actually seems okay to say it now. It seems I'm too sensitive. That dangerous? As expected of a great adventurer who received a bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or at once." While Camus, who knew about Louis Berry's deeds, wasn't overly shocked, this was the first time he had heard a monster like Colombo describe someone in such a way. Camus patted Colombo's shoulder. "Thank you. I'll be careful." With that settled, he asked curiously, "Was Louis Berry the first person to give you such a feeling?" "No, there's another one." Colombo shook his head. "Who is it?" Camus was surprised. Colombo's expression suddenly turned serious. "I can't say. I'll die if I say it. I'll die." With that, the thin Beyonder swiftly left Camus' office. Upon returning to Hotel Orella, Lumion headed straight for the master bedroom. In the subterranean suite, even during the scorching season, a refreshing coolness lingered in the air. On the desk in the master bedroom, a neatly folded letter awaited Lumion. Madam Magician's response. Lumion picked up the letter and began reading. "Excellent. You have a good understanding of yourself. The Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate will be managed by dedicated personnel. No need for you to take unnecessary risks. Concentrate on dealing with Ahsoka. If they request your help, you may cooperate. The Beyonder characteristics left behind by members of the Rose School of Thought, especially those of the Devil and Prisoner pathways, come with a certain level of troublesome corruption. It's advisable not to sell them or randomly seek out an artisan to craft items. If you need to, you can sell them to me or let me find an artisan. Keeping them in the traveler's bag is also fine. Compared to the Shadow Branch boxing gloves, Mr. Fool's seal, and the attention and influence of other items on you, they're as weak as an ordinary newborn baby." Relieved by this response, Lumion took a breath and activated the black mark on his right shoulder, vanishing from the room. After a while, he materialized atop a bell tower on Avenue du Boulevard in Trier. Directly support the authors on web novel. Gazing at the luxurious Champ Elysees in the distance and the already lit lamps, Lumion couldn't hold back any longer. He needed to carefully consider the information he had just obtained from Camus. With the Berserk Sea, the Phaenopotter Kingdom, and half of the Intis Republic between them, Lumion could devise a plan to hunt Hisoka without worrying about the enemy sensing malice and danger. Perhaps only an angel could sense over such a distance. Though Lumion lacked specific information about his target or Hisoka's identity and had no concrete plan, caution was paramount when he had the ability to be cautious. Relying on his ascetic trait, he endured, putting aside thoughts of the corresponding matters. Only when far from Port Pilus in the southern continent did he carefully consider details, allowing his thoughts to run free. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lumion vanished from the bell tower. Clang! 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 The pendulum clock struck 7 p.m. The next morning. Upon entering the hall, Camus spotted Louis Barry, adorned in a golden straw hat, seated on a sofa in the reception area. Why is he here again? Recalling Colombo's warning, Camus frowned and approached with concern. What can I do for you this time? He asked calmly, keeping his emotions in check. Lumion chuckled. I need some information, but it won't be from you. Find a reliable teammate who isn't privy to our discussion yesterday evening. Meet me at the Madani Import and Export Shop. I can offer 5,000 vril d'or for this. A peculiar request. 5,000 vril d'or. How generous. Is he trying to avoid a devil's danger premonition? Camus, an experienced official beyonder, quickly made the connection. He refrained from overthinking and pondered for a moment before responding, agreed. Heading into the office area, Lumion rose and departed, making his way to the Madani Import and Export Shop nearby. Soon, a man sat opposite Lumion, who was savoring his coffee. The man, with dark hair and a relatively thin build, was a member of the patrol team who had accompanied them to the scene yesterday. Today, he wore dark black sunglasses, giving him the appearance of a blind individual. I'm Colombo. Camus mentioned a chance to earn 5,000 vril d'or. The patrol team member introduced himself in fluent Intisian. Amused, Lumion observed Colombo's demeanor. Taking out a pen and paper, he counted out 5,000 vril d'or notes and slid them over. Write down the prisoner pathway beyonder's name and details from the patrol team. Ensure I don't catch sight of it. Fold it into a square after writing. Colombo, almost as if blind, fumbled for the banknotes. He bent down and counted, nearly burying his head under the table. Why aren't you looking at me? Lumion asked with curiosity. Trembling, Colombo replied, I fear I might truly go blind. Are you able to see something you shouldn't? From the monster pathway? Lumion pondered but refrained from probing further. Colombo turned around and swiftly wrote down the corresponding information on the table behind him, folding the paper and passing it to Lumion. Without a second glance, Lumion promptly received the information and stowed it in his traveler's bag. After settling the bill for his coffee, he headed to the washroom. His figure vanished once more. Chapter 645, Gifts. After Louis Barry left the coffee area, Colombo breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his sunglasses, retrieved the 5,000 vril d'or, and counted it again. His gut told him this deal would work out. That's the only reason he dared to risk coming to the Madani Import and Export Shop. Still, his whole body had been trembling with fear. He couldn't even keep his eyes open most of the time, and his hands were shaking so badly that he was surprised it was legible. Trouble always waits until it's ready to explode, he thought, clutching his sunglasses. He stood up and headed for the door. Something was wrong. He could feel it. His body tensed with some kind of danger sense he couldn't explain. His heart raced as he scanned the place professionally, trying to pinpoint the danger. Colombo's footsteps changed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He'd zip off in one direction only to stop short a few paces later. Colombo took in the morning sun, the quiet shop that had just opened its doors, and the handful of customers scattered about. Not a single pair of eyes seemed fixed on him, and there was no one lurking in the shadows, observing his every move. Yet, following his instincts, his feet carried him back to the coffee shop area. That's where he finally stopped, in front of the bathroom sign. 2 years as a Beyonder taught Kolobo the most important lesson: trust your gut. Without thinking, he yanked open the heavy wooden door and walked inside. The Madani import and export shop wasn't some back alley dive. This restroom was big. 3 urinals, 3 stalls, and gas lamps flickered on the clean tile. Kolobo headed to the sink to splash cold water on his face. Maybe that would shake this weird danger feeling that was creeping all over him. As he looked up, a face stared back at him in the mirror. But it wasn't his. The face was freakishly white. The guy looked late 20s, with light brown skin and eyes that flashed a dark, sickly green. He stared at Kolobo with dead, cold eyes. Kolobo's brain short-circuited as recognition hit. Twanakutupia N, the only prisoner pathway Beyonder on their patrol team. The guy had become a Sequence 6 zombie last year. He was also the first guy to ever make Kolobo's skin crawl. If he told anyone else, he got told him he'd end up dead. When Lumion asked Kolobo to spill the beans about the prisoner pathway Beyonder on his team, something about it felt wrong. He'd almost bailed on the whole deal. He'd counted that huge 50,000 some not out of distrust, but because he needed time to think, to weigh the risk. He decided to trust his gut, but he hadn't told Lumion about this feeling, this fear of Tupia N. And now, here Twanakutupia N was, reflected in the mirror. This is a Sequence 5 Wraith power. When did he advance? Kolobo could barely think over the growing horror. Suddenly, his body felt like it had been dropped into an icy lake. Twanaku's face in the mirror vanished. Kolobo could barely move. An icy coldness gripped him, the kind that chilled you to the bone. It wasn't his own hands that were moving, they lifted without him wanting them to. A voice drifted through his ears, flat and emotionless. "Looks like my cover is blown. You were actually asked to provide my information. I'll get out of Port Pilus, but I'm going to leave 2 gifts for Lumion Lee." What did that even mean? What kind of gift? And who the heck was Lumion Lee? Kolobo's thoughts were a jumbled mess. His own hands were tightening around his neck. Then, with a sickening jolt, he realized what gift the voice was talking about. Twanakutupia N was going to kill him and leave a gift, his dead body. But he said 2 gifts. What was the other one? In the 4-story beige building of the patrol team. Camus sipped his Highlander coffee and read the West Balam Telegraph, contemplating the deal between Kolobo and Louis Berry. If successful, as an intermediary, he would receive 20% of the amount. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed on Camus' office door. "Please come in." Though not particularly young, Camus had ample experience, leading one of the patrol team's operations teams. If there were a vacancy for the vice captain position, his only competition would be Twanakutupia N of the prisoner pathway. The southern continent was a chaotic place, especially in an area torn between multiple factions. Whether dealing with the bloodthirsty Rose school of thought, the ominous numinous episcopate, ambitious adventurers, spies from various countries, or missionaries, danger lurked at every corner. Some would take the initiative to assassinate patrol team members, while others would rebel and escape. Meticulous planning was not uncommon, and even the patrol team members found themselves as targets. Consequently, the patrol team faced casualties every year, leading to a constant need for new recruits. Encountering more attacks had its advantages. Victorious confrontations often yielded valuable items and Beyonder-related ingredients. Many of the patrol team's advancement formulas and potions were acquired in such situations, creating a noteworthy trend. Compared to cities of similar size in the northern continent, Port Pilus had an even greater number of official Beyonders, especially mid-sequence Beyonders. However, they lacked higher levels of power or corresponding sealed artifacts. Camus found himself in a tight spot financially due to his rapid advancement outpacing his cousins. Arriving in Madani State and Port Pilus as a Sequence 9 arbiter, he had swiftly climbed to a Sequence 7 Justiciar in just 5 years. His goal was to advance to Sequence 6 and become a judge, and he had recently been gathering the funds to purchase the necessary materials. If the opportunity to become a vice captain arose, the patrol team would certainly contribute resources to aid his advancement. Spoils of war weren't always suitable for him. Sometimes, he needed to trade with teammates or sell them to the patrol team for money. He patiently waited for the potion formulas and beyonder ingredients corresponding to his pathway to appear. The patrol team, being relatively new, hadn't accumulated substantial reserves. Camus needed to find a way to purchase practical mystical items, regularly replenish charms, potions, and other essentials to stay prepared against assassinations and conflicts. In such a situation, money was naturally scarce. Chaos was a path to hell but also a ladder to the top. Pugilist Sal entered. With his brown braids gently swaying, So, clad in a sky-blue shirt and beige pants, approached Camus with one hand in his pocket, smiling as he asked, "Have you seen Colombo? I need to discuss something with him." Camus had already prepared a reason. He went to the import and export shop to buy coffee beans. Sal tersely acknowledged, "Then I'll wait for him to return." "What's up?" Camus asked casually. Sal took 2 steps forward and smiled. "There's an investigation we would like to involve him in. Maybe he can uncover clues that others can't." "You bastards, aren't you concerned about Colombo getting hurt?" Camus replied with amusement, lifting his coffee and taking a sip. At that moment, Sal withdrew his right hand from his trouser pocket, holding a poker card flickering with a metallic gleam between his thumb and index finger. The card portrayed a grayish-white clown. With a swift motion, So hurled the poker card at Camus' head. In the men's washroom of the Madani import and export shop, Colombo finally caught his reflection in the mirror. His skin had turned a sickly green, and his hands were locked around his own neck, the pressure making his bones crack. Tuanakutupian stared back at him from his bright blue eyes. Colombo tried to scream, but nothing came out. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. It was like his body wasn't his anymore, it was killing him. Ugh! A choked sound finally escaped Colombo's throat, too quiet for anyone to hear. Fear and despair tightened around his heart. Then, Colombo's fingers slipped. A figure emerged from the shadows by the bathroom vents. Lumian, black hair, green eyes, all dressed in black and white with a golden straw hat. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, then understanding. He held a black bone flute to his lips. A hum resounded, accompanied by a melancholic tune echoing from the dark red holes. Symphony of Hatred. Why did I only sense malice and danger now? Just as this thought crossed Tuanaku's mind, Tuanaku's murderous intent exploded, fueled by the haunting melody. Silently, a figure peeled away from Colombo's body. It was Tuanakutupian, his light brown skin gone deathly pale. Blood vessels bulged in his yellow eyes, threatening to burst. The symphony of hatred tore into Colombo, already weak with fear. His heart almost stopped. He crumpled to the floor, barely alive. Lumian stopped the melody. Holding the black bone flute, he slid back into the shadows and under the vent. A moment later, he reappeared behind Tuanakutupian, who was practically vibrating with murderous intent. Lumian lifted the flute, its blood-colored holes gleaming ominously, and took a breath. "Finally, you're here." Chapter 646, Indoor Fight. Tuanakutupian's ears rang, his eyes stinging with blood. His mind burned, his thoughts scattering like sparks. For an agonizing moment, he couldn't process his situation, couldn't even think about the enemy closing in. Blood, smelling strangely metallic, trickled from his eyes and nose. His pale skin darkened ominously. Ha! Lumian spat a blast of pale yellow light, hitting the suspected Hisoka from barely 2 meters away. Tuanaku's eyes slammed shut, and he collapsed. Before he hit the ground, Lumian's symphony of hatred, a black bone flute, jabbed towards his neck. Instantly, the tiled bathroom floor dissolved into a vast, muddy expanse of darkness. Arms burst upward. Some were stripped of skin, all raw muscle and glistening tendon. Others twisted and ghostly, pale and transparent. Some bore bulging eyes that spun madly, others sprouted thick green growths. The grotesque limbs tore at Lumion and Tuanaku, clawing and dragging. This was Tuanaku's spell, a death-type enchantment once called Vengeful Wraith's Entanglement, meant to summon an undead horde to paralyze his targets. But as a mid-sequence Beyonder of the Devil pathway, his power twisted the spell into something new, the Fallen Abyss. He could alter a space in advance, allowing undead or fallen creatures to lurk beneath the surface. Anyone unfortunate enough to step inside would be grabbed by unseen arms and dragged into the muddy, pitch-black depths. The abyss would slow and weaken its victims, the icy touch of the undead stealing their strength with agonizing speed. If they were pulled all the way under, they'd be corrupted and lost. Tuanaku had cast this spell in the bathroom before attacking Kolobo. He hadn't wanted any nosy employees or customers to stumble on the scene, but it turned out to be a lucky break. That's why he'd appeared in the mirror instead of right inside Kolobo's eyes. Lumion's attack with the Symphony of Hatred came to an abrupt halt. Countless arms wrapped around his ankles, calves, hips, and torso. A wave of icy stiffness washed over him, his movements turning sluggish. It was the same for Tuanaku. With the Wraith and Desire Apostle unconscious, the fallen abyss slipped from his control, leaving him vulnerable. His limp body was seized by the strange arms and dragged to the ground. Nearby, Kolobo, badly injured and out for the count, was pulled into the muddy, pitch-black depths of the illusory abyss. A burst of crimson flames exploded from Lumion's body, surrounding him like a blazing cloak. The flames roared, scorching most of the arms into retreat. Still, some remained unaffected, their grip relentless. A creeping coldness numbed Lumion's body, but he regained a sliver of his former agility. Before, he could have simply lunged forward, thrusting the black bone flute towards his enemy's neck. But now, the target, the one he believed was Hisoka, was about to vanish into the ground. Thud! Tuanaku slammed into the ground, the impact jarring him awake. The spell of Haram's grip faded, and he finally regained his senses. His toughest moment, that relentless surge of desire, was behind him. Lumion lowered his head, a single scornful sound escaping him. Humph! Twin beams of white light shot out while Lumion retracted his hands, fingers slipping back into his traveler's bag. The beams missed their mark, but horrifying, bloody arms sprouted from the ground, a gruesome forest that blocked Tuanaku from their path. With a flash of awareness, Tuanaku seized control of the Fallen Abyss spell, shielding himself and attacking his enemy. The arms hit by the spell of Haram softened, sinking back into the pitch-black mud as if drained. Tuanaku took his chance. His body twisted, morphing into a dark, oozing malevolence, a shape born from the darkest shadows of his heart. Silently, Tuanaku transformed into an illusory, viscous, and foul black liquid, merging with the muddy abyss and vanishing. The evil arms, unfazed by the flames, clung to Lumion, limiting his movement. His hands flew to his traveler's bag, pulling out a suit of gleaming silver armor. He set the armor beside him, sinking it firmly into the pitch-black mud. Pride armor. Evil, writhing arms erupted from the illusory abyss, and the corresponding spirit world. Guided by the spell, they lunged for the Pride armor, seizing its ankles, legs, torso, and back. The Pride armor struck back, a broadsword of pure light flashing in its hand. Blinding, holy light flooded the washroom. The shadowy arms recoiled with hisses of black smoke, retreating into the depths. The pitch-black mud dissolved, revealing the bathroom's stone tiles. Kolobo, who'd been on the brink of sinking into the abyss, lay unconscious on the floor. Just meters away, near the washroom door, a figure of viscous black liquid prepared to flee. Now free, Tuanaku came to a swift decision. He wouldn't waste time trying to possess Lumion Lee. Instead, he'd abandon the Madani import and export shop, and Port Pilus. It was a trap. He had to escape before it closed around him. Staying to fight back was foolish, he couldn't risk lingering just to satisfy his rage and murderous desire. That would be far too dangerous. Tuanaku was glad he'd chosen to give Lumian Lee those two gifts. He'd even divided his favorite mystical items to do it. The patrol team should be in chaos by now, focused on a false target. The distraction would give him his chance to escape. Before, Tuanaku hadn't been focused on killing Camus. His priority was taking out Kolobo and escaping. If everything went smoothly, there shouldn't be problems for either side. Any chaos caused by Camus' death would be a bonus, distracting the enemy by having the other passing off as the real deal. He'd sent that extra gift as a precaution, not some bloodthirsty urge. In Camus' office, nestled inside the patrol team's beige 4-story building, a poker card shimmered with metallic light as it hurtled towards him. Coffee was the last thing on his mind. He dove behind his desk with a surge of adrenaline, planning to send the table flying back at Sao before blasting him with psychic piercing. The Joker-faced card soared over Camus' head, missing its target. But then, as if it had a mind of its own, the card swerved and plunged down, aiming for Camus' back. It seemed to melt right into him, vanishing in a flash. Sao's grin stretched wider. He strode to the desk, yanking the broadsword from his back. Inside the men's bathroom of the Madani import and export shop, a figure made of thick, black liquid slipped through the crack under the door, then strangely reformed in its original spot. Bottle of fiction. The moment Lumian harbored malice and took out the symphony of hatred from the traveler's bag, Lumian had used this bathroom vent as a base, using the bottle of fiction to set one condition: only females could enter or exit. That way, innocent customers wouldn't stumble into the dangerous Beyonder battle. And Ahsoka couldn't escape without destroying the bottle of fiction first. The black, liquid figure spread toward the vent, dodging the two white beams from Lumian. Tuanaku was done with dodging. His body swelled and warped, transforming into a monstrous giant almost 3 meters tall. The monster's skin turned a dull, dark shade, and a pair of curved goat horns marked with strange patterns sprouted from his head. Colossal bat wings wreathed in blue and crimson flames lashed out, releasing a stinging, sulfurous stench. Devil transformation. This was the signature power of a Sequence 6 Devil from the Prisoner pathway, a boost to strength, speed, defense. Everything. Lumian knew his target, the one he thought was Ahsoka, was on high alert, braced to dodge his spell of Harumph. He stopped using it. He decided against the Symphony of Hatred too. The situation was different. Before, his enemy had been fueled by bloodlust and his murder attempt on Kolobo, a perfect trigger. Now, there was only a cold, emotionless focus. With no guarantee that the Symphony of Hatred would work or that it wouldn't backfire, Lumian wasn't taking that chance. Instead, a crimson spear sparked into existence. From a few meters away, he hurled it at the suspected Ahsoka. The second the spear left his hand, Lumian vanished. He couldn't stay put. Possession by the Wraith, a mind-shattering psychic blast from a Desire Apostle, some twisted desire spell, any of those were a risk. Chapter 647, Inexplicable Action. In the face of the flaming spear, Tuanaku's eyes, now crimson from the devil transformation, reflected dancing and burning crimson flames. He remained unfazed. Instead, he conjured an aberration, a broadsword made of crimson magma and pale blue flames. Swiftly turning, Tuanaku exposed his back to the flaming spear. With the magma broadsword in hand, he slashed at the foe who had seemingly teleported behind him, launching an attack. The broadsword, adorned with crimson magma and pale blue flames, sliced through the air but missed Lumian. It left only an exaggerated mark on the wall behind, a testament to its destructive force. Had it not been for the bottle of fiction's protection, the bathroom wall would have been split in half. Even so, the bottle visibly trembled, bearing some damage. The nearly white flaming spear also struck Tuanaku's back, piercing a little before being halted by the elastic dark skin and sturdy flesh. It failed to penetrate the devil's body, leaving only blackened traces from the resulting inferno. Devils, armored in thick and tough natural protection, were resistant to flames, poison, and curses to a certain extent. Tuanaku, in his zombie state, possessed a steel-like body that could withstand bullets and cannonballs. Lumien's flaming spear and fireball attacks, as well as the Fire Raven's onslaught, posed little threat. Standing still, Tuanaku could endure repeated attacks without suffering severe injuries. Additionally, his ability to transform into a wraith allowed him to evade explosions effortlessly. Hisoka Tuanaku believed that, without the support of the Tarot Club, the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, and powerful demigods, he could have tortured Lumien to death. Even with teleportation, spells rendering him temporarily unconscious, and mystical items, most of Lumien's attacks were ineffective against wraiths and Desire Apostle Beyonders. The psychic shock and Desire detonation further restrained him, leaving him vulnerable to the assaults of wraiths and undead creatures. Having missed his strike, Tuanaku noticed Lumien's figure reappear in midair. As anticipated, Lumien had chosen to teleport behind and launch an attack. However, there was a notable change compared to previous encounters. Hovering near the ceiling and the vent, Lumien opened his mouth and emitted a harumph. The moment a pale yellow light shot out, Hisoka Tuanaku's figure faded and vanished. In Lumien's pupils, a devilish figure materialized, dark skin, long goat horns, bat wings on its back, and no longer wielding the sword of lava. Swiftly, Tuanaku transformed into a wraith, leaping into Lumien's eyes, deftly dodging the spell of Harumph's attack. Devil transformation didn't impede his wraith abilities. Lumien's face paled, a dark green hue tinting his features. His hands involuntarily rose, reaching for his neck, and his body plummeted to the ground. Prepared for such a situation, Lumien didn't resist. While he could still struggle, he didn't halt his hands or resist the wraith's control. Instead, he sank his consciousness into his right hand. The frenzied, bloody aura of superiority dissipated slightly, causing Tuanaku to instinctively tremble. He subconsciously detached from Lumien's body and leaped onto the sink. Lumien activated the black mark on his right shoulder, vanishing before crashing to the ground. This time, he appeared behind the motionless silver-white full-body armor. Behind. The Pride armor spun around abruptly, raising the broadsword of light and slashing at Lumien in the not-too-small bathroom. Lumien employed Spirit World Traversal once more, vanishing from the silver armor's path. Within the mirror, Hisoka Tuanaku was somewhat bewildered. Why did Lumien Lee provoke his sealed artifact and engage in combat with it? Am I not his enemy target? The negative effects of a sealed artifact? Though he didn't understand what was going on, Tuanaku sensed danger instinctively. His danger premonition, along with a possible insight from Emperor Roselle, if something shows signs of abnormality, there must be an abnormal factor hidden. Such factors often signify danger. Without hesitation, Tuanaku left the sink and leaped to the bathroom door in his colossal devil form. Conjuring a dozen or so light blue sulfur fireballs, he directed them at the wooden door in unison. Tuanaku, who had shaken the bottle of fiction with his sword, knew that the current seal could be broken by brute force. There was no need to find the true exit or kill the enemy who had constructed the seal. For this reason, he chose to forego teaming up with the full-body armor to assail Lumien. He reckoned that any further delay, even if Lumien Lee were to fall on the spot, would lead to him being surrounded, facing a lethal blow with no chance of escaping alive. In such a scenario, killing Lumien Lee would render the effort meaningless. Certainly, Tuanaku wasn't about to let Lumien off easily. Following the sulfur fireball assault, he clenched his fists and spoke a word in devil language filled with depravity and filth. Slow. This was a manifestation of the language of foulness, capable of stiffening and even halting the movements of targets within a 7 to 8 meter radius for approximately 2 seconds. Considering the bathroom's size, this radius covered the entire area. Lumien's form reappeared. Once more, he teleported behind the Pride armor, conjuring a crimson fireball almost white in his hand. Influenced by the language of foulness, both Lumien and the Pride armor moved sluggishly. One slowly launched a fireball, while the other struggled to turn around, as if its joints had rusted. Rumble. The sulfur fireballs erupted against the bathroom door. A translucent, illusory membrane materialized on the bathroom's side. Like glass, it shattered inch by inch, leaving crisscrossing marks that teetered on the brink of collapse. The wooden door appeared charred and pieced together, reminiscent of a child's broken toy hastily glued back together. Observing this, Hisoka Twanaku grasped that another strike could completely shatter the seal. This time, he gathered 7 to 8 light blue sulfur fireballs. On the opposite end, Lumien's fireball finally collided with the Pride armor's back, assisted by the explosive waves. Amidst the rumbling and clanging, the silver armor stiffened. Lumien activated the black mark on his right shoulder once more and teleported away from his current location. Almost simultaneously, the Pride armor overcame the effects of slow with abnormal swiftness, swiftly turning around. However, it still couldn't lock onto its target. Twanaku felt a surge of amusement bubbling within him but maintained an unusual vigilance. His only wish was that the relentless bombardment would shatter the seal completely, granting him an avenue for escape. In the next moment, the sulfur fireballs collided with the wooden door at the bathroom entrance. Twanaku witnessed the silver-white full-body armor squat down, driving the broadsword of light into the ground. Twanaku's pupils dilated as he instinctively readied himself to transform into a wraith. Yet, he held back, exercising restraint. Aware of the potential consequences within the warrior pathway, he understood the risk of subjecting himself to even greater harm. Rumble. Simultaneously with the explosion of the sulfur fireballs, the Sword of Dawn, embedded in the crevice in the stone tiles by the Pride armor, disintegrated into fragments of light. Densely packed, they formed a flickering, violent, and sharp hurricane that swept in all directions, filled with the intent to annihilate everything. Hurricane of light. Since it couldn't lock onto the backstabber, it opted for a wide-ranging assault. The sharp and terrifying storm of light enveloped Twanaku and Kolobo on the ground. Lumien materialized in front of the latter, crouched down, shielding vital points. He faced the formidable hurricane head-on. The washroom bore the brunt of the assault. The urinal was wrecked, and the cubicles silently collapsed, shedding a layer of bricks. As a depraved creature, Twanaku had nowhere to hide. All he could do was endure the damage, his eyes flickering with a sharp light. In the radiant blade storm, Lumien's figure cracked inch by inch, shattering into numerous mirror fragments. Mirror substitution. With his obstruction, Kolobo avoided fatal injuries but couldn't escape multiple bleeding wounds. In Camus' office, within the beige 4-story building housing the patrol team. Crouched behind a table, Camus' face turned pale, tinged with a dark green hue. It was as if a grayish-white clown laughed exaggeratedly in his eyes. Camus strained to ignite bolts of lightning in his eyes, piercing Sao's mind. His betraying teammate grimaced in pain, causing his broadsword to lose strength and direction, crashing into the desk and failing to hit Camus. In that critical moment, Camus drew a silver revolver from his right hand, aiming it not at Sao but at himself. Across the street, in a room facing Camus' office, Jenna, holding a telescope, huddled by the curtain, closely monitored Camus' condition. Seeing the other party under attack and struggling, she swiftly grabbed the loudspeaker she had prepared and brought it to her mouth. Camus has been attacked. Camus has been attacked by the Rose School of Thought. Camus is being attacked in his office. The loudspeaker's sound reverberated through every room of the patrol team. Chapter 648, Teamwork. On the top floor of the beige building belonging to the patrol team, a middle-aged man in a thin black suit heard Jenna's voice. Without bothering to trace the source of the shout, he stood up abruptly and retrieved a white human skull, seemingly carved from crystal, from his hidden pocket. The man, a mix of Intis and West Balam lineage, held the crystal skull and recited a mysterious language with a strong sense of death. In the next moment, a decaying palm extended from the void in front of him. Its joints were thick, and its skin was bleeding, revealing signs of decay. The palm belonged to a corpse that looked vaguely human but, upon closer inspection, resembled a monster. Over 1.8 meters tall, its face concealed by a rusty bronze mask, and its torso composed of corpses from various species, including lions, tigers, black wolves, baboons, giant serpents, vultures, and humans themselves, all in a severe state of rot. The corpse's bronze mask flickered with dark red lights in its eyes as it took a step forward, arriving in Camus' office. Faced with Camus, who had a revolver in his right hand, staggering toward his forehead, the monstrous corpse removed its bronze mask. Underneath the mask, there was no nose, flesh, or bones. Only two dark red balls of light and a mouth that occupied 4/5 of the head. The mouth opened wide, revealing a pitch-black interior. A terrifying suction force emanated from the mouth, affecting Camus' spirit but having no effect on the documents, newspapers, and other items on the desk. It only caused Camus' spirit to surface, as if pulled by an invisible force, about to be plunged into hell. As Camus' spirit body materialized, the grayish-white clown seeped out of his flesh, revealing its complete form, a magnified, illusory poker card. The poker card had no body of its own and was swiftly drawn out by the pitch-black mouth beneath the bronze mask. Camus' spirit body struggled. Smack! The poker card materialized and fell to the ground, emitting the sound of a heavy object colliding with solid bricks, but there was no metallic sound. In the Madani import and export shop, the male bathroom lay in ruins. The door and the wall facing the corridor crumbled into fragments, scattering for several meters, as if a storm had passed through. The bottle of fiction had lost its effect. Amidst the residual fragments of light and the lingering sulfur smell, Tuanaka rolled out in his devil form. His pitch-black skin bore hideous wounds, and his flesh seemed to evaporate. Half of the two curved goat horns on his head were gone, and viscous black liquid flowed from the cracks. The bat-like wings on his back were tattered and drooping. With Tuanaka's formidable physical strength, the hurricane of light from the Pride armor shouldn't have caused such tragic and severe damage, but he was a devil. The hurricane of light possessed the unique ability to destroy evil creatures and undead beings. It was like Tuanaka undergoing purification while being sliced by a fragmentary blade. What made it more potent was their collaboration. Purification weakened defense and inflicted harm on the evil creature's spirit and flesh, while the fragmentary blade utilized purification to weaken defense and cut through flesh. The more wounds and the deeper they were, the better the purification effect. Had Tuanaka not resisted in his devil form and instead transformed into a wraith, he might have faced severe injury, teetering on the brink of death, or even elimination. The hurricane of light could vanquish wraiths and injure evil spirits. Despite being severely injured, Tuanaka, still capable of combat, calmly suppressed his tyrannical and bloodthirsty emotions. Realizing he had escaped the seal, he prepared to transform into a wraith and escape through the surrounding mirrors. Just as he made this decision, a sudden sense of danger premonition struck him. The Malice came from behind, and in the shadows outside the bathroom, Franca, dressed in an assassin's suit, emerged, raising her left hand. On her left thumb, she wore an iron-colored ring with a thick band and a surface covered in small spikes, ring of punishment. Franca's lake blue eyes flickered with lightning, moving many times faster than the fastest bullets, shooting out silently with psychic piercing. Hidden blade. Why do I only sense her malice now? The severely injured Tuanaka couldn't dodge in time and suddenly heard an illusory shattering sound. The shattering sound echoed from Tuanaka's spirit body, and intense pain flooded his mind, compelling him to raise his hands to cover his head. Seizing the opportunity, Franca swiftly took out a mirror and reflected Tuanaka in his devil form. Black flames ignited in her left palm as she smeared it across the mirror's surface. Demoness curse. Black flames erupted from Tuanaka's body, but nearly 2/3 were suppressed by his flesh and blood, leaving only a portion of the colossal devil's spirit body to be incinerated. Being a devil, immune to curses to a certain extent, helped Tuanaka endure the demoness curse better, given his already ravaged state from the hurricane of light. Finally free from the influence of psychic piercing, Tuanaka, with his spirit body engulfed in black flames, transformed into a pitch-black, viscous liquid. These liquids seemed to originate from the darkest corners of the human heart, representing the most sinister and shadowy desires and emotions. Tuanaka abandoned wraith form, choosing Desire Apostle's Desire Incarnation because Demoness black flames targeted the spirit body more. Before the pitch-black viscous liquid could fully elongate into a human figure, he fled into the nearby darkness, sensing a strong danger premonition in his heart. At the corridor's entrance, Anthony Reed, donned in military green attire, appeared in a blind spot. His eyes took on a faint golden hue, transforming into vertical pupils, psychological invisibility. Frenzy! Tuanaku's mind buzzed, instantly breaking free from his Desire Incarnation state. Bloodshot eyes and livor mortis appeared on his body, emitting sulfurous blood. He entered a frenzied state. Already grievously injured and subjected to psychic piercing and the Demoness curse, he was on the verge of losing control. Rumble! Light blue sulfur fireballs pelted the surroundings, propelled by Tuanaku's wild instincts. Franca's form quickly shattered into mirror fragments, while Anthony's body sprouted grayish-white dragon scales. He leaped toward the wall for cover. Rumble! Using up Franca's mirror substitution, Lumion teleported behind the frenzied Tuanaku. Having already unleashed the accumulated spirituality and strength within him, Lumion's spirituality surged, no longer drained. Enduring the scorching sulfur flames and the blast's impact, Lumion focused on the oblivious, frenzied Tuanaku. He harumphed. 2 beams of white light shot from his nose, hitting what appeared to be Ahsoka. Tuanaku collapsed, and the signs of madness began to fade. Lumion didn't allow him to reach the ground. Extending his right hand, he grabbed Tuanaku by the shoulder and teleported him into the spirit world. In seconds, Lumion materialized at the edge of the primitive forest near Port Pilus. Even during this process, he let out a harumph. The pale yellow light emitted from his mouth knocked Tuanaku out again, preventing him from regaining consciousness. At that moment, a woman stood at the edge of the primitive forest. It was Hela, dressed like a black widow but not as distant as before. Observing Tuanaku, no longer in his colossal devil state but emitting a sulfuric scent, with dark patterns on his skin, Hela nodded at Lumion and said, "It should be Ahsoka." Every time Ahsoka participated in the curly-haired baboons research society, he only disguised himself superficially. If Ahsoka's true identity was targeted, Hela, who was responsible for providing the gathering venue and entrance method, could still recognize him. Ha! Lumion chuckled and added a new spell of harumph to Ahsoka. Hela seized his arm and chanted an incantation. The 2 of them, along with Ahsoka, vanished like pencil drawings erased by an eraser. In the ancient and dilapidated palace of the nation of the Evernight. As Lumion emerged from his concealed state, he harumphed. 2 beams of white light descended, and Ahsoka remained unconscious. Hela's tone chilled as she remarked, "I'll let you enter the same dream." "Thank you." Lumion released Ahsoka, reclining against a broken stone pillar. Moments later, his thoughts blurred until he heard Hela's voice. "It's done." Lumion snapped back, gazing into the interrogation room where Ahsoka sat opposite. This member of the curly-haired baboons research society, Tuanaku Tupian, bore light brown skin, a blend of northern and southern continent descent. His eyes gleamed flaxen, his hair dark. While not unattractive, his demeanor exuded indifference to life. At the sight, Lumion's lips curved into a smile. He had sought Hela's assistance primarily to craft an environment where he could safely unveil his plans after capturing Ahsoka alive. Otherwise, restraining Ahsoka's resistance would have posed a significant challenge. Communicating with him would have been impossible if he remained unconscious until his demise. Destroying Ahsoka's frontal lobe would strip away frustration, pain, and resentment, making it difficult to fulfill the requirements of the Reaper ritual. Upon spotting Lumion, Ahsoka suddenly struggled, but an invisible force held him back, preventing his transformation into a wraith. This was a dream controlled by Hela. Ahsoka calmed down and gazed at Lumion, posing the greatest question on his mind: "How did you manage to evade my danger premonition?" Lumion's smile deepened. He looked down at Ahsoka and said casually, "No need for a demon hunter's assistance. A sufficient distance and a hypnotist would do the trick." Chapter 649, Conspiracy Showcase. Sufficient distance and a hypnotist. Hisoka repeated Lumien's words as if he had realized something. Lumien stood in front of him, looking down, and questioned, "Do you think that, apart from demon hunters and higher-level beyonders of the corresponding pathway, devils mainly get killed based on chance encounters in battles?" Hisoka regarded Lumien with indifference and remained silent. Lumien pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his right foot over his left knee. Casually, he said, "I've read a mysticism book about devils. It's filled with numerous cases of hunting devils. It's clear that beyonders of most pathways rely on chance encounters to kill specific devils. That's what I believed back then. However, when I revisited the detailed description of devil abilities, I found a contradiction. This is how the mysticism book describes your danger premonition. Danger premonition, also known as malicious perception, if an enemy can soon cause lethal harm to a devil and takes clear action to do so, a devil can sense the danger in advance and grasp the source. They can target it, kill it, take revenge, or escape, but it's impossible to know the exact details of the plan. Different devils have different intuition ranges, from a few minutes to a day, from a few kilometers to as wide as a city. What's the contradiction between this and a battle encounter?" Hisoka asked, sitting upright, cold and curious. "According to this description, devils can indeed sense a battle encounter," Lumien said with a smile. "For example, even though I only intended to have a cup of coffee today and suddenly encountered a devil, and had no choice but to kill him. For that devil, it's literal. He should have sensed that my coffee drinking at the cafe would pose a fatal danger to him in advance and that it would happen, but that's not the case in reality." Observing Hisoka's thoughtful expression, Lumien clasped his hands together. "This means that a devil's danger premonition doesn't stem from fate. If it were a powerful beyonder of the monster pathway, there's a high chance they would suddenly feel that coffee isn't suitable today and avoid danger. But you can't. Since a devil's danger premonition doesn't stem from precognition of fate, where does it stem from? Once, a high-ranking demon enlightened me about the concept of the abyss. According to its perspective, the abyss holds two dimensions. The first is physical, with an entrance hidden somewhere in the real world. The second is in the mind, with an entrance nestled deep within everyone's hearts. Considering this insight, I believe we need to tweak the foundation of a devil's danger premonition. It kicks in only when an adversary has a well-defined plan capable of inflicting fatal harm on a devil soon. That's when the devil can sense it beforehand. Got it? A more distinct thought process or intent." Lumien adopted the cadence of Madam Magician to taunt Hisoka, weaving the narrative of his conspiracy. "In the beginning, I probed bit by bit and investigated step by step. When I stumbled upon crucial information, I purposely skirted around it, leaving me in the dark about who I was dealing with and without a rough plan to handle the target. In simpler terms, I didn't have clear thoughts or intentions, and there was no effective plan to cause lethal harm to you anytime soon. Everything was vague, chaotic, and uncommitted, filled with variation and accidents, ensuring you couldn't naturally sense danger. However, your position alerted you when I delved into the serial murder from 4 years ago. Since then, you've been using a Wraith's ability and the patrol team members under your control to keep a vigilant eye on this matter, right?" Hisoka listened coldly, showing no intention of responding. Lumien smiled and continued, "After figuring out that you were hiding in the patrol team as a zombie sequence beyonder, I resisted my urges and tried my best not to dwell on such matters. When I returned to the hotel, I immediately teleported to Trier. At this distance, you won't be able to sense that I'm formulating a plan and putting it into practice. After coming up with a preliminary plan, I went to Hidden Blade and my 2 other companions to discuss a detailed plan. It was just past 7 p.m. Trier time. The next move involved assigning tasks. Each of us had a role to play. We underwent a hypnotist's hypnotism, erasing our true purpose from memory. Only when a devil like you emerged would we recall the specific details. My mission was to use teleportation, making it seem like I left, only to return stealthily using shadow concealment. I trailed the patrol team member I interacted with, believing that I was checking if there was anything problematic with him. Hidden Blade's mission was to tail me, providing necessary vigilance and support. If I activated the bottle of fiction ability, she'd preemptively don the ring of punishment and lie in wait outside. The reason for her ambush eluded her until she laid eyes on you. With her combat prowess and intelligence, she instinctively knew what steps to take. No need for me to give detailed instructions. The hypnotist's mission involved using psychological invisibility to wander the vicinity, just aimlessly wandering. As for the other demoness, her duty was to monitor the patrol team and promptly report any issues to the authorities. Before your arrival, she too was unaware of the real reason behind her actions. She simply thought we had plans involving the patrol team. Before the hypnotism wore off, none of us had intentions of confronting you. Our individual actions couldn't pose lethal harm to you, ensuring you couldn't foresee it. This was a premeditated encounter, a clash pitting you against multiple adversaries. With that final sentence, Lumion suddenly heard an illusory shattering sound. He sensed that his conspirer potion had been fully digested. He also felt Hisoka's seemingly cold expression, vexation, and regret growing, gnawing at his heart. Lumion's smile widened. He stood up, leaned forward, and inched his head in front of Hisoka. He looked into Hisoka's bloodshot flaxen-colored eyes and said, "Your biggest mistake was not leaving Port Pilus ahead of time and sticking with the patrol team. Why are you so certain I won't track you down? How do you know I enjoy Firmo coffee without sugar?" Hisoka inquired instead of answering. Sensing his intense anger and killing intent, Lumion straightened up and replied with a smile, "My sister always says that wherever you go, you leave a trace, and I have an expert at finding traces with me." Heh, Emperor Roselle must have said something similar. You must know what it means. Hisoka's hands tightened on the chair's armrests as he asked again, "Why were you so sure I'll kill Kolobo?" Lumion replied with a sense of satisfaction, "I wasn't certain. Didn't I mention I had a demoness companion monitoring the patrol team? Hidden Blade, and I believe that if you ultimately choose to escape, you will definitely do something to vent your murderous desires. Otherwise, something might happen to you, considering your devil and prisoner pathways. And since you want to kill someone, it's either the patrol team member who traded with me or Camus who gave me the information. It's either at the Madani shop or in the patrol team." At this juncture, Lumion guessed with a smile, "You took the gamble of staying in Port Pilus and the patrol team because you wanted to seize an opportunity to kill me?" Under the watchful eyes of the Tarot Club and Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, finding a chance to eliminate a promising young man like me and escape unscathed can satisfy your twisted mind to the fullest extent? Hisoka subconsciously licked his lips. "I initially planned to bide my time, waiting for your patience to wear thin and an opportune moment to present itself. But it seems you didn't seek the assistance of the demigods, you only reached out to Hela. I should have struck last night." Hisoka didn't conceal his frustration. Lumion didn't immediately address the topic. After a few moments of contemplation, he said, "Waiting for an opportunity. You're quite confident in concealing your identity. Unafraid of normal investigations, is it because the higher-ups of the patrol team allowed a Sequence 6 of the prisoner pathway to join?" Hisoka sealed his lips, responding with silence. "Seems there's a significant secret lurking here." Lumion suddenly sensed a conspiracy. "Is the opportunity you're waiting for connected to the secret?" Hisoka maintained silence, his eyes transformed, now bloodthirsty and filled with a desire to kill. "Not willing to share?" Lumion chuckled. "No problem. Let's discuss something else first." He bent down again, looking at Hisoka. "In this operation, I sought only Hela. Firstly, to guard against the Noise family demons who had made contact with you. Secondly, to create an environment for a quiet conversation with you." At the mention of the Noise family's demons, Hisoka's gaze subtly shifted. "How do you know?" Lumion didn't reply. The corners of his mouth curled up even more. "I chose Hela because I wanted to capture you alive, relying on my own strength and that of my companions. Each of us is weaker than you, and each of us is someone you think you can easily kill. However, as a team, through teamwork, we've put you in a tight spot. You'll descend into hell. Hisoka shattered the chair's armrest, but he couldn't attack Lumion. Observing his bloodshot eyes, Lumion retrieved a golden straw hat from his traveler's bag, pressed it to his chest, and bowed. "I'll excuse myself for a moment," he said with a smile. In the next moment, Lumion left the dream. Swiftly shifting his sitting position, he leaned against a broken stone pillar. From his traveler's bag, he retrieved Gardner Martin's Beyonder characteristic: teeth, blood, colorful bearded horned lizard's venom, hornbeam essential oil, and other items. He had genuinely sensed Hisoka's fear, anger, and frustration. Although it occurred in a dream, it was reflected in Hisoka's brain and body, real and intense. He was about to concoct the Reaper potion. Chapter 650, Reaper. In the ancient, crumbling palace of the nation of the Evernight, Lumion carefully poured Gardner Martin's blood into a measuring cylinder and added the unusually sharp, small white bone blade that emitted a cold light. During this process, he moved swiftly, paying no attention to the bone blade-shaped Beyonder characteristic slicing his fingers and causing blood to flow. Instead, he ignited crimson flames, helping the wounds contract and preventing the white bone blade from entering the potion with his blood. The physical pain heightened Lumion's clarity and excitement. He added Gardner Martin's 2 teeth, the colorful bearded horned lizard's venom, and the hornbeam essential oil into the bright red blood. Bloop! Bloop! Bubbles bubbled in the blood, and the items mysteriously dissolved. Soon, black iron dregs emerged from the bright red blood, as if an iron weapon had shattered inside. Lumion glanced at the still slumbering Hisoka Twanaku, picked up the measuring cylinder, and poured the liquid into his mouth. The pungent smell of blood, the unfamiliar taste of rust, and the burning sensation instantly filled Lumion's mouth and pierced his brain. It felt like being caught in a chaotic war, constantly facing blades, firearms, and relentless enemy assaults. Wounds appeared all over his body, throbbing with pain. "Son of a sow, am I being attacked by a potion?" Lumion muttered, bewildered, as he found himself locked in combat with a swarm of oncoming adversaries. Fireballs, fire ravens, and blazing white spears shattered, tore through, or impaled the enemies, turning them into torches that illuminated the battlefield. After an unknown span of time, Lumion felt his strength waning, his spiritual energy on the brink of exhaustion. The accumulated spirituality of an ascetic had long been unleashed. In that moment, a colossal figure materialized before him, radiating a formidable and intimidating aura. Despite Lumion's weakening state, he sensed the colossal figure's fear, hatred, and frustration. "He's afraid of me," Lumion realized suddenly. Summoning the last shreds of his courage, he condensed a blazing white flaming spear and hurled it at the colossal figure. A blinding white flame erupted, piercing through the colossal figure's head. Rumble! The giant figure exploded from within, shattering into countless fragments. Rumble! The entire battlefield crumbled. Lumion shook off the daze and found himself in front of a crumbling ancient palace, its stone bricks weathered by time. Hisoka Twanaku still slumbered, and Hila stood silently by his side. Sweat dripped from Lumion's body, bursting into crimson sparks. Eventually, the sweat returned to normal. Phew! Lumion let out a relieved breath. His spirituality was rapidly recovering. He had advanced to become a Reaper. Having completed the ritual of capturing a higher sequence enemy alive and revealing his conspiracy, Lumion had consumed the potion and advanced to Sequence 5, a Reaper of the Hunter pathway. Compared to his previous sequences, Reaper bestowed 3 additional abilities. The first, Weakness Investigation, allowed Lumion to discern the target's vulnerabilities and weak points in their defenses from a mystic perspective. The second, Cull, could be infused into any attack to harvest the target's life. Any part struck by Cull was akin to an assault on vital points and weaknesses, dealing significant damage. If Cull hit a genuine weakness or vital point, it could deliver a fatal blow, making it challenging for the target to withstand 3 consecutive attacks. It could even inflict real damage on demigod-level creatures, provided they didn't block or successfully evade, and refrained from using mystic defenses. The third, Precision, enabled Lumion to precisely target a predetermined location and manipulate fireballs, fire ravens, and other spells that had left his body. He could split a colossal fireball into hundreds, striking different targets with precision, achieving effective area of effect damage. It was a far cry from a blanket explosion, being more efficient and effective. Both Cole and Precision demanded a substantial amount of spirituality, rivaling Lumion's current usage of teleportation. The exception was the combination of Precision and Fire Raven, as Fire Raven could allocate a bit of spirituality and was easily manipulated. Even with Precision, its consumption of spirituality wasn't significant. Lumion also felt a significant enhancement in his spirituality. His mind cleared, and his life force intensified. He could compress flames to a blazing white state in an incredibly short time, merging with flaming spears and swiftly covering dozens to hundreds of meters. Ignoring the spirituality consumption, he could travel using this method. While Lumion's strength, speed, and physique had improved, he was still not resilient enough to withstand a bullet with his body. At the entrance of the mostly collapsed male bathroom in the Madani import and export shop, the silver-white full-body armor burst out, wielding a light condensed hammer in both hands. It searched left and right but couldn't locate its target. Gradually, it seemed to calm down. From a nearby shadow, Franca emerged, her eyes assessing Kolobo within the half-collapsed bathroom. His life wasn't at risk, but his injuries were significant, and he appeared weakened. He'll be Pride Armor's next target. Franca thought quickly. Seizing the moment while Pride Armor was still on the lookout for the backstabber and hadn't chosen a new target, she swiftly approached. Franca grabbed the motionless silver full-body armor and deftly stowed it into her traveler's bag. "Meet up with Jenna." Franca called out to Anthony, positioned outside the corridor. In an instant, she melted into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Surveying his newfound abilities, Lumion felt a surge of delight. Is this Reaper? If I were to confront Hisoka now, breaking through his defenses wouldn't be a concern. My craving for combat and slaughter has intensified. Having adapted to the changes in his body, Lumion turned to Hila and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Hila, not seeing any cause for gratitude, sighed and commented, "Your team's teamwork is impressive." "Madam Hila, the ritual has succeeded, but I wish to enter Hisoka's dream again and inquire about something else," Lumion requested. Hila nodded in agreement. "The ritual requires him to remain lucid. He might lie, but the questioning doesn't need him to be lucid." As she finished speaking, Lumion suddenly closed his eyes, slumping to the ground against a dilapidated stone pillar. The corners of his mouth remained curled up, and his expression gradually turned calm. In the dream's interrogation room, Lumion took a seat across from Hisoka and addressed the captive, whose malice and desire to kill were no longer concealed. "Thank you for your help. I've become a Reaper." Hisoka, leaning forward, seemed to forget that he could attack. "So what if you're a Reaper? In a duel, I'd still kill you easily. If you hadn't joined forces with Hidden Blade and relied on numbers, you would have been dead." No longer lucid, he's finally revealing his true thoughts in the dream. Lumion chuckled and responded, "If I can create an opportunity to fight with numbers, why should I face you one-on-one? My companions are also a part of my strength." Hisoka spoke with malice, "Do you truly trust that hypnotist? It's very dangerous to open up your body and mind to a hypnotist. Aren't you afraid that he'll take the opportunity to leave some hidden cues that will unknowingly bring you under his control?" Lumion gazed at Hisoka for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Perhaps that's why I defeated you. No wonder Mad Lady said you weren't pure enough. Firstly, I do trust him. We've been through life and death together. Secondly, I'm willing to take such a risk to kill all of you." Straightening up, Lumion locked eyes with Hisoka, enunciating each word, "Even if I plunge into the abyss, even if I descend into hell, I shall witness your tragic demise." Hisoka fell silent. Lumion eased back into his seat, composed himself, and casually inquired, I learned from Devilogy that a devil requires a ritual to advance to Desire Apostle. It's best if it's a special serial killing ritual. However, other than the one 4 years ago, there's only been one in Port Pilus recently. Furthermore, I've already killed the murderer. How did you advance? With a boon? You couldn't have become a Desire Apostle 4 years ago, could you? Hisoka responded with a smile. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it didn't happen. Lumien's heart stirred. Was one of those 2 pranks to cover up your advancement ritual? Lumien ventured, drawing from the scattered information he had gleaned from the peripheral members of April Fools. They were like scattered pieces of a puzzle, each offering a fragment of the truth but lacking the full picture. The tales spoke of chaos unleashed, a disappearance of gold in the depths of Devise, and a clash between townsfolk and a primitive tribe in Tizimo town, resulting in tragedy. Lumien suspected that Hisoka's advancement ritual had been shrouded within the chaos of Tizimo's prank. Hisoka's eyes sparkled with approval, his tone paternal. You're quite perceptive. Lumien seized the moment to shift the conversation. What's up with the Noise family's demon? He treaded cautiously, sidestepping the celestial worthy and the mother tree of desire, for now. Hisoka's expression turned cold. I aim to utilize him to acquire something and carry out a ritual to appease him repeatedly, but he only formed a connection with me. He only granted me an opportunity 2 years ago. Something. 2 years ago. The pranks in the gold mine city and the town of Tizimo took place after this. One happened at the close of the preceding year, while the other unfolded at the close of last year. Lumien started suspecting that these 2 pranks might have motives beyond concealing the advancement ritual. Before he could delve deeper, Hisoka asked vehemently and frenziedly, why didn't you seek the Tarot Club's assistance this time? Lumien arched his eyebrows and inquired with confusion, why does it matter to you? Even without the Tarot Club's aid, I could have successfully dealt with you.